And let me get muted while I was the BRB. Yay, bug sounds. All right. Uh, so recap. No, we don't want to recap. We want to recap. There. Oh my goodness. Um. Uh. Uh. So. Uh. Uh. Reina had talked to like Keiichi or whatever, because Reina thinks that all the stuff that's been happening has been like causing because of that nurse lady. Uh, was it Tomatake? No, that was the guy. That was the photographer guy. That is Takano. That's right. Takano was the lady, whatever. So her thought was like that. All that she wrote was like that. A parasite. That basically there's a parasite in the town of Hinamizawa that's and it's basically behind everything. Like the rules and the curses and yada yada yada. And those are like the worms or whatever in that Reina saw or whatever in our blood. Actually, was a dormant parasite that was undormenting or whatever. Do you think there's a conspiracy, like to try to like make the parasite stronger, how it used to be or whatever in your good old days? Um, from some group that anyway. Uh, uh, Initially she kind of like convinced like Keiichi some of it, but then he actually like talked out with it with uh Leon. Leon's kind of like no, where'd you? He was like, well, the notebook from, and then she was like, oh, like yeah, she which Takano had a whole bunch of crazy theories or whatever that very much tinfoil hat. So Keiichi got it, and then it was like, oh, okay, and then learned that everything is like he was just getting paranoid and stuff like that and let himself get persuaded or whatever. But Rain, of course, still firmly believes it, and in fact, she's twisting, just like interpreting things, um, that that the conspiracy is true and that folks are out to get her. So she's she's going downhill very quickly. So yeah, she interpreted some landscaping guys at the school or whatever to like that were gonna take care of some stuff. That they were a group of assassins by Tsumizaki's to because she was on the truth. Got the note. So whereas Ichi said it's like, oh, those are guys. Anyway, so yeah. So we're gonna let's get into the dumpster fire as see what else we got for the dumpster fire that is Reina's mental state. Oh no. Starting up, chapter 10. They were mowing the grass near the fence. Sorry. Again, yeah, we're doing as Reina since it's the pinkish red, whatever. They were mowing the grass near the fence. It was probably a cover to monitor the surroundings. Just in case, I tried to escape from the school. But they must have been thinking that would happen only after school was over. They seemed to have no idea that I already noticed their plan, was trying to run away right at that very moment. Couldn't use the front gate since they'd find me easily. I moved behind the school building, made sure nobody was around the curry garden, ran through it and dashed into the forest. I walked through the dense undergrowth, stepping on dead wood and climbing over the trees. After walking through the forest for a while, I came to a small road. I know many back roads in this village because of our club activities. That knowledge had finally come in handy. What should I do now? I'm sure the girl already passed on my message to Chie-sensei. Those men must be going crazy by now, knowing that I ran away. Did anyone else talk to Ryugu-san before she left school? Everybody in class looked at each other and shook their heads. Chie-sensei looked a bit upset that Reina left school early without telling her in person. Reina-san has been feeling sick these days. Beep. She left her bag here. What happened to her? A bad feeling about this. What? I think I know what's going on. Not sure. I have a very bad feeling about this. Must have taken another ridiculous story seriously or something. Hope she won't do anything crazy. Keiichi, why did you have to think that? That's how you raise a... That's raising a flag. I hurried home. My father might be at his new job, or he might have gone shopping. Wait. The text got redder. It's very much like a light red now. Right. I tell, yeah, but yeah, I mean, because originally when we were seeing her the dialogue, it was like that light, it was a full, obvious pink, but then it went more to like almost kind of a salmon thing, a little bit redder than a salmon, and then now it's the color it is. It's gotten a deeper red, so the deeper the red, means bad stuff. She's losing it even more. Now that they're on the move, I'm no longer safe in my house. Purple, pink, 50 Shades of Pink. Right. Did it start out as purple? I could have easily forgotten about that. It did, okay. Oh, okay. Nice catch, nice catch. That is a cool, like, visual clue in terms of, cluing in on our mental state of changing the color of our dialogue. Now they're on the move, no longer safe in my house. Very dangerous people. They're trained to be capable of attacking the Ministry of Construction. They actually pulled off the kidnapping of the grandson of the minister. Locked doors and windows don't mean anything to them. In fact, it'd be like I was hiding in a box. They could just open up to get me. I'd no longer stay at my home. Very sad and very frustrating. I killed Rina and Tepe. Finally regained a peaceful life with my father. How could this happen to me? I remembered what Keiichi-kun told me before. Express my feelings better than anything. Kano-san left us a huge parting gift. Why did she give me those terrifying scrapbooks? Because she was a crazy bitch? Why did she tell me the secret of that unthinkable conspiracy? Got me into this. Didn't do anything, it's all Mio-san's fault. Was interested in her stories. I was. The letter continued talking. I did. I did that out of curiosity. Let the memories of Ibaraki return and told Mio-san about them. I did. I depended on Mio-san, hoping that he could somehow save me from the memories I'd been trying to forget. I shouldn't have remembered anything about that bizarre incident. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten involved in that unthinkable conspiracy and I could have just played around with my friends today. I forgot to turn off a light. Okay. Even if I didn't know about the conspiracy, it still continued behind the scenes. And I would have been one member of the mob, running in a panic, not knowing what's going on the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival. I would have been just swallowed up in their conspiracy anyway. Would I be happier if I faced that day without knowing anything? Would I be happier if I struggled, knowing about it, but ending up swallowed by it? I'm going to end up the same way no matter what I choose to do. I'll fight. Heard out white, purple. Oh, well, the white, I believe, that was just, that's just like Keiichi. So it would have started white, because we'd, like, started on Keiichi, but then it was, like, when it did want to indicate that it was specifically, like, from the perspective of Reina, that it was, pink. It did turn into light pink. For that initial cut. I remember that. I choose to do. I'll fight. I'll choose to fight. Because that's how I seized my happiness before. When Rina invaded my home, seducing my father, I felt like it was the end of the world. I lived on the verge of despair every day. I thought that was the worst misfortune that could befall anyone. But the way things are going, it wasn't really that bad at all. I had only two enemies, Rina Mamiya and Tepe Haojo. I knew my enemies, and I knew how many there were. I lured them out one by one and I attacked them in the dark. It was a very easy problem to solve. What about this one? I don't know who my enemies are, and I don't know how many or how strong they are. Even the people I once trusted might be my enemies. Can't possibly be sure. Totally different from the previous problem. This might be the end of the world. This time, really was the worst thing that could possibly happen. But, is that really the case? With Rina, I felt like it was the end of the world, but I no longer think it was that bad. So, this might turn out to be an easy problem to solve in the end, and I might be able to laugh about it someday. I know that day will come. I know it for sure. So I shouldn't think that this is the end of the world. Let's fight. I can fight. And still struggle. I'd eat grass and drink mud if I needed to. She's ready to go full Red Dawn Wolverines. Going to bet on the 1% chance even though it's unbelievably small. Mio-san didn't leave me the scrapbooks. I wouldn't even have been able to sit at the table to bet. I was lucky that I received the scrapbooks because they gave me the chance to choose my future. If I don't fight, they'll spread the terrible parasite. This village will face a great disaster. According to the legend, when the demons first came out of the swamp, people became demons right after being infected. It happened while they were inside the village. These days, symptoms appear only when infected. People leave the village, but that only applies to the later weak parasite. The original parasite can reenact the curse of Oyashiro-sama, even when the infected are in the village. The legend of Oyashiro-sama will be reborn. Humans and demons will start killing each other, and Oyashiro-sama will come down to pacify the disaster. That's what they want. They want people to prostrate themselves before that miracle, and only the people who truly worship Oyashiro-sama will be saved. I see. I know their true intention now. They're going to reenact the legend of Oyashiro-sama. After all, the villagers always say that Rika-chan is his reincarnation. The stage was all set. Going to use the parasite as the curse. So how are they going to make it look like Oyashiro-sama came down to pacify everyone? I get it. They must have some kind of medicine. Specific cure for the parasite. They recreated the stronger form of the parasite. They found a cure for it at the same time. We're going to use this cure to save only those who believe in Oyashiro-sama. As a result, this village will only have those fervent believers. They're going to make themselves the absolute rulers of Hinamizawa. Wait, I still might be underestimating them. Are they going to carry out that horrifying act of bioterrorism only inside Hinamizawa? History proves that, and their goal is to control others. People desire to spread their religion across a wide area. Sure that they conducted research, not only to bring back the primitive form of the parasite, but also to overcome its weakness, namely, that it only thrives in Hinamizawa. According to Mio-san's research, the parasite doesn't like its host to be far from the region. Its weakness is distance. They could extend the distance. They could extend the area where it can live. Wonder how far along their research is. By now, the parasite might be able to live not only in Hinamizawa, but in Okonomiya as well. Or maybe even in the city. The whole prefecture? Might be able to cover nearby prefectures as well. This is too serious to just call it a conspiracy. Horrifying enough and its scale large enough, call it a revolution. The day of revival is probably not far off. I can tell by how they killed Mio-san, and by the extent of their pressure they're putting on me. They're trying to get rid of the small fish bone stuck in their throat by any means, because that day is coming ever closer. I'm the only one who can stand up against their revolution. I can't trust anybody. I think I can trust Keiichi-kun. No one else. Mi-chan is out of the question. Can't trust Rika-chan either. Satoko-chan and Rika-chan stick together like superglue. Well, I can't trust Satoko-chan either. Can't trust any adults. Can't trust anybody. No one is on my side. I have to stand up against them alone. Clock is ticking towards that day. The ticking noise made me frustrated. Should I fight against them? What should I do? I need time to think. I need a place. A safe area where I could concentrate on thinking. Fortunately, I had such an area already. My hideout at the garbage dump. Nobody ever goes there.
so it's safe. Even if they found out about that place, I'm familiar with its surroundings. I know escape routes and places where I can hide. But it has a big shortcoming as a hiding place. It's not hard to imagine what that is. I don't have any stock of food there. That's why I came home. I opened one of my father's drawers and took out his cash box. Contents haven't changed since the last time I looked inside. There are many new 10,000 yen bills in the cash box. I took them all. Couldn't tell how many bills there actually were, but it looked to be about 80 of them.
Oh wait, hold on. Okay, times 10,000. $80,000? Yes. Yes, that is... Took me way too, so that would be... about... a bit less than $800, I believe, basically.
This should be plenty. If I have activated them long enough to use all this money, that would mean that I did pretty well. Plus, I might use it to buy someone off.
Wait. 10,000 would be 100. Oh wait, that would be more like a bit less than 8,000. Probably like 7,000 something. You can tell I'm awesome with math, okay?
You can never have too much money, especially in a situation like this. Can't take the bank book. If they were waiting in ambush at the bank, I'd be done for. It's too risky to withdraw money at the bank. I grabbed my backpack. I took the key for my bicycle. Put everything I think would be convenient to have into the backpack. I didn't care if it got heavy. I chewed what was necessary to carry around later at my hideout. If there ended up being something I didn't need, I could leave it there. I looked at the clock. It had been 30 minutes since I came home. I stayed here too long. Rushed out of the house. I went to a small convenience store and bought as much sweetbread, canned food as I could fit in my backpack. An old lady was at the register, probably suffering from dementia. She showed no interest in the extraordinary amount of food I was buying. But as soon as the manager of the store checked the sales that night, he'd find out. The idea didn't bother me, because I can no longer walk around the village in the daylight anyway. My backpack was full. The cans hurt my back as I walked. That didn't bother me either. Got to my hideout, still carrying the heavy backpack. I organized the stuff I brought. It was very heavy to carry. Now I had sufficient food. The abandoned construction office still has running water, so I could get some from there. I'd wanted to get some vegetables, but in a situation like this, I could hardly complain. After I organized things, I took out the scrapbooks I hid here, put my brain into top gear, flipping through the pages. So now what? Am I going to stand up against this gigantic conspiracy? Need to calm down, stay cool, but also to think fast. Might not be a lot of time, so I'd have to hurry. I don't know what to do. It's easy to run to school in the morning when I sleep. It's easy because I know where I should go. Now, I don't know where I should go to, what I should do. Now that I've come to this point, I should tell Oishi-san everything. Highly likely he's an enemy, but that doesn't matter anymore. If it was true, I'd just declare war. But if he's on my side, he'd be my only remaining hope. I'm far too weak to stand alone against the terrifying scale of this conspiracy, poised to instill fear throughout Japan. I'd have to use a public phone to make the phone call. There's only one public phone in this village that stands at a place where it's hard for people to spot you. That phone booth stands in the middle of nowhere, where nobody really comes around. Many bugs gather around the light when it's dark, and it's not a pleasant place to go to. I can't think of any other public phones I can use to contact Oishi-san without being seen. Even though it stands in the middle of nowhere, it's still dangerous to use in the daylight. I should wait until nightfall and take advantage of the darkness. I heard that Oishi-san has been holed up in the station since Mio-san's murder case, so I should be able to reach him any time. I have the number for the direct line to his office, too. The sky was still bright. Though I had no time, I still had to wait for it to get dark. Frustrated, I glared at the sunset. I should find something to do. Couldn't waste any time that I had. There must be something to do. After I thought about what I could do, I found there was something I wanted to confirm. Something I've been worried about. I couldn't do anything else before it got dark anyway. Staying here doing nothing would just make me more frustrated. I made my decision and left the hideout. Regular bag. Reina's father paced up and down restlessly in front of his house. A bicycle appeared, its rider ringing the bell. Police officer! Here, over here! A police officer from the Hinamizawa police station had shown up. Having rushed to get there, he was breathing hard. Hope you didn't wait too long. Please, tell me what happened. No, I locked the door before I left. When I came back, the door was left open and... He led the police officer into the house. And look, the cash box was left open in my room. Is this how you found it? Didn't touch anything. Didn't touch the cash box itself because I thought they might have left fingerprints. I did touch the contents a little bit to check what was missing. What did they take? They didn't take my bank books or my personal seal, but they took the cash. They didn't take your bank books or personal seal, huh? You were lucky. Professional thieves today don't take bank books because they know how easily they can get caught by using them. This might be a professional cat burglar. Instead of taking the cash box with him, he opened it here. He has to be a pro. Know how much cash was in there? I haven't counted it for a long time, but I believe there are about 110,000 yen bills. Ah, I see. Wait, 100... no. 10, then that would mean it's 100... So, 1,000,000 yen. So, a bit less than $10,000. Dadgum. No, I didn't. But probably knew I kept some cash in the house. They? Who are they? Can you tell me more about them? Kind of an embarrassing story. Her name is Rina Mamiya and... Just then, the phone rang. Excuse me, I'll just go get that. Please, give me a minute. He grabbed the phone. Hello, this is the Ryugu residence. Ah, hello. This is my Bara. Is Reina-san there? No, she hasn't come back from school yet. She hasn't? Very sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you call back later? I'm sorry. Bye. He hung up after that. I was stunned. It didn't look like anything had changed on the surface. It was hard to find this place after all because it perfectly blends in with the surroundings. I only found this place again because I remembered there was a tree, the big lump of wood on it nearby. The spot where I buried the corpses was perfectly camouflaged, as if nothing had happened. That's why at first, I thought I came to the wrong place. but I could make certain once I stick a shovel in the ground. I'd be able to tell right away whether this place was dug up before or not. After several false starts, I found the exact spot where I buried the corpses. But the biggest problem of all is that there are no bags in there at all. Why? How come? Did I bury them deeper than this? No, I didn't. I remember exactly how deep I buried them. I know I didn't bury them deeper than this. I wasn't expecting this. I came here to check the corpses. Just wanted to do that to kill some time. Didn't want to stay in my hideout doing nothing. So I came back here to check if the corpses I buried were still there. I'd make sure that they were still there and I'd feel relieved. Supposed to go like that. Such an unexpected turn of events that I broke out in a cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? I don't need to calm down to think about what happened. Corpses can't come back to life and crawl out of the ground. Someone must have dug them out. Who did it? For what purpose? Anyone happen to see us burying the corpses here? Did they dig them out after we left? What if they handed them over to the police? No, it can't be. It's been quite a while since the day we buried them here. It was before the Watanagashi festival. The police did find the corpses. When Oishi contacted me, he had to know about Rina and Teppei. He didn't tell me anything about them. Don't think he was hiding anything on purpose either. That means the police don't know about Rina and Teppei yet. Then, why are the corpses gone? That would leave only one answer. Who knows about this place? One of us came back here, took out the bags and took them away. The first person who came to mind is Mion. I mean, the Sonozaki family. I can't think of a reason why they would do that. The murder of Rina and Teppei has nothing to do with them. I'm sure they don't want to get involved either, let alone be falsely accused. They must want to stay as far away from this case as possible. Why would they want to keep the corpses? Like keeping a joker even though you'll lose if you have the joker by the end of the game. If it was Michan, what would I do? What would I do if I was club president? Joker is a card that you want to get rid of. At least in the game I mentioned earlier. It becomes a powerful card in other games. What kind of game would that be? An electric shock ran through my spine. At the same time I realized it, they're one step ahead of me. The Sonozaki family got the corpses to use them as a joker. It's a wild card, trying to use them to sell me out to the police. The Sonozaki family is trying to kill me using their death squad, but they want to have insurance just in case they fail. The thing they're afraid of most is that I might work together with the police. If they prevent that from happening, I'd have no one to work with. If that happens, I no longer run away from them. I'd still be a fish in their pond. Going to use the corpses, sell me out to the police for the murder of Rina and Teppei. The police started seeing me as a suspect. They'd never listened to my story. They could have been my last hope. This will certainly turn them against me. But I'm sure the Sonozaki family doesn't want to use their joker unless absolutely necessary. After all, Mio and Sonozaki helped bury the corpses. Plus, they don't want the police to hover around Hinamizawa when the day of revival is so close. I'm going to call Oishi tonight. I'm going to ask him for help. I'm going to tell him everything, including the things I haven't even told Keiichi-kun. I don't know if Oishi-san will believe me. This is a gamble, and my chance of winning is very small. Plus my worst enemy has the joker, the bags with the corpses inside. Press with Mion. It's just what I expect from the leader of our club. This is a battle that I'm betting my life on, but to Mion this is like a board game, taking place across Hinamizawa itself. I grinned, repeating to myself that it's just a game. Put my life on the line for every club activity we do, because I don't want to suffer the punishment. This time, that's become the literal truth. There could be only one reason why they're trying so hard to drive me into a corner. Because They're afraid of me. Assumed I was just a little girl with no power running about in confusion. My enemy must not be thinking that way. They didn't think I was a threat to them. They wouldn't take risks like this to drive me into a corner. That means scrapbooks Mio-san left me must be way more dangerous to them than I think they are. I see. They have a joker. So do I. The joker I have is so deadly and so powerful, it can break their plot into pieces. That's why they're so eager to find me. Cornered mouse really can bite a cat. Felt my fear towards my enemy fade away all of a sudden. Just as I feared them, so do they fear me too. No, this is an evenly matched game. I don't have as bad a hand as I thought I did. I was right to come here. I found out about the card my enemy is holding. This is a big deal. Felt myself shiver with excitement. I grinned to encourage myself. I don't need to be here any longer. I know this place. They might come here to find me. Not safe for me to stay here for long. I decided to go back to my hideout. On the way back, I passed close to my house. I noticed something different right away. I hid behind a bush and looked at the front gate of my house. My father was talking to a police officer. I strained to catch their conversation. Yes, she usually parks it here. My father pointed to the place where I usually park my bicycle. Okay, please, let us know whenever your daughter comes back. I'll try to find her as well. Michan, you're good. Did you already play your... Michan, you're good. Did you already play your Joker? Mion always starts a battle by attacking without hesitation and wins. Seems like the police are already after me. My chance of being able to explain the conspiracy to Oishi was already small. This makes it even smaller. No. That's why I'm going to talk to Oishi. He sees the Sonozaki family as the enemy, and he's trying to expose everything about them before his retirement. That's why he'll be on my side. He's not going to fall for their trick. Of course, there's a very high possibility that everything was part of their trap from the very beginning. It's possible that he claimed the Sonozaki family was his enemy in order to make me believe that he's on my side. Their Joker is actually giving me hope. If Oishi is one of them, it would be too early to play their Joker. Oishi isn't one of them. That's what they got the Joker, so they can play it before I go to the police. No, wait. That might be a trick to make me think that way in order to make me trust Oishi. When Mion gives me two choices to choose from, it's usually better to choose the one I like without thinking too much. Mion, after all, likes to guess people's intentions in order to confuse them. So, when you think about a choice too much, you're already in her trap. Going to do as I planned. Going to call Oishi after it gets dark. He's going to become my ally. We can talk about the future. If he isn't, that I realized what I had to think about before it got dark. Dee, 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 dee. No. Don't worry about calling so late. I don't get paid overtime, but I'm on duty as long as I'm here. I started the conversation with an ordered greeting to try and gauge his reaction. It's a 50-50 chance that Oishi is one of them. If he's their pawn, he'll either lure me out somewhere he can arrest me, or he'll ask me where the scrapbooks are. If he didn't, that wouldn't prove anything. It's going to be difficult to determine if he's on my side or not. I'd have to tell him about the scrapbooks no matter what. My heart's beating very fast. Even if I was sure that Oishi isn't their pawn, still have to make him believe such a crazy story. I'd have to do that over the phone. Worrying wouldn't do anything for me. This is, I know, a gamble. I have but a small chance of winning. I didn't put my chips on the table, then the game wouldn't even start. Told you a little bit about this before. I think somebody is following me.
You sure about that?
Yes. I wasn't sure before. I thought it was just my imagination. Things have changed over the past few days, and now I'm certain.
What do you mean, things have changed?
A few cars have been following me. One of them is a white van with 4 men in it. They disguise themselves as gardeners, but they're actually attack units.
Attack units? You mean the Sonozaki family's death squad?
Yes. I'm pretty sure that's them. They came to my school today. I managed to escape from them in time, but it was very close.
But why would they do that? They think you're trying to sniff out their connection to Tomatake's murder?
Uishi hasn't mentioned the scrapbooks yet. Sounded rather unnatural to beat around the bush like that by mentioning Tomatake's murder. But as I haven't told him about the scrapbooks, it could be a legitimate reaction.
I think it's Reina that's saying it.
Tell you the truth. Just heard some bad news. To confirm it a bit before letting you know, but we did promise to share new information with each other. This is what I heard. Seems like the Sonozaki Corps and Okonomiya are on the move.
Are you talking about the Sonozaki Corps?
Yes. Might find it a bit of a shock. They ordered...
Oh, wait. Okay, it's Oishi sharing this. Okay, because I think I know what's... If I had to take a guess, I think it's because probably Heiichi and the gang learned whatever that brain is missing. So I bet Mion's best probably got some of her, like try to get some help or whatever just to find her. Since they think something bad happened to her. Would be understandable. They ordered their greenhorns to find a certain person.
Certain person?
My heart stopped for a moment upon hearing that. Oh, yep, it's Oishite.
Hard to believe.
You're the person they're looking for. They're trying to find you. Just got this information, so I don't know the reason why. They're mentioning your name.
Do you believe my story that my life is in danger?
Yes. Matches with my information perfectly. Ryuga-san, what's going on? Do you have any idea?
They're really looking for the scrapbooks I have. They want to know where they are, and they believe that I'm hiding them. They must be thinking that they'll be able to hide the information in the scrapbooks forever if they succeed in shutting my mouth. But I couldn't tell Oishi about that yet. I answered his question by asking him a question. About you, Oishi-san. Do you have any idea? I can't think of anything.
No, I'm afraid I don't. Hard to believe that the Sonozaki Corps are using their resources to capture an individual like you. But it's true. Came from a reliable source.
Might be the Sonozaki family who are after me, not just the Sonozaki Corps.
Very unusual for them to take action like this. They only do this when one of their people runs away with their money or something like that. It's usually some kind of trouble within the group. They've never done things like this to an honest person like you.
Well, I'm honored to be their very first one, but I need you to do something other than tell me that they've never done this before.
I understand, Ryuga-san. Please calm down. Isn't it your turn to tell me something now?
What do you mean?
Like I said, Sonozaki Corps don't take action like this often. They might be under some kind of misunderstanding, but still, it's very unusual that they would do something like this. Are you sure you have no idea? Could have gotten them confused about something without you knowing it. My guess is that you sniffed around the Sonozaki family and found out about a secret of theirs, or they think you did. Can't lead them to mobilize like that by doing nothing. What you did must have been obvious to them. Are you sure you have no idea?
Be my ally or my enemy. Still can't figure it out. This is it. Make your decision, Reina Ryugu. Maybe they're after me because I have Mio-san's scrapbooks. Mio-san. Mio Takano? Her scrapbooks. What do you mean? If he was my enemy, he wouldn't be able to hide his excitement. His voice remained steady. It didn't sound unusual when he said the word scrapbooks. Well, I met Mio-san at the library a few days before she was murdered. We talked and got along well, so she let me borrow some of her scrapbooks in which she wrote about her studies. Scrapbooks. Her studies. Yes. Mio-san was studying the history of Hinamizawa. She summed up her findings in those scrapbooks. I think when they killed Mio-san, they found out that some of her scrapbooks were missing, and also that she gave them to me. They're after the scrapbooks. Ryu-san, what in the world are you talking about? She collected all our research about Hinamizawa and its ancient past as Onikafuchi into these scrapbooks. She wrote about the origin of Oyashiro-sama's cult in them too. The origin of the cult of Oyashiro-sama? You mean the story about the man-eating demons? Yes. In her research, she discovered a very important secret about Oyashiro-sama. The secret was extremely blasphemous for the people who worship him. I see. Those people, the most devout believers, couldn't accept the result of her research. Oishi was taking notes. Could hear him writing something while he spoke. They killed Mio-san and they're trying to get at their scrapbooks. They weren't sure that I had them, so they followed me to find out. But I think they changed their plans yesterday. They're now trying to kill anyone they think is suspicious. I see. Doesn't sound good at all. I'm going to arrange a security detail for you. Let me take a look at the scrapbooks too. Might be able to find some clues about her murder. No. I mean, they might have pawns inside the police force. So don't worry about me. I can look after myself. Same with the scrapbooks. I'm going to try to destroy them, even if they were kept at the police station. Might be right. Sonozaki Corps is chasing after you because of an order from the head of the Sonozaki family. It means our enemy is the Sonozaki family itself. If so, I'm afraid I really can't guarantee that we don't have a traitor among us. Or is Oishi saying what I think he's saying? Darn it, you beat me to it. I was gonna do There's an imposter among us. Bump, bump, yep. Wee. I'm sure there's some people face palming out, listeners face palming out there, and I understand. That was kind of zoning out, but among nowhere, I get it. No. And also doing, don't worry, I'll get myself.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.
Alright. The worse and more cringe in me than I had this. Good for you, Tao. Good for you. Sticking by your guns. Sticking by your memes. Your gun memes. Beam guns? Beams? I don't know. Anyway. That's what I'm saying. Please don't worry about me, but I have a favor to ask you. Very important. Go ahead. also get Go ahead. What is it? According to Mio-san's research, there's a horrifying conspiracy at work in the shadows of Hinamizawa, about to be carried out in the near future. Conspiracy? That about? Got tense all of a sudden. I tell him everything, it's going to sound like a big lie. I should leave out the bizarre sounding parts for now. And actually make the story more credible. Fanatical worshippers of Oyashiro-sama are the ones behind the conspiracy. Since the Meiji era, belief in Oyashiro-sama has slowly disappeared, so they're trying to revive the majesty of Oyashiro-sama that the people of Onagafuchi once worshipped. Go on, I'm listening. Just writing this down. According to Mio-san's research, the origin of the legend of Oyashiro-sama... The origin of the legend of Oyashiro-sama lies in a primitive, endemic disease. People feared this endemic disease and called it the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and someone like a doctor treated the disease, and was then worshipped by the villagers as Oyashiro-sama himself. The village was then under his control. Oh, I see. It's interesting. Go on. The endemic disease was caused by a parasite unique to this region. It became weaker with every generation, and now it doesn't do any harm to people, as you can imagine. To them, a harmless endemic disease means no curse of Oyashiro-sama. No curse means no savior. They can't keep the sanctity of Oyashiro-sama like that. To revive the sanctity of Oyashiro-sama means they have to revive the endemic disease, right? That's right. They want to recreate the legend of Oyashiro-sama in order to make Oyashiro-sama a deity again. That's why they're trying to create the original parasite, because it can bring back the more powerful strain of the endemic disease. The true intention of the series of the mysterious deaths was to test the results of their research. And now they finally succeeded, reenacting the maggot's disease with Tomatake-san. Took them 5 years, but they managed to bring the parasite back to its original power. The hell? The goal is to spread the parasite, using the cure they developed to save only those who believe in Oyashiro-sama. Create for them a paradise. Are you sure it's all true? Scrapbooks say that most of the residents of Hinamizawa are infected by the parasite. There's medical evidence of its existence too. Can't believe it. Damn it. That hag Oryo is on death's door already. She can't just cross the sticks on her own. This is indiscriminate terrorism. The fact that Oishi is willing to be able to swallow everything hook, line, and sinker says wonderful things about his abilities as a detective, doesn't it? What the hell? The original parasite could only survive around Hinamizawa. There's a high probability that they've improved it to be able to survive in a wider area. Going to destroy not only Hinamizawa, but also Okinomiya, or even the entire city, the entire prefecture. Damn it. What should we do? Behind all this, the 3 families. Most likely the Sonozaki family is in charge, but I'm not sure if Oryo is the leader or not. I can only refer to them as they. I also have no idea how far this thing reaches. You know where they're doing all this research. I can shut it down. Don't know. Not in the scrapbooks either. You have any idea? Must be a big facility to do that kind of research. You can use a garage for remodeling guns or something like that. When it comes to parasites, I don't think that would be enough. Mio-san was a nurse at the Irie clinic. Do you think that could be it? I always thought it was a bit too big and fancy for a small village like Hinamizawa. Ah, Irie clinic. They'd need a specially designed facility. but advanced airtight containment among other considerations to be able to do research on dangerous parasites like this one. It's easy to equate suspicious research with a clinic facility. It also sounds too easy and a little cliché. At first, I thought they converted part of the clinic into a secret research center. It actually sounds a little too unrealistic. Anyway, I don't know where it is, so please find that out. Can't you just raid every suspicious place at once? As you know, we need a warrant for that kind of thing. There's a way I can get one even after doing a raid, but I'd need conclusive evidence that it was actually the research building in question in order to do that. Ishii is a police officer. Going to work as a police officer, he has to follow their rules. They really are planning on bioterrorism. There has to be a reason why they killed Mio-san as quickly. I think the reason because their day of revival isn't far off. Okay, I understand. I'll try to do what I can. With an unthinkable plan like this, I imagine it'd be difficult to keep all the Sonozaki family members on their side. I'm sure there are some who secretly are against it. Try to make contact with those people. Don't worry. Very good at things like this. Oishi laughed to try to cheer me up. I was upset with the work of the police before, but Oishi's positive reaction is very reliable. Oishi, get help. He's what you might call an outlaw. Oishi's greatest advantage to me is that he doesn't exactly play by the rules. Very encouraging that he's that kind of skill, especially since we have to act both very quickly, without conclusive evidence. The police normally investigate incidents after they've happened. That doesn't work in this case. If this incident actually does occur, it's going to be a big disaster. Mio-san exposed such a horrifying conspiracy. I'm scared. He met with a very sad end. He was burned in a drum in the mountains of Gifu. I feel very sorry for her. Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. We found something odd about her death. Something odd? Well, first I thought it had something to do with the case. But after hearing your conspiracy story, it's going to sound like nothing. Crime Lab probably just made a mistake. Please tell me, I want to know. Promised to tell each other everything, didn't we? I don't mean to hide it, just that it might sound like a silly horror story. Riga-san, you remember the night of Watanagashi? After the festival, you and 4 of your friends talked with Tomatake and Takano, didn't you? Yes, we did. Just talked for a few minutes or so, I think. Well, we found Takano's dead body that night. The crime lab in Gifu Prefecture said that she'd been dead for 24 hours when she was found. Okay, so that is the same every time then as well, that it wasn't just they find the body, but it's Hano, quotation mark, was dead 24 hours. So she was already deceased at her appearance of, or a Takano was there's been a thing about people having doubles. That's come up a number of times, so. That doesn't make sense. That's true. She had to be dead the night before the festival. What's that supposed to mean? Confused. She was found dead on the night of Watanagashi, and she had been dead for 24 hours. That means, in short, means she was already dead on the night of Watanagashi. So the Takano whom you saw on that night was a zombie. I got you, didn't I? Seriously, you're joking after all this? Okay. The hell, man. Well, like I said, I think they just made a mistake. Felt my brain freezing over. Wishy laughed, saying it sounded like a horror story from summer camp. Actually, the fact that Mio-san's time of death was off backed up her incredulous theories. How? I haven't mentioned this one to Oishi or Keiichi-kun. If I did, they'd start to doubt everything else I've said. That's how absolutely unbelievable this theory is. At any rate, the mismatch with the time of Mio-san's death means a lot. Irony. Mio-san came up with the theory and she proved it correct with her own life. No, not yet. It doesn't prove anything yet. Theory is true. Might happen again. No way, it can't be true. Still can't believe it. But Oishi just said it. He said Mio-san was already dead on the night of the festival. It means that the Mio-san who was walking arm in arm with Toмотake-san on that night wasn't Mio-san. Mio-san was already dead, but that wasn't her. That means she felt a new sensation, one I'd never felt in my life before. It wasn't an ordinary kind of dread. It was fear of the truth. No, fear is worse than the fear of accepting a truth you don't want to believe. Compared to this fear of being stalked by the Sonozaki family or being burned alive in an oil drum looks silly. That's how deep of a fear I felt, and I felt it crawling over my body. Ryugu-san, please listen to me. Understand you don't trust the police. It's true that the Sonozaki family has control over the entire city. There are some traitors at my station, too. You're in danger. And trust me, I want you to trust me as an individual person. I can provide shelter for you. It's in a place nobody knows but me. Please trust me. Don't doubt Oishi at this point. I actually think he is very reliable. Would have said yes without a second thought. The situation has drastically changed. If Mio-san's death backs up this unbelievable truth, I trust Oishi. I believe he'll find the enemy and take them down. I'd rather protect myself on my own than let someone else do it. The unbelievable truth is real, and I couldn't trust anybody except myself. No, even myself might appear before me too. Going full invasion of the body snatchers territory, aren't we? Oishi-san, thank you so much. Anyway, please find their research center and put a stop to their conspiracy. I'm going to hide somewhere for a while. I'll call you again. I noticed I've been on the phone too long. Been using this phone booth with a light on in the middle of the darkness. In other words, been telling everybody I'm here. Hello? Hello? Hung up. Oishi wanted to talk more. He clicked his tongue and put the phone down. His junior, Kamaga, rushed into the room. Oishi-san, it's getting really bad now. It's Tatsuyoshi Kasai who gave the Sonozaki Corps the order to find Reina Ryugu. Kasai? Kane Sonozaki's right-hand man? Tatsuya Kasai was a pretty high-ranking big shot, even amongst the boss's younger brothers. He used to be a boss of a subordinate branch. After suffering a bad injury during a gang war, he stepped down and now he served as the boss's aide. Akane Sonozaki relies especially on him. As her right-hand man, he's still feared even now. When Kasai moves, other gangs consider it as a declaration of war. They fear him very much. He's a warrior among warriors. He's been lying low these days, but he's led countless numbers of gang wars. He was also the leader of the professional attack squadron that went to the US to receive military training during the dam conflict. They were crazy enough to think of attacking the Ministry of Construction for real. Okay, so Oishi believes that too. In other words, as we've at least he sucks as a detective. He is the embodiment of the thing about if you always use a hammer, everything starts looking like a nail. Seriously, I swear I would have, like, if it weren't for the fact that we had, like, an ending section or whatever,
of in one of the chapters where we would find out that if if events unfold where Rika does die and there's a gas attack, whatever, that he survives, and honestly is doesn't like it and wants to find out or whatever, that I would really start to think that he may actually like have some he may actually be like causing stuff or whatever, or is a bad actor in some way. But no, he's just completely incompetent. Good. And likes harassing teenagers. Well, barely teenagers. Barely teenagers and small and just children. Thank you for the fluid check. Looks like it's causing quite an uproar among our informants. They're saying that Rene Ryugu must have found some kind of information very inconvenient for the Sonozaki Corps. I'm impressed at how to the point our informants actually are. Still, this is getting serious. Sato-san thinks it's the tape Aryo and the Ministry of Construction recorded during their secret negotiations. If that's true, it's going to cause quite a few deaths. More serious than that, Oishi thought. If your story is true, then this is a massive conspiracy. It's going to cause more than quite a few deaths. It might destroy the entire village, the entire prefecture. This is going to be the biggest terrorist strike in history. Rina Ryugu is in danger. Kuma-chan, arrange an unmarked patrol car to keep watch on our house. As of today, going to put Rina Ryugu under protection. She's convinced she's being threatened by the gang. I'll talk to the section manager later. Actually, Rina Ryugu seems to have run away from home. A police officer confirmed that a lot of money disappeared from her father's cash box. Sounds like she took it and ran away. I also had a call about a car belonging to the Sonozaki Corps parked in front of her house, too. What? Didn't you tell me that sooner? Rina Ryugu is in great danger. He wasn't calling me from our house then. We need to find her right away. Get me a car. Arrest the people parked in front of her house. Get some guys over here. Are coming with me. Yes, sir. What? Rina-san wasn't at home? It's pretty late. Yes. I waited in front of her house for a while. She didn't come home. Maybe she's at a friend's place. She might be at Sis's house with her other friends, doing their club activities or whatever. Jian was lying on the sofa, picturing her sister and her friends fooling around and playing games like they always did. I thought so too, so I stopped by Mion-san's house, but Reina-san wasn't there either. Mion-san was worried about her too. Oh, really? Well, I wonder what happened to her. He might have been caught by some hoodlum, though that would be unusual. I told my staff to look for her just in case. I don't think that's what happened. She's not as weak as she looks. Anyway, why did she want to see me? Kasai took off his jacket. Kion only told him to go see Reina because she heard that Reina had requested to see him in person. Oh, thought I told you. She said she found something you lost. Reina-san... That whole thing. It's because of that thing from like way... Oh my gosh. It's... In case anyone forgot or wasn't there either, but there was the whole thing of back before like she took out Rina and Tepe. Initially her initial thought was like to actually speak to Kasai here in person,
since he was kind of like, since he was apparently like their, like an overboss of them somehow, or at least sort of like a supervisor or something. Not like their boss, but like just in terms of hierarchy, he could tell them to bugger off and they would do it with their tails between their legs. So her initial thought was, well, wait, if talk to whatever, and her excuse was that she found something in Kasai's, because she ran into Shion and Kasai at a place or whatever, like that coffee shop or whatever. So they are bringing that back. I'm impressed with the writing. I'm. That's not me being ironic or anything. I'm genuinely impressed by that. It's rather cute. I guess he thought he must have lost something really important. But, daggum. Hey, I guess she likes you or something. Oh, please. Anyway, I hope she's alright. Right then, the phone rang. Kasai answered it while loosening his tie. Yes? Yes. Understand. At once. Kasai sounded very serious, and Shion immediately figured out who he was talking to. Was it? Is it my father? Yes. The Sonozaki family has sent out an order to find Reina-san right away and to bring her to the main house. Hello, Kels. Welcome on in. You mean our Yo gave the order? I wonder what Reina-san did. Will she have to peel off her own fingernails? I hope our Yo goes easy on her. Poor girl. Okay. So, I'm guessing Kasai, because he went look for whatever, which is sort of like the initial thing that kind of like, and then when he couldn't find her, and then that kind of, and then, because when he run by like Mion to check if that's where she was, which meant Mion learned about that she hasn't come home or whatever, and apparently like the cat took the cash and left or whatever. But then Mion is like, did an all hands on deck, find Reina, she must be in big trouble. So in other words, there's a major misreading of the situation. Everyone, even the police informants are doing a massive misread of the situation. A hilariously bad misreading of the situation. Oh my gosh. Like, for once, we don't plan on doing something bad, okay? We're trying to not doing anything suspicious. We just want to find a missing girl. Reina hasn't come home yet? No. I heard that Reina ran away from home and that she's hiding somewhere. Hiding somewhere? What do you mean? Also, just got this information. Seems the police are looking for... What? Okay, because they maybe think the body's river. They might not. An unmarked patrol car is watching our house right now. Okay, everyone's misreading the respective situations of everyone else. You know, if it weren't for the fact that Reina is like freaking out, thinking everyone's out to get her, and she's gonna, this would be kind of a comedy of errors at the. If it weren't for the fact that there's been a murder and She's going through some severe paranoia issues. This I'm just picturing the Spider-Man memes where it's Spider-Man pointing at Spider-Man. Okay. It feels like the visual inspection. That feels like good visual representation of apparently what's going on in total. An unmarked patrol car is watching our house right now. Seems there are several patrol cars looking for her in the village. Uncle Kimiyoshi received a call from the police too. He is told to use the town network to find out if anybody knows where she is. Do you think they found the corpses we hid? Hid them deep in the mountains. They couldn't have found them that easily. No, it's 100% impossible. I guarantee you that. Mion did have them moved. She had someone dispose of them for it, like in a better spot. That's why okay. How can you be so sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I let the Sonozaki family take care of them. I moved the bags to a secret place. Yep. Secret place? Calm down, don't worry about it. I heard that there's a major logging project happening this summer on the mountain where we hid the corpses. Okay, so that's where it's... Okay, because we had gotten that notice. Okay. I arranged help and took care of it. I see. You're a very reliable person when you're on my side. You'd be a very scary person to have as an enemy. I recommend you never underestimate me. So it's not the corpses they're after. Why are the police trying to find her? I don't know. It seems like many gang members knew that Teppei Haoju and Rina Mamiya were trying to blackmail the Ryugu family. But that might be the reason why the police are after Reina. Don't think they consider her a suspect yet, but probably want her as a material witness. The same thing. Damn it. Rina finally regained her peaceful life. Not going to let them ruin it. Mion, we need to help her. Of course. Already told my family in Okinomiya to find her before the police can. You can trust the Sonozaki family. They can protect her from the police. 120% guaranteed. Just finding her first isn't going to solve the problem. We have to do something to clear her of suspicion. I'll think about that after we found her. We can make as many alibis as she needs, as many witnesses for the alibis as necessary. We have very good lawyers, too. We'll never abandon our friends when they're in trouble. That's right. We can save Reina. Damn it. She could do more than depend on you, Mion. Well, don't worry about it. It's okay to let someone else handle the situation when that person is better at it. This old man will take care of everything. Also, create an alibi to fool the cops watching the whole village. We'll say Reina was spotted near Gogura. Wider the search area, the fewer policemen in one place. See, that's a great idea. This is like nothing to us. We did more during the dam conflict. I'll protect Reina, and Kei-chan. Reina trusts you more than anybody. So, she might come to you. She does. Please protect her. And give me a call right away. Yeah, will do. Reina is a strong girl. She should be fine. She can overcome this. Yeah, I think so too. I hesitated to say something. Reina hadn't been her normal self lately. If she was her normal self, I've no doubt that she could overcome this. But Reina is deeply convinced that Takano-san's delusions are true. Reina believes the Sonozaki family is behind the conspiracy. I'm not sure if she'd trust the Sonozaki family to protect her. Don't worry, I'm her friend too. You'll understand once I sit down and talk to her. Just like Kei-chan and I cleared up our misunderstanding. I can do that with her. I still can't believe that you believe such a crazy story, though. Well, can't believe I did either. It's going to be the most embarrassing thing to ever happen in my life. I really was deeply convinced until I talked to Mion. Even after the promise of friendship we made, I doubted her. Kano-san was endowed with magic, and I think the scrapbooks she wrote also carried a spell. The scrapbooks can make people go mad. They're forbidden scrapbooks. Nobody was supposed to read them. Reina is captivated by the power of that magic, even after Takano-san's death. I have to wake her up. Got a very bad feeling about it. Oh, I'm sorry, someone is at the door. Might be the police. I have to go now. Okay. I'll tell them that Reina is hiding near Gogura. They ask you something. Just keep telling them you don't know anything. Okay, I got it. Leon waited for my answer, then hung up the phone. As she hung up, I slowly started to feel like Reina was being consumed by some huge, unthinkable fate. It's not only the police I'm worried about. I'm also worried because Reina is ensnared by the power of Takano-san's magic. I fear that she might be suffering from incredible anxiety. Right, Reina might be hiding her secret base in the garbage dump. Reina once told me that she used to spend time there when Rina-san was at her house. And she told me that she had the scrapbooks there too. She's hiding there. She must be hungry now. Should bring her something to eat. I went to the kitchen to look for some junk food. My mother looked confused. Mom, I'm going to go somewhere, but I'll be right back. This time? It's late. It's very important. I promise I'll be right back. And if Reina comes here while I'm gone, let her stay in my room. And if someone calls and asks you if she knows where he is, just tell them you don't know and hang up, okay? My mom looked angry that I was leaving the house at so late an hour, but I rushed out of the house before she could say anything. I grabbed a flashlight from the wall of the garage, got on my bicycle, and sped off into the darkness. The moon looked beautiful, but in a creepy way. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I know it's coming. Something is going to happen. The moon, seemingly knowing just what that something will be, looked like it was laughing at us, pacing back and forth in confusion. Damn it. Laugh all you want. Laugh at this funny story as much as you want. Not going to laugh. Going to fight. Going to smash through whatever fate is waiting for us. Reina, I hope you're there. Maybe my bicycle needs some oil. Making a lousy noise as I pedaled. Damn it. And my bicycle is laughing at us. Do-do. Do-do-do. Yay, we finished that chapter. We'll of course do the next one. Let's read what this tip is. I finished talking with Oishi on the phone and soon left the phone booth. Realized something. A chill ran through my body. I was in a phone booth that stood out tremendously in the dark. And the dialogue has gone completely bright red. Somebody must have seen me. Certain. I was being watched. Saw glowing eyes staring at me in the dark. Wasn't human. Is it an illusion? No. Knew who they were. Were the ones controlling the three families who ruled Hinamizawa. Its eye level was too low for it to be human, and its outline was vague. I knew it from the past records, that they were physically frail. The silhouette, which indicated its inhuman appearance, was unbelievably unrealistic, especially its protruding head. One of the scrapbooks I received from Mio-san described their appearance in detail. Their eyes were pure red, like blood. Their bodies smelled like ammonia, even though some of them at times had been captured around the world. All of them melted or disappeared, leaving no trace behind. The only traces remaining are the marks proving their descent to Earth. Right then, the impossible, unrealistic silhouette took a step closer, got closer and closer towards me, making a realistic noise as it crunched across the gravel. The noise pulled me back to the reality. Don't come closer, you monster! It kept walking towards me. Sounded like it was kicking pebbles everywhere as it walked. It was coming closer and closer. I was scared, so I said the same thing once again. This time the glass door of the phone booth I was. Distance started to rattle and shake. Bang! Made weird sounds as if struck by something. I screamed loudly in fear and started running. I ran so hard that it felt like my lungs were about to explode. Then I looked back, to find that the thing was no longer chasing after me. My imagination? No, it was just my imagination. Definitely heard the sound of the gravel being kicked and the phone booth rattling. I needed to calm down. Right then, I needed to make my heart stop beating so fast. I have to fight them eventually. Next time they appeared, I was going to strike back at them. Going to squash their heads with my big hatchet. Protecting Mizawa was my duty to do so. I wouldn't allow them to do whatever they wanted. I saw the lights flickering in my head again. Oh no, I know where this is going. I thought maybe when I was maybe remembering something wrong about something that's about to be introduced, but no, Some of y'all may got a few hints from from some lines she said or whatever, but somehow we're gonna go even more off the rails on a crazy train. Even if I turned on the light and my hat out, nobody would see it because of the piles of abandoned cars in the way. While I'm aware of that, I decided not to turn it on, just in case. It's a bit scary to hide in this quiet place alone in the dark holding my breath. I'd have to keep myself busy with something. My brain won't work properly. I don't even have the energy to think about what to do from now on. However, I don't have the courage to lie down, to sleep and regain my strength either. That's all I did at night. That's all I did all night. Oishi believes the Sonozaki family was behind the conspiracy. We can't do much without solid evidence. For that, he has to locate the facility where they're doing research on the parasite. But we have no idea where it is. I think the area clinic is still the most likely site, but I have no credible evidence. Really, don't think they do their research in a place so obvious even I could guess it. They might be using one of the bomb shelters that was built during the war as some kind of secret underground research center. Now that I come to think about it, I remember a secret building nobody is allowed into on the premises of the Furude Shrine. I think it's called the Ritual Storehouse. According to Miyo-san's research, the Furude Shrine is the center of the local worship of Oyashiro-sama. The priest keeps the tool for ceremonies in the Ritual Storehouse. One of the ceremonies in the bizarre festival, Watanagashi, the shrine storage must be something very sacred. If I remember right, Watanagashi was also a medical ritual designed to vaccinate and immunize people against the all-too-strong parasites. That means the tool they used for Watanagashi were medical ones. The tools were not puffer fish or carrots. But nice try. My guess is right. The Ritual Storehouse is the most sacred place in the village, as well as the most appropriate building to use for medical purposes. Suspicious. There might be a secret research center in the ritual storehouse. Damn it. Police should be performing a raid on the ritual storehouse, not the Irie clinic. Why didn't I think of that when I was talking with the Oishi on the phone earlier? Hope Oishi realizes this too. I go back to the phone booth and tell him about the ritual storehouse? When I thought about that, I heard a car coming closer and I held my breath. Not normal for a car to come here this late at night. I thought about many possible scary scenarios which made me nervous. For a while I saw the headlights of the car near the former dam construction office. The car must have passed me by and gone to the office. It's a deserted, empty office building. There's nothing there. And a place where people could visit this late at night. I was staring into the dark. The engine of the car stopped. Its headlights were turned off. I could see 2 flashlights flickering in the darkness. The lights moved into the office building. They must think I'm hiding there. I held my breath and kept watch on their movements. Can't tell who they are. I bet they're pawns of the Sonozaki family. They know that I ran away from home. They must be looking for me everywhere in the village. Though I needed to conceal my breath, my face started feeling itchy. I had the urge to stretch my legs. My own body infuriated me. Humidity made me sweat all over. So the back of my knees and my neck had been itchy for quite some time. Been itchy for quite a while. Knees weak, arms spaghetti. Scratching would make an unbelievable loud noise, so I decided not to scratch anymore. It usually doesn't make noise when I just scratch some mosquito bites. I'm probably just being nervous and overacting. There's quite the distance between me and them. I'm in the dark holding my breath. I wouldn't notice even if I sneezed, let alone scratched myself. I didn't want to make any noise at all. I tried to forget the itchiness. After all that, I ended up scratching everywhere like mad. I have to live in hiding like this for a while. I don't know how long I can go on when I'm so nervous on just the first night. I need to toughen up more so I can remain placid, even in a situation like this. I forced myself to relax, scratched my neck without hesitation, and tried to cope with the sticky sweat all over my body. I started getting hungry. My stomach growled. It's a good sign though, since it means I'm starting to relax. I can't eat yet. Make a lot of noise. Decided to wait until they finished looking for me and went away. Go away. Go away. I can eat if you go away. Seemed like the intentions I was sending out bore fruit. I had stopped looking around the building. However, I must have concentrated my thoughts too strongly. They were pointing their flashlights in my direction. Did they notice me? No. Not only that, they're walking towards me. I made my body as small as possible, hid under the blanket, and listened for their footsteps as carefully as I could. For a while, I heard their footsteps coming closer and closer. The footsteps are coming straight towards me. Must already know where I am, I think. Scary. No way they already know where I am. They did. Wouldn't have wasted their time looking for me around the office building. They wouldn't walk as slowly as they did. Just a coincidence that they're walking in this direction. Since I'm hiding under the blanket, can't see who they are. Don't know where they're shining their flashlights. But can't stick my head out from the window to see who they are either. Just have to stay motionless like a rock until I sense they're gone. They stopped when they came near my hideout. I could hear their conversation. Don't think she's here. Let's look somewhere else. You look over there. I could tell by the sound of their footsteps that they went separate ways, that each of them is walking around the piles of trash separately. I made this hideout of an abandoned car. I just redecorated it. On the outside, it still looks like nothing. It looks like nothing other than an abandoned car. Once you look inside, you instantly tell it's more than that. If they look inside, I'm done for. It's obvious that they're looking for me. With Sonozaki Core Attack Unit? If they find me, I'll be killed for sure. I know all too well that this place is perfect for murdering people. Killed 2 people here myself. If I can do it, it'll be no problem for them because they're real professional killers. Even so, there's nothing I can do right now, but to pray that they'll leave here soon. That time I heard a slight beeping sound. This is Atsushi. I can hear you loud and clear. Yes? Higura? Yes, understood. Wrong. Seems like Reina Ryugu is in Gogura. Somebody saw her there. Oh man, that's it. We'll never find her now. What are we gonna do now? In order. We have to bring her no matter what. We have to bring her to him. Okay, it's actually police officers that are looking for him. Or looking for her. And the him is Oishi. Since they're getting the false intel. Doesn't matter if she's in Sapporo or in Hakata. We have to find her. Impossible to find her though. We still have to look. Reina Ryugu has Mio Takano's scrapbooks and he wants them. Pretty upset about it. I'm sure they're worth a lot. He's gonna misread the situation once again. What are we going to do? Seems like I recall the others except the ones who are watching our house. We should go back to the office too. Let's have some barley tea or something. I heard their footsteps going further, then I didn't hear them anymore. For a while I heard the engine of their car starting. Finally got out from under the blanket and looked outside the window. The car made a U-turn and drove away. The sound of the engine faded into the darkness. I heaved a sigh of relief. I scratched all of my itchy mosquito bites, wiped the sticky sweat off my face and neck, finally allowed myself to cough. I had heard their conversation clearly. They're the pawns of the Sonozaki Corps without a doubt. Matches with what Oishi told me. They said something very important. They clearly said that they're after the scrapbooks. Up until now, I'd only assumed that they were chasing after me because I had Mio-san's scrapbooks. I could have forced myself to believe that it was just my assumption. But they said it loud and clear. We need to find Reina Ryugu. She has Mio Takano's scrapbooks. That's what they said. They also said that they're keeping watch on my house. I'm not surprised. It's exactly what I would do if I were them. I can't go back to my house anymore. It's out of the question. In fact, they said something way more important than any of that. They said Reina Ryugu was seen in Ogura. If I was in a normal situation, I'd probably think that that somebody saw a look-alike and I'd laugh out loud. But the situation is different now. Mio-san was dead, but she was at the festival. I'm here, but I was in Gogura. Mio-san wrote about it in her scrapbooks, and I didn't want to believe it. Coming closer to me, and I don't mean the Sonozaki family. Something beyond common sense is about to happen. Should I fight or should I run? I don't even know what I should do. I feel like I'm rooted to the spot with fear. Am I about to be eaten? Oh, no. I don't want to be eaten alive. I'm gonna run away if I can't win. If I can't run, I want to fight. I'm going to be happy. I know I am. I'm not going to sit pretty and let them get me. But the enemy Mio-san foretold of in the scrapbooks is coming closer to me. It's starting to eat me up. I'm in the garbage dump alone. If I disappeared right now without anybody knowing it, the person who was in Gogura would replace me and start living my life. Nobody would notice the change. My father wouldn't notice it. My friends wouldn't notice it. It would replace me without having anyone notice it. Wait. Many people close to me might have been replaced already. That's right. Sonozaki family's plotting bioterrorism. That's only a part of what they're planning. Mice possessed by them don't get scared of cats. As a result, they don't run away. They'll be eaten by the cats. They can move into the cats' bodies. Mice are only used by them for that purpose. It's not that they lose their fear of cats in order to help them achieve their purpose. Same thing goes with the Sonozaki family. They think they're doing things by their own will. They're just helping them without realizing it. That's exactly how they've lived so long, being the parasite. We're nothing but a bunch of mice to them. Most mice are stupid. They don't even notice their existence. They help them to achieve their purpose, thinking they're living their lives by their own will. Very rarely, a mouse with wits is born. This mouse notices that he's being used, and he also notices their existence. But nobody believes him, so it's not a big deal. Starts thinking that it was his mistake. He gets swallowed by them. Eventually, he disappears. Even more rarely, a mouse appears from nowhere, notices there is existence, and objectively proves it. That mouse was Mio-san. To them, this mouse was a rare and very dangerous existence. That's why they resorted to unbelievably bold and violent methods to try and eliminate that mouse when it appeared. Surprisingly, we knew about those measures. The stupid mice don't believe it. They don't notice that they are forcing them to not believe it, that they're helping them in the end. Okay. I think I may be able to finish this tonight, but I can't do the... That's if I don't do... If I stop doing the Reina voice during the non-dialogue dialogue. So... because it's a bit more it's more strenuous on my voice than just standard. If I do such a thing. Wonderful, riveting, dulcet tones there. Big hot. Well, sorry for the delay. Enjoy this totally relaxing music that's playing in the background. Okay. They killed Mio-san. And they tried to replace her. They made a mistake. We found the real corpse of Mio-san. That's why they failed to replace her. They'll try to kill me and replace me too. Or they'll replace my friends in order to get close to me. They'll look just like the real people. But they're totally different inside. They're an abnormal existence beyond our imagination. I know. They'll appear. No, they're already here. It appeared the day after Mio-san died. And it appeared in Golgura tonight. They'll keep coming. They're openly after me now. They'll keep coming. They'll keep coming. Right then, I heard somebody coming down the slope. Concealed my presence again, and I looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. Could see one flashlight. Looked like there was only one person now. Who is it? It's late at night. Shadow is very small. Can tell it isn't an adult. I felt a chill running through my body. Shined their flashlight towards my hideout, and its footsteps were coming straight towards me. Different from the other guys earlier. I can tell by the sound of the footsteps that it knows I'm hiding here for sure. No, must just be a coincidence. Just conceal myself again, and make it through this again. I made it through last time. Need to hide. Put the blanket over myself, made myself as small as possible, and kept telling myself that I was a stone. The footsteps kept coming closer and closer, and it knocked on the door of my hideout. With my eyes wide, I broke out in a nervous sweat. Trying to believe that the sound I heard was a knock, my mind went completely blank. Knocked on the door again. Feel a light shining on the blanket. Might be shining the flashlight on me. I still held back my fear. As I don't move, it can't put a finger on me. Kept telling myself that I was casting a spell. Tried not to shake in fear. It laughed. It just laughed at me because I thought I was still hiding perfectly. I still tried, as if I got out of the blanket. What are you scared of? Whoa. With the blanket, saw the owner of the voice. It is Rika-chan. Okay, the fact that it's Rika instead of Keiichi is kind of throwing me off. Why is she here? Why did she come to see me? I don't understand why she came all the way here alone this late at night. I realized all of a sudden, she looks just like Rika-chan on the outside. She's not her. She's just copying her appearance. It came to Mio-san, to me, and to Rika-chan. Decided to talk aggressively on purpose in order to work up courage before my fear crushed me down. Is that you, Rika-chan? Me? Who else do I look like? It answers just like the Rika-chan I know. But I know it's not Rika-chan. Rika-chan wouldn't come to a place like this so late at night. I know who you are. No, you're not Rika-chan. I'm afraid you can't deceive me like you can the others. Even though you look just like her, I know you're not Rika-chan. You're not my friend Rika Furude. Who are you? Rika looked stunned for a while. She looked as if she didn't understand what I was talking about. She pretended like that for too long. She really didn't know what I was talking about. She wouldn't be able to stand the silence for this long, but she kept quiet. She finally showed her true character. It laughed. It laughed at me because I figured out something that was almost impossible to figure out, that it was not Rika. Who are you? It didn't answer my question. It kept laughing for a while, then looked straight into my eyes in a way Rika-chan never did before. It said this. I don't think it said that.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
I also don't think it said... I'm pretty sure it's not Chris Hansen. Hi, Shooty. I've lived for quite a long time. You're the first one who penetrated my disguise.
Can I put my balls in your jar? Balls in your jar. Can I?
The answer is no.
Can I put my balls in your jar? Balls in your jar. Can I?
I've lived for quite a long time. You're the first one who penetrated my disguise. I always thought you had good intuition, but you're pretty good. Clearly spoke to me things that I was most afraid of. I was completely shocked. Like she told me everything that could possibly scare me. Didn't want to hear any of this. Something I can't possibly twist in a way I can comprehend. Okay. I don't think this is the not... Okay. I think Reina is still, like, not... She thinks it's something completely different. And so she's, like, totally off or whatever. Which... But she somehow managed to, like, figure out that it's... So, I think we've all figured out there's something about Rika. There's something strange about her. Movie reference, Lamau. Anyway, but, because we've definitely, noticed things about her, her knowing things she couldn't possibly know, and sometimes going into, some different form, which she's doing right now, but, whatever Reina thinks it is or whatever, in terms of, like, the disguise or whatever, Reina's is off. But it's working against her. She's both correct and incorrect at the same time. I'm sure it'll make more sense. But that's just if I remember this right. Okay, or anyway, let's just say I'm Rika for now. It's been a while since I started to call myself that. Oh, really? Been a while, huh? Like how long? Not that long. It's only been about 100 years. What? What are you talking about? Contradicting myself. I know the person who's standing in front of me isn't Rika. At the same time, I deny its existence. As long as humans hold this kind of emotion, they can never accept unknown existences. In other words, we can never accept them. You don't have to be scared. You're in the car. I'm outside of it. It's not easy for either of us to do something to the other. I think this is a perfect distance between us. No matter how long I've lived.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die? Can't hurt me, Jack. Nanomachine, son.
At silence freeze violence, but in the end it had to be this way. No matter how long I've lived, Rika Furude is still just a little kid. You're still stronger than me. Should be more careful than you, because you could snap and jump on me any time. I realized that this creepy thing that looks just like Rika is only here to talk to me. I felt my tension fade away a little bit. Still, I don't know what she wants to talk to me about at a place like this so late at night. Like a fish on a cutting board. Nothing I can do other than to wait and see what's going to happen. I waited for it to make a move for a while, and then it opened its mouth again. You're afraid of something, am I right? It uses sarcasm. Rika-chan's face looked uglier than ever when it smiled. I held back my fear and tried to reply firmly. Yes, thanks to you. So, what are you afraid of? You should know that better than anybody else. Hehehe. Told me earlier that we are safe from each other, because one was in the car and the other was standing outside. It's obvious that I'm the one who's being driven into a corner. While I'm talking it, I'd be surrounded by its minions. Got scared and tried to listen to the sounds of my surroundings carefully. Don't be scared. I came here to help you. You came here to help me? Really, I wonder how you're going to do that. You're just sick at the moment. You need medicine, that's all. You'd be interested if I told you I brought it along. Medicine? It put its hand in its pocket, took out a small case. It opened the case and showed me what was inside. What was in there made me gasp in surprise. A syringe? Not normal for a person to carry around a syringe. I have no idea what's going on. But what Rika-chan is holding in her hand is a syringe. There's no way I can twist that fact around. That's right. Contents of this syringe are going to help you get better. Help me get better? Huh. I know what it is. It's the drug that killed Toмотake-san. The parasite at its full strength. Give me the maggot disease. This is a different drug. The one that was used on Toмотake. This implies that you know what the drug that was used on Toмотake is. Concerned. I promise. It giggled. It isn't the giggling that scares me. I'm scared that it admitted the cause of Tomotake's death so easily. Also admitted the direct cause of the maggot disease that Toмотake died from. No, you're going to kill me in the same way he died. Reina and Galgura is going to replace me. Problem solved, right? I'm not going to let you give me the shot. Well, I knew you would say that. Syringe looks very suspicious, of course. Smarter than I thought. So what now? You going to gang up on me and give me the shot like you did to Toмотake-san? Tomotake's autopsy report said that he had bruises on his body that proved he was fighting against several people right before he died. That means they must have ganged up on him to give him the shot against his own will. I'd like to give you the injection by force, but it never really works. Could you say that in a way that makes that sound less suspicious? Or I guess you could say that in a way that makes that any more suspicious. How to be not suspicious. Do the opposite of whatever Rika is doing. Or I guess Rika in quotation marks is. So I gave up on doing that. Decided to let you choose to take it yourself. You kidding me? I want to take that creepy shot. Thought about it many times. Thought about how I could make you take the injection. Can't force you to take it. Can't make you agree to take it either. And it leaves me only one choice. I have to let you choose to take it. You should know my answer already. I'm not going to walk into such an obvious trap. But that's what I thought you'd say. I didn't expect you to choose to take it anyway. It heaved a sigh, made a gesture as if it is mocking me, and smiled bitterly. Looked as if it was saying that I'm a lower animal that can't understand it's being given a chance for salvation. I don't want to say I'll take the shot on a dare, but I know that's exactly what it's intending to do. Go back to your home and tell your friends that you failed to give me the shot. I'm going to let you beat me. I'm going to fight till the end. I'm going to seize the 1% chance of winning, and I'm going to destroy all of you. I see. You should try to do that. This world is going to end soon anyway. Hehehe. End soon. It has nothing to do with you. A frog sitting in a well Doesn't need to have any interest in the world outside, does it? Hehehe. This stage of the game said something very dubious. I tried hard to understand what this horrifying creature was trying to say. What are you going to do to me? Nothing. Whatever you want. What? It's almost too easy. As far as I know, do whatever you want means ignorance or release when your enemy says it to you. At the very least, it isn't a bad thing. Or does it have another meaning? In that way, I overinterpreted the meaning of the sentence, but then it said it again. Do whatever you want. Not interested in this Reina Ryugu anymore. Going to try to get along with the next Reina Ryugu. I have to pray that the next Reina Ryugu doesn't have such good intuition. Hehehe. Okay, I feel like this is maybe going on like that different sort of like the timeline thing. Like this thing is aware of that. Because like we know Keiichi had like seemed to have like memories of one of the other things that happened in one of the other chapters. Some sort of vague memory or whatever, so that's what this one's referring to if I had to take a guess. I was scared of it. Like I'd be scared of a judge handing down a death sentence. I used to try really hard to fix everything every time a little problem occurred. What's a Sakon? Sakon. Did I mispronounce something? I could have... If I said Sakon or whatever, I don't... I'm sure I meant to say something else. Wait. Gosh darn it. That started to occur to me of like, wait, right before you finished that, I started to have like that thought of like, wait, are they going to try to get me? Yep. Well played, well played. I used to try really hard to fix things every time a little problem occurred. But I got tired of it. I'm not interested in this Hinamizawa anymore. Going to find the next Hinamizawa. But you only have this one. I hope you live as best you can. It was telling me scary things one after the other. This was obviously a warning of Hinamizawa's destruction. It means the climax is coming soon. They have already prepared another Reina. When I lose to this fate, they're going to replace me with that Reina, as if nothing happened. They're very well organized. What humans are most afraid of is for their lives to lose all value. Your life becomes worthless when you're told that you have a replacement. It's like an indirect death sentence. It closed the syringe case and put it back into its pocket. It turned around and started climbing up the slope. At the top, it looked back and spoke without as much as an evil smile. Well, goodbye, this Reina Ryugu. I hope I can get along with the next Reina Ryugu. I shouldn't worry, because I do usually get along with them. I'm not going to let you replace me with the next Reina Ryugu. I'm the only Reina Ryugu. Not going to let you do it. Never ever. I wondered if my scream was reaching it. It looked at me coldly. It looked at me as if I was just an image of the past on a TV screen. It's fun to have a conversation like this once in a while, huh? That laughter gradually disappeared into the darkness. It disappeared into the darkness as well. I was the only one left there, forsaken, and they don't care if I disappear. They told me I should struggle as much as I want because it doesn't matter anyway. They already have a replacement. They don't need me in their Hinuizawa anymore, because my intuition is too sharp. When I realized that, I noticed that this garbage dump is the perfect grave for me. Then I realized that this place wouldn't work as a hideout anymore. I'd best start packing and move somewhere else. It told me to struggle as much as I want. I'm going to do just that, damn it. Damn it. I have to get ready to move out from here. I'm going to put everything back into my backpack. I have to leave here as soon as possible. The light of the flashlight wasn't enough to see by, so I turned the table lamp on. The light made things show up very clearly. When I reached my backpack, I realized something and gasped in surprise. Hello, Foxglove. The palm of my hand was covered with an eerie liquid. Thought I'd wiped off my sticky sweat earlier. You were off by 20 seconds to do that. But it wasn't my sweat. Where did this blood come from? I realized it right away. I was scratching the mosquito bites on my neck earlier, and I scratched them until it bled. When I noticed that, I remembered the sensation, the mixture of pain and itchiness. I felt something moving near the wound on my neck, so I scratched it again to get rid of whatever it was. My hand got sticky and wet with blood again. I can't see what the things are because I don't have a mirror, but I know. They're already spreading throughout my entire body, causing the itchiness on my arms and the back of my knees. Thank you for the fluid check. If I'd never experienced this before, I think I got bitten by a bad bug or something. But unfortunately, I already know what's causing this itchiness. Why? I said it with hatred. Why here? It's the maggot disease without a doubt. If I cut the veins on my arms, the dusky red, gross things would flow out. But it's impossible. Didn't get any suspicious shots. It doesn't have to be a shot. They might have put the drug in my food, and I might have eaten it without noticing. You'd think they put it in food at my house, but I used to share lunch with my friends at school. They might have put it in the lunches. That Riku who visited Sura was shining the flashlight on me, so she knew that I was scratching my neck so hard it bled. Nevertheless, she acted like there was nothing wrong, and she told me that I wouldn't last long. Now I know why she was laughing at me in a sarcastic way. She knew that I wouldn't have much time left. She's very badly, but I can't scratch. The more I scratch, the itchier it gets. I'm not going to do the same thing as Tomotage-san did. But damn it. The itchiness might not be temporary. It might actually get worse. I don't know if it's going to stop soon or if it's going to last until I die from it. I don't know anything anymore. Just have to endure the itchiness. I wiped the blood. I wiped the blood on my neck with a towel. Clenched my teeth. Tried to erase the desire to scratch my neck. The wound was throbbing. I wanted to scratch it so badly, but I couldn't do that. I fought back the desire, biting the end of the towel. I scratched other parts of my body really hard in order to forget about the itchiness on my neck. It didn't really work. I just prayed for the itchiness to go away, closed my eyes and fought back the desire. It seemed to be the best way. Let my mind go blank, breathing hard for a while. Felt like the itchiness got a little better. I took a deep breath and immediately started panicking. Staying here is more dangerous than the itchiness. have to leave here as soon as possible. I felt it while packing my stuff. Felt the end coming closer, the end that Rika told me about earlier. I assumed I could live until the end, but I might have been wrong. I might follow the same path Toмотake-san took. Way before the end comes. I was sweating like crazy and it felt so nasty. I know it's not sweat, but I'm going to think that it's sweat for now. I wiped my neck with a towel and hurried to leave. This area has no street lights. I was scared to run fast when I could barely see. The moon lit up the sky, but not my steps. The only light I had to see was by my flashlight. The light was very weak. All I could see was the flat gravel road before me. Anything the flashlight couldn't reach was in total darkness. The expression often used in novels, pitch black, wouldn't be inappropriate. I might trip over an empty can or a rock any time. Not wanting to fall, I used the flashlight to its maximum extent to watch my step, but I was still a bit nervous. I started running slower and slower until I was just walking briskly. I just stopped running because I'm afraid of tripping in the dark. But I usually run around without watching my step during the day. I run around with Reina and Mion all the time. Even if I could see what's underfoot, I don't pay any attention. I don't think I might trip. Just keep running around without a care. Reina might be feeling the same way I am right now. For Reina, the light with which she illuminates the darkness of suspicion is too weak. In the darkness of the delusion she deeply believes in is getting darker and darker. That's why she's afraid to even walk on the same road she always used to take. Son, you have no idea. She fell for the contents of those ridiculous scrapbooks. People might laugh at her for that. Those scrapbooks aren't normal. They manipulate their readers' hearts, and with evil intent take advantage of their vulnerabilities. That evil intent captured my heart for one night. That's why I know how evil they are. They're just urban legends, like the prophecies of Nostradamus or the Purple Mirror. They're a bunch of feasible lies, and when you hear about them at first, you think they're too stupid to believe. Once you fall for them, it's hard to get them out of your mind for some reason. It'll be the year 1999 in less than 20 years. Everybody knows about the prophecy that the world will come to an end in July of 1999. There are even some TV shows about it too, which irresponsibly fan people's fears. But some people take it seriously. Those people think that the prophecy means the outbreak of nuclear war. So some of them are making shelters in their backyards. Some of them are thinking about freezing themselves by 1999, so that they won't be exposed to radiation, only waking up after it's gone. Those people are completely serious about it. When you think about it rationally, it's impossible that there'll be an outbreak of nuclear war in 1999. It's true that the Cold War makes us think that the final war will break out any time, but both powers are actually pointing their nuclear missiles at each other. They know there's nothing to gain for either of them to start a nuclear war. The Soviets might still do it. The Soviets would destroy the world if it meant eradicating liberalism. But that delusion that the Soviets might do it could be neatly swapped for the way Takano uses the Sonozaki family in our scrapbooks. When people create a large-scale delusion like the prophecies above, they always use an incomprehensible unknown enemy such as the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, or aliens. And they say something like, you never know, they might do something like that. Try and increase the credibility of their delusions without any evidence whatsoever. What did Takano-san know about the Sonozaki family? Nothing. All she did was use the history of Onagafuchi and say that the Sonozaki family is still working behind the scenes, plotting a horrifying conspiracy. It's just like one of those large-scale prophecies. It's nothing but just a stupid story like one about Nazi Germany, which says that Hitler is still alive and lives in an underground complex somewhere on the South Pole, continuing his plot to conquer the world. That's ridiculous. We all know he died in Argentina. I'm sorry. Reina usually doesn't believe in stupid stories like that. It was just bad timing, I suppose. It was right after she killed Rina Mamiya, and Tepe Haojo was caught by us. It was a state of panic when she heard the story. We were waiting for her to recover from the shock. But before she did and regained her strength of heart, a poison got into her and spread all throughout her body. When you're sick and have a weakened immune system, it's easy to get another disease. It's just like that. That's it. Reina's just sick right now. When you're very sick, in bed with a high fever, you sometimes feel like you might die from it. Most of the time, you're just overreacting. You get better soon after you take a medicine, eat healthy food, and sleep a lot. That's how she is right now. She caught a mental cold, that's all. She needs to get better soon. She might get caught by the police. I passed several patrol cars on my way. I hid every time I saw one since I didn't want to be questioned. I was probably passed by them twice. When I came close to Reina's house, I saw a car parked near the gate. It was obviously watching her house, trying to capture her when she arrived home. Mion ordered the Sonozaki family to find Reina to protect her from the police. Honestly, I'm not sure if they can. After all, Reina believes the Sonozaki family is after her. But if they don't find her, the police will eventually. If that happens, all of us who helped her bury the corpses will get caught by the police in the end. I don't know how or why the police came to suspect her. I think they only have circumstantial evidence. I don't think they know she did it for sure. Since they're looking everywhere for her now, she must have some kind of reliable evidence. Come on. You don't have time to play around with Takano-san's scrapbooks right now. The police are after you. It was so dark that I couldn't be sure if she was down there. But I made up my mind and headed down the slope, carefully shining my flashlight to light my way. I wanted to loudly call out Reina's name. There might be some policemen nearby looking for her. Walked around a trash pile, and I saw a light. It was Reina. I ran towards her hideout, kicking aside the trash in my way. Reina was standing right in front of her hideout, holding a hatchet. Oh good, she's got she's got the not good look in her eyes. Couldn't blame her. She must have noticed all the noise I had made coming down the slope. Reina, it's me. Eiichi-kun? Ha! Sure have a lot of visitors tonight. Who else is here? Shone my flashlight around, but I didn't see anybody else. I'm leaving, because it's not safe here anymore. I don't want you to know where I'm going. Please don't follow me. Reina, what happened to your neck? You're bleeding. I'm okay. They might come back again, though. Reina's neck was all red. Looked like she had some kind of skin disease on her neck. She probably couldn't bear the itchiness and scratched it really hard. You need to do more than just wipe it with a towel. Come to my house. You need to clean it up. Don't worry about it. It isn't an injury. And it's too late anyway. Late? What do you mean? They must have put the drug in my food without me realizing it. The drug that killed Tomatake-san. Probably used a syringe to inject him with the drug, but they changed their methods this time. I think they put it in someone's lunch. Remember Michan gave a piece of her omelet to everyone the other day at lunch, don't you? You must have put it in the omelet. She's smart. Used a slow-acting drug this time. Damn it. Reina kicked the dirt with hatred. She was almost literally kicking Mion's goodwill to the curb. Hey, Reina. Seriously saying that Mion would do such a thing? Reina looked stunned. She stared straight at me. I noticed a slight accusation in her eyes. I can tell by looking into her eyes that she wants to say, "What are you talking about? I already told that the Sonozaki family, the mastermind behind the conspiracy." First of all, Mion didn't give out her omelet to everybody that day. Mion cut her omelet into 5 pieces, and she told us to take one if we wanted. Reina took the end piece of the omelet before anybody else took one. She said it looked cute and ate it right there. No, that's not what happened. Michan tried to make me eat the omelet because she put a drug in it. Reina, stop interpreting everything so conveniently. Mion just put the 5 pieces of the omelet on the lid of her lunchbox. No, she didn't. She gave out each piece to every one of us. Reina, think about it. Have we ever done something like that before? We usually take whatever we like from everybody else's lunch. Nobody has ever said something like, this is your piece, so take this, or this is her piece, so don't take that, you know? He looked at me with that accusation in her eyes. Reina, everything that comes out of my mouth must sound like a lie. Her, the fact that she was poisoned. She knows for sure that the drug was in the omelet. That's why she's contradicting me, because I'm saying something different. I didn't come here to make her mad. Realized that disagreeing would only escalate her anger, so I decided not to. Anyway, said this place isn't safe anymore. Where are you going to go then? Well, I'll find somewhere. Not that easy to find a place to sleep. Shouldn't you come to my house? I appreciate your offer, but I can't do that. The Sonozaki family is looking for me everywhere in the village. I don't think you'd betray me, but I don't think you can hide me from them either. It's not the Sonozaki family who are looking for you. The police. Why? Oishi-san is on my side. I told him to leave me alone. I don't think he's looking for me. I think they know that you killed Rina and Teppei. Oh, I see. I was relieved that we were finally on the same page, but I realized that I was wrong right away when she laughed in self-derision. You know how the police found out that I killed them? No, I have no idea. Nobody saw her killing them. Nobody saw us burying the corpses. Buried them deep in the mountains, and we camouflaged the spot perfectly. Plus, Mion moved them to a secret place afterwards. It's impossible that the corpses would be found. Went there this evening. Went there to check the spot where we buried them. That's what I found. Ah, that didn't sound good. Of course, Rina has no idea that Mion took care of the corpses. She'd think that the corpses were still buried there. Weren't there. Corpses. Somebody dug them out and carried them somewhere else. Reina. That's because, it's impossible that someone happened to dig them up. I chose the place. The only people who know about the place are me and my friends who were there. That's right. Well, the thing is, I know who did it. Michan. Didn't want me to work with the police. They needed to have some insurance. They didn't think they'd use the police to find me. Guess they don't care how it looks anymore as long as I'm captured. Do you really think Mion would do such a thing? She did. Michan sold me out. No, she didn't. Mion is your friend. We're all on your side no matter what happens. Even if the whole world turned against you, we'd still be on your side. Even if the whole ocean evaporated, Mion would never sell you out. I don't understand why you're defending her. It's just the opposite. I don't understand why you're doubting her. That's simple. Mio-san revealed the existence of the conspiracy to me, and the fanatics are... Shut up, shut up! Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I apologize. Please listen to me. Corpses are gone because Mion dug them out. See? I told you. Listen to me until I finish, okay? Mion dug them out because she found out that the place isn't going to be safe for much longer. There's a logging project scheduled to begin on that mountain this summer. That was why. That's why she dug them out. To save you from being caught. Reina laughed at me like I was stupid or something. Could tell she didn't understand anything I was saying. You get it? Michan made that up. Just wants to look good when you're around. He's a dirty bitch. Hey, what was she supposed to do? You saying that she should have left the corpses there? knowing that the Forestry Service would find them this summer? She couldn't do that because she's your friend. Can't you understand that Michan made everything up, including the logging project? You're the one who doesn't understand anything. After I yelled at her, she gave me an icy look. She stared into my eyes, trying to find out what I came here for. I came here to wake you up, possessed by an impossible delusion because of Takano-san's scrapbooks. At first, I thought it was interesting. This is getting way out of hand. You know why? Because they're making you sick. Oh, the girl who looked just like Rika-chan told me the same thing. You're actually right about that. I mean, I do have the maggot disease, so... No, you don't understand. Listen to me very carefully. You need to lie down and rest for a while, okay? Be a lot safer at Mion's house. He can protect you from the police. If you don't trust her, you can stay at my place. Either way, it's not good for you to stay somewhere uncomfortable like this. Just go to my house for now. We'll have some cold tea together. It'll cool your fever down. You'll realize how crazy all this was. What are you talking about, Keiji-kun? You saying that I'm crazy? I'm not crazy, you are. Don't know it. You're just being controlled by the parasite. Keiji-kun, think you have nothing to do with it. You're one of the victims. Just don't realize it. I'm not blaming you for that. I can save you. I can save everybody, so please, trust me for now. Think we're all crazy. Think everybody in this village is crazy and you're not. Is that what you're saying? Might even be spreading outside of Hinamizawa. They might have already spread it as far as Shishibone City, to the entire prefecture. I really am the only one who isn't crazy. I know that, thanks to Mio-san's scrapbooks. Thought you understood that too. Wait a second, Reina. You're saying everybody in the world is crazy except you. That's the same thing as saying you're the only one who's crazy. The world hasn't changed. Nobody is crazy. Nobody is your enemy. If you ask me, it's crazy to believe that you're the only one in this world who isn't crazy, and that everybody in this world is your enemy. In short, your only enemy is yourself. I feel sorry for you, Keiichi-kun. It's okay. It's not that easy to accept the facts Mio-san discovered. Even she wasn't sure about them. I understand if you can accept the truth. That's why I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight to save everybody. Beat them down and make them stop controlling you. And that's stupid. That's just idiotic. Feel sorry for me? You're stupid. Don't you understand? You still believe a crazy, stupid story like this. Just interpreting everything to suit your convenience. They have replacements for Mio-san, Rika-chan, and me. Going to replace me after I'm killed. What? Replacements? Are you seriously saying that? You know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. I haven't told you about this yet. True identity of the parasite is... aliens. I need a moment. Funny you should say that, Tal. Because but I'm a Sure. I watched like one of the the initial, I guess, season one of the series of adaptation of
of Higurashi here. So this volume is like the end of my knowledge. Next one I will have no freaking clue, which I'm looking forward to that. But I had vaguely remembered something about aliens, and then as it was going on, I thought I had like, okay, maybe I just remembered it something, or maybe the enemy's different. Then I was like on the last thing on the note where Isabel was talking about like the little things, and I was like, wait a minute. Little things with red eyes, and here comes the aliens. Aliens? Yes. Oyashiro-sama is also an alien. The description of his descending from the sky matches with alien theories from all over the world. Whenever a great civilization flourished, it was always the aliens who accomplished it. They have advanced knowledge. They came to Earth to help immature humans evolve. Hey, wait just a minute. You must be kidding, right, Reina? I told you should have been watching that History Channel. I told you. Parasite theory was interesting, but aliens? Oh, that's just nonsense. But Reina believes this theory so seriously. She feels sorry for me because I can't accept it. They've been controlling the community by living as parasites in human bodies. But sometimes, someone with sharp intuition comes along and tries to reveal the truth. They get rid of them in order to maintain their control of the community. They sometimes kidnap those people with sharp intuition and put a...
He's nuts. Ha! Got him.
No, it is not D's nuts. It is D's aliens. D's aliens, not D's nuts. That doesn't work. They replaced those people with their copies. They made a copy of Mio-san. They made a copy of me too. Rika-chan's copy just came by a few minutes ago. I talked to it. It admitted that it came from space. It told me that the end of the world is coming soon, and it laughed at me, saying I should struggle as much as I want. I'm going to fight. I'm not going to let them domesticate our species. Never ever. This is where you go, wait, so you're saying they helped humans evolve? Yes. But then they're also trying to domesticate us. And you're not wanting that to happen. Yes. But then wouldn't that have already happened? Like, the result of us is the fact that we're domesticated. The fact that we're not in... The fact that we're not Ugg and Oog bonking each other with with clubs over who gets to eat a mammoth or whatever is, it's the good part of the mammoth is, just... Anyway. Stupid. I stepped towards Raina and slapped her in the face. I was hoping it would turn her to sanity. Wake up. Raina. Did you forget? It happened here. Just a few days ago. We all took each other's hands here, didn't we? We promised we'd be a family made of friends forever. Raina played with her wrist. She didn't interrupt, so I continued. You're seriously saying that aliens are controlling the Earth? I'll believe you. Even if everybody in this world didn't, I would. That's because I'm your friend and I'm on your side no matter what. But I want you to listen to me too. I want you to listen to me because I'm your friend. Takano-san made up all the theories in the scrapbooks. It's true. Takano-san was an occult maniac. She enjoyed interpreting the old history of Hinamizawa any way she wanted. She made up ridiculous stories out of it. She read them to people for fun. The parasite isn't the only one she made up. There are stories about UFOs, some kind of creatures from the underworld, many other things. The one you read in the scrapbooks was just a new story she made up recently. Don't you remember that she liked to make fun of people? Was just making fun of you because you took her story so seriously. It was just a story she made up. Why was she killed? Her autopsy report said she had been dead for 24 hours when she was found. She was there at the festival. Why?
Are you going to explain the cause of Tomitake-san's death? What about the Sonozaki family? What about the legend of Hinamizawa? What about Oyashiro-sama and Rika-chan? Saying everything is made up? Saying that the whole world is lying to us? Stop making connections between everything. It's a typical symptom of paranoia. Don't think so hard. Just tired. Why you need to rest. All I'm going to do is offer you a place to relax. A bed and food. You can't trust my food, you don't have to eat it. Eat whatever you have. Anyway. Please, just trust me for now. My story makes more sense than yours. I have evidence to prove it. But all you're saying is that I should trust you. Is it obvious who is right? Yeah, it is obvious. Me. I'm right. How can you be so sure? It's easy. Because I'm your friend. Friends never betray one another. Friends always help each other. You have to believe that I'm right, even when the world says I'm wrong. Because I'm your friend. I heard a thud. Reina dropped the hatchet. She staggered, holding her head in her hands. She was muttering something and it looked like she was asking herself questions. Wants me to trust him. He has no evidence to prove he's right. It's being absurd. Maybe he's right and I'm wrong. Am I really just misunderstanding everything? Wonder if that was true. Wished I was wrong so many times. I wish Mio-san's scrapbooks are nothing but a bunch of stories, and the parasite doesn't exist. Some coincidences happened to connect together. I interpreted them in the wrong way. I really wish that was the case. Don't give up, Reina Ryugu. Be cool, Reina. This guy is poison in his words. He's trying to take advantage of my weakness. Everything is too obvious not to believe. It's obvious that aliens have been trying to invade the Earth, using this village as their base ever since it was called Onagafuchi. Keiichi-kun is a victim who's being controlled by them. He's just a victim. But when he grabbed my wrist really hard on that day, I could tell his intentions were true. I still remember the strength of his grip on my wrist. He tried to save me, his friend. I got lost in this crazy delusional maze so many times. I prayed over and over that somebody would help me. Now my prayers are answered, and Keiichi-kun is reaching for my hand again. Don't forget, Reina Ryugu. This guy says he's your friend, but he hasn't told you everything about himself. You remember? Oishi-san told you about it. He told me about what he found out. I didn't trust my friends. Oishi checked on everybody, including Keiichi-kun. That's why I know about what he did before he moved here. He looks like he's a good guy on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside. Can't trust him. I shouldn't trust him. So what? I don't care who he was before he moved here. Did many bad things in Ibaraki, too. Did many unforgivable things. I hurt my friends really bad. Broke the windows at the school and was suspended. He's a very bad girl. Did he treat me differently because of that? No, he didn't. Reina Ryugu is Reina Ryugu. He'll forgive me because it was Reina Ryugu who did all those bad things in Ibaraki. Won't forgive me. Should know better. Keiichi Maibara believes that I'm a kind and modest girl because he doesn't know Reina. If he found out about Reina, what would he do? He wouldn't do anything. Wouldn't be scared of me. Reina's Reina. Reina is a different girl. Same goes with Keiichi-kun. I don't care who he was before he moved here. We're even. Are you okay, Reina? Touch me. Reina knocked my hand aside when I reached for her. Keep saying you're my friend. You want me to trust you because of that. You need to believe that you're right even if the world says you're wrong. But of her mind, it's more delusional than anything else. I don't care what you say. I'm your friend. Everything I say for your sake. Don't doubt me. I know I'm right. Really? And can I ask you something? Anything. Friends don't keep secrets from another, right? Of course. I'm not hiding anything from you. You're lying. Not. Yes, you are. What's so funny? Keiichi-kun, you think you can keep it a secret from me, don't you? I know everything. I know what you did before you moved here. I know. I felt as if my entire body was covered in frosty needles. My body and mind froze all of a sudden. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. How come she knows about that? I asked Oishi-san to check on everybody. Everybody. So I know what you did before you came here. Stop it. Got it all wrong. You only targeted little girls. I have to tell Satoko and Rika-chan about it. Can't believe a dangerous person like you was near us the whole time. No, it wasn't like that. It just turned out that way. A series of attacks on school kids. Bravo. It has as strong an impact as the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. No, it wasn't like that. Wasn't like what? You shot little kids with a BB gun when they were walking alone on a deserted streets. A horrifying incident. Instilled fear in the whole city for a while. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner
I'm Chris
when they
Hansen
walked
with
between.
Dateline NBC.
Thankfully, it did not turn into a Chris Hansen moment. I mean, still, but not the Chris Hansen thing. Not Chris Hansen bad, okay. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner when they walked between home and school. You shot one of the girls in her eyes and she was badly injured. Fortunately, the damage wasn't permanent. You had a BB gun and you only shot little kids. How disgusting. Made you enjoy it so much. You must have really enjoyed it because you continued to do it for a long time. But then you turned yourself into the police, accompanied by your parents in a crisis of conscience. Couldn't even take responsibility for your actions on your own. Juvenile law was kind to you, wasn't it? Prevented your name from being disclosed to the public or the victims. Bet your father spent a lot of money to protect you. He paid a lot of compensation to settle the case out of court, and he had you placed on probation. After the case cooled down, he used the power of money once again to move far away from the city. Everything is solved, right? You're lucky that your father's so rich. No, it wasn't like that. Why didn't you tell us about it? You told me that you did nothing but study at your previous school. Why did you lie like that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie. Thought friends didn't keep secrets from one another, right? So that makes you not my friend. The blades of her words hit hard, and they made my eyes bleed. The blood was clear and it tasted salty. I can't trust you because of what you did in the past. Don't you ever think you can hide it from me. I remember how deeply I regretted it. I couldn't regret it enough. I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. I made a stupid mistake. She have to bring it up right now. I apologized and accepted everything, and I moved here to put it behind me. I wanted to have a fresh start in Hinamizawa. I swore to myself to live a clean life from then on. Everything is ruined now. I'll be a criminal, no matter where I go. I was stressed out with my exam studies. I was frustrated. I randomly shot people. Didn't care if it was girls or kids. Why did I do something so stupid? There's no reason. I had no reason to do that. I just wanted to get someone's attention. Didn't have the courage to tell my parents that I didn't want to study. Just wanted somebody to scold me, so I used a childish way to get attention. I regret what I did. I swear I'll never do something that stupid again. If I do it again, they can send me to the chair. If there was something I could do to completely be forgiven, I'd do it, no matter what it was. But no matter how deeply I regret it, and no matter how long I atone for my sin, I'll never be forgiven. That's why I want to sweep the whole thing under the carpet and have a fresh start. I have nothing to say if anybody tells me that forgetting my sin is an act of cowardice. Sins are sins. You can't just get rid of them. You have to carry them for the rest of your life. I know that's the fate of a sinner. If you don't want to live like that, don't be a sinner. Understand that logic too. Then, how we're sinners supposed to live. Anyway, you're not my friend. Not going to take any orders from somebody who isn't my friend. I need you to leave me alone for a while, okay? I didn't notice until she spoke that I was on my knees hanging my head. Reina picked up the hatchet she dropped earlier. I wanted her to hit my head with it. Yeah, that's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. Compared to the pain of my heart being torn to shreds, I'd rather she cut my head off. I believed it. I still believe it. Still believe it right at this moment. I believe that their friend. In fact, I'm starting to become aware of it. I want to believe that I'm their friend because I don't want to accept my past. Trying to tell myself that, but I feel stupid. Crying like this. My face is all messy with tears. Was never their friend. A sinner. I hid my past from them. I hid it because I was scared. I told her that friends don't hide anything from another. I hid my past from them. I hid my sin from them. My past has nothing to do with how I live my life here. If I ever attacked a kid in this village just because I was frustrated, wouldn't mind it if they killed me and cut me into pieces. I'll never do anything like that again. I just want to live normally. What I did before I moved here has nothing to do with my life now. For instance, Reina moved here too. I wouldn't change the way I see her. But if I found out she did something bad before she moved here. Right? I wouldn't. Would I? And if Reina beat some of her friends and broke all of the windows of her school, I wouldn't care because it happened in Ibaraki. I didn't do that in Himizawa. Reina is Reina. She's my best friend. That's why I wouldn't see her differently even if I found out about her past. It's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. It's a lie. I'd keep a distance from her if I found out that she really did such things. I'd be scared of her. I wouldn't try to listen to her. Why? It's just a rumor. Would I be scared of her? She's my best friend. If I was in her situation, would I reject her just like she did? Well, Reina's rejection of me is completely natural. What am I supposed to do? I was the only one crying. Reina wasn't crying. She looked at me as she was looking at something dirty. After giving me a nasty look, she disappeared into the darkness. Reina didn't forgive me. There's nothing I could do to atone for my sin but to keep crying still down on my knees. You have received new tips. Our reason to move to Hinamizawa. Okay, so this is the chapter 11. Now, was there 12 chapters or 13? I now looked this up last time. Higurashi. Chapter 6. How many sub chapters? That's Xenoblade. That's not about Higurashi. Why did you lead me that, Google? Why is this so... Yeah. Hold on. Is it Summer 13 and Tsumihoroboshi? Okay. There's 13. Apparently according to someone online. Someone online on Reddit. But we'll do this thing. Okay. We're done. Okay, we're just gonna continue. Probably 13, but we're gonna continue. We're gonna finish this bitch. We're basically approaching the climax, I'm pretty sure, so... I don't want to leave it on a cliffhanger. Also, we've been... Also, I think we should remove the alien guy, because it's... Bye, random alien dude. Okay, okay, we will leave the aliens guy out. A reason to move to Hinmizawa. I don't remember how many years ago it was. There was this beautiful village surrounded by nature. But the village was going to be submerged in water because of a new dam project. The villagers protested against it en masse. Thank you for the fluid check. His hair is comforting. They had held a sightseeing tour so beautiful from other places could enjoy local beauty. I joined the tour out of simple curiosity. Wanted to take a look at the nature that might sink under the water. When I got there, the place took my breath away. The air was so clean and clear. The landscape was beautiful beyond words. Since then, I was hooked on the inspiring nature of the place. I fell in love with the village so much that I was very glad when I heard that the dam project was cancelled. The village is where I'm building our new house. When I visited there, I found a beautiful field of wildflowers. I saw 2 cute girls playing in that field. Both of them were very beautiful, long straight hair. Probably neighbors or best friends. I don't remember how they looked. One of them had a very beautiful face with a clear-cut profile for her age, and the other had a very pretty, innocent look. I'm sure both of them will grow up into fine, beautiful ladies in the future. They were running around in the field like they were dancing. I asked them if the field was their playground. They said they were playing in hopes that newcomers would move to the village. I saw a sign saying lot for sale. That was when I began to think that it might be a great place to live. There was nothing here, and things are a bit inconvenient compared to the life in a city. But I sincerely believe this was the best place for us to start a new life together as a family. A lot of things happened back in the city, but the past is the past. Best that we move on. We learned from our mistakes, and I hope we can start a new, more ideal life in this village. Keiichi, I hope you'll grow to love it here as much as I do. You? Happy to hear that. Also happy that we've been doing a lot better as a family since we moved here. Back in the city, we were far from close. Truly happy that we're able to start from scratch. Now that I come to think about it, never had a chance to have a conversation with you like this before. Keiichi, you know any 2 beautiful girls with long straight hair in your school? I think they're a lot younger than you. You know, 2 young beautiful girls, but no one has short hair, huh? I don't think they're the ones I saw. Want to know why I asked? Oh. Just wanted to ask them to be models for my portraits. I was thinking... Now is the time to use this.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
I was thinking about making them wear cute costumes. Ahem. Basically, I just wanted to see them again for artistic reasons. If you happen to see them, let your dad know, okay? Promise me, okay? Cough, cough. At least we know where Keiichi gets it from. The apple does not fall from the tree in that regard, apparently. At lunchtime, the next day, everybody in class was talking about Reina's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else. I do wonder where she went. Someone said that she was demoned away. Can they say such a thing? I can't believe their nerve. Ichi-san, you look down today. Meep. Satoko and Rika-chan noticed something odd about my attitude. I didn't sleep at all last night because of what Reina told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion and Rika-chan too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Reina? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it because they were my friends, but I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. They might despise me. Is there any benefit in telling them? There wasn't. I knew that for sure. Still wanted to tell them about it just because I thought it helped heal the pain I was feeling. What is this about, Keiichi-san? Well, it's the truth about myself. Appreciate if you listen to me. It's about what happened to me before I moved here. I was a kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier and my teachers praised me. I felt good. It's fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them and my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everybody expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself in thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teachers started to push me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes, was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention. When I found something I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. Happened to be studying for me. If it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all of my summer homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were. So I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I didn't know if I had a natural interest interest in violence, or if I was looking for it because of my frustration at the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first, I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that. Soon I started wanting to do something I should never have done. The box that my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Did I do something I shouldn't have? Yes, I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying more, but I forced myself to do so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore, but I didn't have the courage to do that. So I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was so overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That was all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothing or something. I didn't like that. So I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot, doing something good. I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good thing I'm doing. That was the unbelievable, selfish excuse I made. Thought I had a right to do things like that, because I was suffering myself.
And the crowd goes wild.
No, do not go wild when he... No, do not applaud him for shooting... for bonking small kids with a BB gun. Do not... I thought people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and to get hurt a little bit. So selfish and so arrogant, so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard that I'd knock out all my teeth. They started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everyone about the case, to warn them to be careful when playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. PTA issued a letter of warning and advice that took the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in that game I was playing. I didn't think I'd get caught someday. Didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street all alone. It was a very small girl. I don't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. The school had warned her not to.
I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC.
It was her fault. Just like always, I made a selfish excuse and attacked her. When the shots hit her in the back, she noticed she was attacked by somebody. Turned around. The natural reaction. At the time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot a kid, she cried in pain and ran away. But this girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. BB had hit her in the eye. Till that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. The girl howled in pain. For the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, but I couldn't take her to the hospital. Couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I worried that she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her, and I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of the human eye.
Emotional damage.
I think that was a little bit more than the emotional damage, unfortunately. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less, even if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep at the night, and I suffered from a high fever. My parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did was my own body. Before dawn, I woke my parents and confessed to my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face till it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself in to the police, accompanied by my parents. Satoko stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that. Is that all true? Yes, all true. Or I didn't tell you until now. What made you want to tell us? Mion asked me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement.
You don't want to be like this. This is disgusting. This is awful in every way. If I could kill it, I would. But I legally can't. But I've considered it.
That is right, man. Don't shoot small children with a BB gun. And yes, we realize the irony with that. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No. I'm just saying that I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, so I couldn't hide it from you anymore. What are you expecting us to do? I'm not expecting anything. I just... You're asking for forgiveness. Can't give it to you. Have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. Won't help any to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out. I don't want to do anything, but it's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends look annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as bitter medicine. Got what I deserved. Hey, Chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, but... I really don't agree. I don't agree either. Mion and Rika-chan obviously disagreed with my statement. Satoko nodded, following suit. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have lots of things we don't want to tell anyone else about it, like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. If I'd have to tell someone everything to be true friends with them, if I have to tell someone everything to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want to have them as friends at all. But... Keiichi, there's a difference between things you don't need to confess and things you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. Once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Fight. You turned yourself in to the police, and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin, and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do? You turned yourself in and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. Very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin, that you won't make the same mistake again. I only condone using live. Oh my goodness. Not something you have to confess to everybody. It's very true. I have many embarrassing stories that I'd rather not tell anyone. Satoko does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heap of them too. Meep, meep, meep. Satoko and Rika-chan fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and then looked back at me. Satoko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past that nobody needs to know about? No, no, no. A bit after that. She's saying that everybody has something they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, we all learn by trial and error. That's called life, you know? You do both good things and bad things in order to grow up. Rika's secret is that she's the Roadrunner. That's it. It explains everything. All the secrets of Hinabizawa are explained by the fact that Rika is the Roadrunner. Everything. It all adds up. Alien Roadrunner Rika. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. Same goes with everybody. Satoko, Rika-chan, and me too. Same applies to everybody in this class. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Meow meow. Hehehe. Well, I'm not proud of it or anything, but shooting at people with a BB gun is like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. During the dam conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding, it's all true. But it happened in the past. She doesn't have to tell you about it, even though she's your friend. Even though she's my friend? I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. I don't tell you about them because telling you wouldn't help in any way. If you feel better by telling us about your past, we'll listen. There's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're friends. I don't want to dig up a past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but we're happy if you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this. What you did in the city has nothing to do with who you are right now. You're a precious friend to us. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. Same thing goes the other way around. Even if you did something great in the city. But if you are a nasty person here, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then. In other words, Kei-chan, sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. And if anybody changed the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them. No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed at yourself. Am I wrong? What's the purpose of living if we can never earn redemption? And it was at that moment that Keiichi was inspired to go on in the future to make the game Red Dead Redemption. Trade offer I receive yip yip time use. I mean, it's on. All right, I'll get the counter up. And begin. Yip yip. Toko used to be a big baby who couldn't do anything by herself. Yip yip. She regretted it deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. Yip yip. That's why I admire Satoko today. Yip yip. Don't care how weak she used to be. Yip yip. Rika. Yip yip. What about you, Kei-chan? Yip yip. Are you going to change the way you see me because you know I used to be a very bad girl who was a regular at the police station? Yip yip. You won't, will you? Yip yip. I am who I am. Yip yip. Our friendship won't change. And we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? Yip yip. That's what being friends is all about, yip yip. What? Yip yip. What? Yip yip. What's going on? Yip yip. What's going down? Yip yip. Neon is trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face. Her expression became distorted all of a sudden, yip yip. Big teardrops, yip, fell from my eyes, yip yip. What? Yip yip. Why am I crying, yip yip? Let me just say this, yip yip. I didn't know anything about Satoshi, yip yip. As you all hid it from me, yip yip. We didn't mean to hide it, yip yip. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happen every year, right? Yip yip. That's because you didn't want to, yip yip. You didn't want to scare me, yip yip. Just because of that you left me out, yip yip. No, we didn't mean to, yip yip. Mion didn't know what to say, yip yip. She had tears in her eyes, yip yip. She thought she did me a favor, yip yip. She didn't know why it turned out like this, yip yip. She didn't want to make me scared of the village since I just moved here, yip yip. More reason did she need, yip yip. I asked you before, Mion, if there was a crime at the damn construction site, yip yip. You told me there was none, yip yip. There was a dismemberment lynch murder, yip yip. You lied, yip yip. I'm sorry, yip yip. I didn't mean to lie to you, yip yip. I thought friends didn't hide things from each other, yip yip. Right? Yip yip. Well, that makes us not friends, yip yip. Ah, yip yip. But our friends, yip yip. What are friends, yip yip. But were friends to me, yip yip. They were my true friends, yip yip. They really cared about me, yip yip. So nice to me and helped me feel at home in this village, yip yip. Couldn't have been happier, yip yip. Okay, and that is the end of yip yip time, yip yip. Hope you enjoyed it. Yip yip. Everything was great, wasn't it? Hey, Chan. Please don't. Mion seemed like she didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It was hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. It looked so sad. I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. Just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything like what friends were supposed to do. That's right. Such a fool. Mion was Mion. My best friend. I doubt her. Why? Kei-chan looks down these days. He just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. Probably caught a cold as a result. I see. And he needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma is making ohagi today. I'm going to ask her to give me some so we can bring them to Kei-chan. Oi, Mion, wash your hands first. So, Rada-chan, you'd like to try making one too? Wow, that looks fun. Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go. Hehehe. I have a great idea. What is it, Mi-chan? What's that little bottle? What is it? It's not fun to have only sweet ohagi, you know? Hehe. Let's put hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake them up for sure. That's right. That's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me get better. They only tried to cheer me up. I get so scared of them. Because Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mart. I grew terrified of her. You don't look good. You should go lie down. That's right. And we should leave. Just wanted to cheer me up with a joke. Because I look so serious. See ya. Please get better soon. Gonna hang out in the club together tomorrow. Was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates who were absent with a cold? No, I haven't. Never done such a nice thing to anybody because it's too much of a bother. They did that for me. Understand visiting a friend in the hospital. I just caught a cold. They came to visit me with ohagi so that I could get better soon. I've been thankful to them and said I'll get better soon and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say. What did I do instead? I locked the door, closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. Was I so scared of? Was I so afraid of? Didn't I say any words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was so scared of the ohagi they brought for me. Was I thinking? Impossible that there was a needle in one of them. There wasn't actually a needle at all. It was all in my head, because I had read a manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in people's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could also happen to me. For some reason, I thought there was a needle in the ohagi. So stupid, Keiichi. Why would your friends put a needle in food they only brought to make you get better? Crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought that it was some kind of mistake, and I should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do. What did I do? Splatter. Smash. Through the ohagi they had spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I get along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. Probably never have another one like that for the rest of my days. I know that, but I got scared and I doubted them. They noticed that I was acting odd. That's why they called the manager Irie. They thought a sedative might help me relax, so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun, the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. Knew Irie would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope. So she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt just like she did to Tomatake as punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home just because she wanted to do something funny. Okay, so we're getting all the memories from the correct. It's reviewing the events of chapter 1, volume 1, but as they actually happen, not as opposed to how Keiichi interpreted them. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me, because that's just what Mion is like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house, just because she wanted to cheer me up. Raina held me down tightly and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write on my shirt. I heard them. I heard them clearly. Heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. Heard them. Then why? Should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It's impossible. It's impossible. Why? Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? Ah. The numbness in my head receded and slowly felt blood start to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down there? For a few minutes? A lot longer than that. I looked up at the clock. My hands weren't moving at all, as if stopped while I had my eyes closed. The atmosphere in the room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier. It's quiet and gray. Raina wasn't holding me down. Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. All of that some kind of illusion? There's no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, kind I never had before. I was there with Raina and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time I felt some kind of relief too. The scary incident was just a illusion after all. Neither Reina nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. High. The question of why tears were forming in my eyes. Why? The question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Do know. So stupid. The hell was I doing? So pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much. She was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying down in a natural position near the window. She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall. It was Mion's. What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. I truly did thank all of you as my friends. Why did all this happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing the entrance exam of the schools we wanted to go to. My life was shaded and gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for a school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch. Our club activities and the festival. A warm liquid flowed out from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them. I couldn't stop it. Even though they attempted to kill me. No, they almost killed me. I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Is it an act? They kept playing perfectly to set me up until today. But only me who believed that they were my friends. Couldn't be. Rin and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days couldn't have been just a performance. Rin and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or an extraordinary existence called Oyashiro-sama possessed them and took over their consciousness. No matter what it was, both Reina and Mion are my best friends. I was stupid. Such a fool. Such a fool, such a fool, such a fool. I wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. My best friends. And why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't do anything wrong. I felt like everybody went crazy except me. I was such a fool, it was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Kate-chan. Something terrible. Never forgive myself.
I did not hit her. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh my... It does have a little bit of that kind of energy. Dang it, this is serious. How dare you make me crack up? How dare you? Okay. Okay. Gonna finish this. Gonna finish this tonight. Now I'm laughing at the fact that I'm cracking up and I... Oh my gosh. Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. That's a memory from a non-existent different world. Even though it happened in a different world. I killed Mion. I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I haven't thought until now that Mion was at fault for being killed. What is wrong with Keiichi-san? I don't know. Kei-chan, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I never let that happen. Okay? Quiet. There's no one in our club whom you could beat to death, Keiichi-san. No. Mion and Satoko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. So I could never earn redemption for this sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came in and noticed me crying. Wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like that very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs. You remember, don't you, Keiichi? You remember how you killed Reina and me? Yes, I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin. I pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There was blood everywhere and in the end I just died alone, without any regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin. I died alone. Keiichi, did you notice your sin just now? Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I just noticed it. Remember what I did, not here, but in a different world that looked just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me, but I didn't listen to them. Don't know why I did it.
That's right, everyone. The entire lesson of... It's about friendship. And trusting your friends. I mean, to be fair, it's an extremely clever and different way of presenting that. That's hits a bit harder than, Dear Princess Celestia, today I learned that... I think the writer-developer of this one's called 7th Expansion. 7th Expansion. You magnificent bastard. I didn't care if people were staring. Just kept crying. I would transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me. The tears that were coming out from my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan patting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan. Yeah. Although this implies that one of them is just standing there actually licking their eyeball. It's that one weird kid always in the corner. What's going on, guys? Blip. Blip. But the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort. I forgive you, Keiichi. What? Keiichi, you noticed your sin. Very difficult thing to do, and not something everybody can. Not everyone can understand how great you are, and hence, they can't forgive you. I can, because I know how great you are. Rika-chan. This is a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. That's impossible to do, but you did it. That is the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world. I don't understand anything Rika-chan was saying. I felt like she's the only one who understood that impossible memory I had. You should be able to understand what Reina Ryugu is going through right now. Yes, I understand. She's going through exactly the same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything. She can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that. She thinks that the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea. I failed. I didn't understand until I died.
No, I didn't even understand even after I died. How can I make Reina realize what I didn't even after that? Can't save her, I can't save her. No, because I was just like her. There's nothing I can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail, but that didn't mean Reina would too. There was no excuse not to save her because I thought she'd fail. After that, what did Reina do back then? I was going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. I beat her so many times her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Reina didn't block her head, even at the very last moment. She opened her arms towards me, like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her, and raised the metal bat up high. Reina told me then it was okay. Please, trust me. My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her, but I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed, but she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. Reina continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please, trust me. She risked her life to save me. Until her very last moments, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a little better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way Reina did for me. I'm going to save her. Reina risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. Did believe that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them. Until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Reina died for me. I can die for her too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Reina might be different. This world is messed up, but it doesn't mean that I can just quit. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. I believe in Reina and our friendship. In other words, don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Street. Sorry. Now I ruined the moment. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We will struggle together to seize our future. Rika-chan nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand in the pocket of her skirt. Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not going to lose hope in this world. I was tired from meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kind of gave up on Reina last night. I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing, and it can work miracles that can even alter the path of fate. So I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting till I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking. I know she wouldn't. Okay. I know she's saying it seriously. But in my head, I can't help but thinking, I have no idea what you two are talking about. I still think it more of like on that like of just kind of staring like I have no idea what you guys are doing.
He's nuts. Ha! Got him.
I know she's actually doing it like a concerned. I don't know what you're doing, but I'm your friend here. No idea what you two are talking about. Hehe. It's normal that you don't remember. Ichi is a special exception. Huh? I suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on. Rika-chan touched Satoko's forehead to hers. But please, remember one day, you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune. Please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi-san fought for me. Hard to believe. Hehe. Isn't that right, Keiichi? Rika-chan looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. Oh, I was sure. I'd risk my life for her. Satoko was my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. Yeah, you did. You did a lot for it. You beat them up, then beat them down, and then beat them all around. And do the hokey pokey and you turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Back. Smack, smack. I'd risk my life to save her. There might have even been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back to me, looking happy. My Barakun. Is that the teacher's been standing all like this? What the hell is going on today? I'm changing careers now. Maybe I should have gone to law school like my mother said I should. Chie, since I realized I'd finally calmed down, and she asked me that. Yes, everything is fine now. I'm sorry I worried you. Anyway, Mion. What? What is it? I walked towards her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what's going on. She bumped into the blackboard. Oh my gosh. He should do the arm thing or whatever, and then like in a manga or whatever, or maybe that's what she's hoping he might do. It's like, oh my gosh, is that going to happen? Is he going to do the arm thing and then smooch? Oh my gosh, be still, my heart. What is it, Kei-chan? Look serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What? What are you sorry for, Kei-chan? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything. So just listen to me. Very sorry. And the ohagi you made were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. I wanted to tell you that. I would go to school the next day and the day after that too. Wanted to tell you that I would see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. Very sorry that I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never ever again. So Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about. My sin wasn't forgiven yet. I need to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion. So I'll risk my life to save you too when you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Hey, Chan. You're making me blush. And smooch. Mion's face was bright red. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satoko was blushing too with a confused look on her face. But Rika-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We're going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Reina fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Reina. Just like she did for me, I was going to risk my life to save her. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibane. Meanwhile, at the League of Justice. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. Apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There's a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscape garden and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. Hold on, I'm wondering about something that I must do by checking the OG sprites. She's been nerfed. I'm not going to explain what. If you understand, you understand. If you don't, I'm not going to explain it. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here, despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm going to have today. Kiyo Mizute is famous for its fried bean curd, right? I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai-san. Been forever since we last met in person. Yeah, it's been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Neither do we. Coming from you, Oishi, it's really hard to believe you on that. Everybody knows how messy things get when you get involved. But I'd like to avoid that as much as possible since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicated that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please, follow me. I feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually, today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. Can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? The other side of the door, there were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as her formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both the police and the corps members in black suits. Hello. You must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Does Arcane count as a cartoon for the rating? Is that Netflix adaptation of, what is it, League of Legends or whatever it is? I blank out on the thing. If, League of, okay. I'd count that. I guess I'll count adaptations. Since it's specific, it's actually got its like full whatever. I'll count it in that. Hello, you must be the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please, take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look, and he tapped on the door. Oh, for those that are maybe wondering why your thing was brought up or whatever, it's because soon I'll be doing Soon I'll be doing a tier rating list of the hotness of various cartoon ladies in Western animation. So, and I am accepting requests and stuff like that, and that you can get a PNG of said character of one that would be awesome, but it's not required. And I guess a JPEG would also work too if it was like, if it's something that's like formatted in such a way in the type of picture that could fit easily like on a thing. So like if it were like a square and kind of, you know, focused on the character so it's easy to see or whatever on a tier list thing. Those can be submitted via Twitter or at me on Twitter, although I would prefer it or whatever on like via Discord. I have a specific thing under the Steeping Room on my Discord server. There is a section specifically dedicated for that, which is all the current information. But you can like at me on it on my Twitter, which I have the links to my Twitter on and below in my About Me. If you want to join my Discord or whatever, if you do exclamation and then Discord, it will show up. It will give you a link that should still be current. Let me know if it ever like doesn't work or something like that. But anyway, all right. Just in case anyone was wondering about it. Anyway, the waitress who had Mion gave Kasai a look, and he tapped on the door. The waitress who had been waiting behind the door started bringing out drinks. Wishi-san, what's going on here? Not sure. Let's enjoy the meal first. A dried bean curd is really famous, you know. Bean curd. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitresses and the other members of the Sonizaki Corps leave the room, and soon only Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai, were left in the room. Well, start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. But yes, Kasai wanted to talk to you about Reina Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Katsuyoshi Kasai and Reina Ryugu. Sonizaki family has nothing to do with this. For these private circumstances, Reina Ryugu lives an honest life. How can she have any kind of private connection with Kasai-san from the Yakuza? Kasai? Yes. Allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Reina at a coffee house in Okonomiya. He explained that Reina found something he lost there and that she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right. For argument's sake, why don't we assume that you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard that you told your members to find Reina Ryugu. And it's actually my fault. Reina-san's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark. So I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way here and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? See that you're making fun of us? Oishi, you make fun of yourself. Oishi looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. Oishi threatened them with a nasty smile, and it piled all the more tension onto the atmosphere in the room. Oishi-san, please don't. Tomoga tried to make him stand down. Others with hot tempers pair with others who are good at calming them down, just like how Yakuza do. Oishi backed off with a grin. Tomoga took over, continuing from there. So what are you trying to say? You not want us to intervene because this is a civil matter between Reina Ryugu and Katsuyoshi Kasai? It's not going to happen. I'm going to give her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain me why the police have to protect Reina Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her. Oishi answered bluntly. Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? Oishi? I feel like your phrasing is, might know something. Can't tell if he's being a dirty old man or just stupid. Actually, he could be. Actually, honestly, he's probably both. Oishi-san, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do. Oh, and what are we misunderstanding exactly? Your misunderstanding concerned the scrapbooks of Mio Takano that Reina Ryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she got straight to the point. You want to protect Reina Ryugu because she has the scrapbooks, isn't that right? Wishina's subordinates glared back at her without saying a word making it obvious that her guess was right. Sa? Connie gave him a look and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase. Every one of the officers assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in the suitcase, that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Sai opened the suitcase and showed the contents to the police. Are these... These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. Afraid we don't have the one she gave to Reina Ryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Do you mind if I take a look? No, feel free. You can talk after you're reading. I'll make my people leave if you like. You don't have to do that. Cops produced latex gloves from their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. We found them in Mio Takano's house in Okonomiya after she passed away. She and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks. You sure these are real? Without a doubt. Oishi-san, if Reina Ryugu has the other scrapbooks, that means... maybe the one she has, the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning the pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly. So all these have the same kind of contents as this one? Yes, they do. Feel free to take the time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers rapidly turned through the pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly. Oishi-san, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. This one says that the netherworld collided with this world and that dead souls flowed across the gap. We're going to use this as proof. Well, yours says something about the netherworld? Mine is about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one about the legacy of the Mu continent. This one about is Ozzy, a mysterious creature in an Onagafuchi swamp. We can surmise that Reina Ryugu most likely has the scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. I'm still comforted by his glorious hairline. It is impressive in its own weird way. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed in the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorists. But Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. Well, none couldn't happen to a nicer person. So bad it's him. Yup. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites. It was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Well, Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him. But now he was actually looking at it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onagafuchi. But Reina took them seriously, and so had Oishi. I'm sorry, I'm enjoying Oishi being in hot water and looking like a dumbass, okay? Since he brings nothing but misery everywhere he goes. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them and they stopped laughing. They need to stop laughing? He's gonna be retiring very soon. I don't think they need to worry about him. Snicker all you want, guys. He deserves it. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Reina Ryugu for the scrapbook she had. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of these two reasons, he believed in that occult bee novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. Let me ask you something. Why was Mio Takano killed? We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano and Jiro Tomatake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Come on, Oishi-san. Do you think we do... Come on, Oishi-san. You think we do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. He had said too much. Connie cleared her throat as if to condemn the statement, and that made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glared at the young successor, but he knew she was right. Then, why are you after Reina Ryugu? We're not. I admit it's our fault that we made it look like we were after her. For that, we apologize. The reasons which made Oishi take Reina's delusion seriously collapse one by one. I keep hearing his name as Oishi, not Uishi, and I keep laughing. Wait. I've been saying it wrong for a while. I've been saying it wrong, like, all the time I've done series. I don't think so. I think I've just, like, switched over to Oishi instead of Uishi. Oishi means... That's pretty good. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly. We'd like to ask you a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We're that Sankai from the police headquarters started work with the Public Safety Division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? They had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took Reina's story seriously and he wanted to find the research facility that was developing the parasite. He was intending to use it as proof of the potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the Task Force for Gang Groups and Public Safety. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, Public Safety doubted Oishi's source, because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their information network. But Oishi took advantage of his long career and his old friends, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke out in nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the damn conflict, but the era is reaching its end and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability, in line with these changing times. If we get raided now, we're going to lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something with those raids. Going to go through with them. If you find something, good for you. But if you don't, you know it'll cause a big liability issue that Even you won't escape lightly, Oishi-san. Alright, it sounds like you really do want an all-out war, huh? If that's what you want, please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. We'll take on the challenge any time. What? Kane Nozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back out now, but he knew it was a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in and tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, what will we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you those scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at the station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right now before his retirement, people who'd been looking for a chance for revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. They cut his base salary. There was no way he could avoid a big reduction. Oishi-san. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit his mistakes at his age. He grimaced with anger. Uma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm gonna get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Oishi stood up quickly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own. I want to confirm that the police and Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain the peace of this city. Therefore, we're going to put off doing the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oryo, appreciates your concern as well. Promised, we'll take the scrapbooks. There are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Reina Ryugu, you must turn her over to us immediately as well. I'm afraid the second one is unacceptable. Reina Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety and we'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano as a material witness, not as a suspect. Kane whispered to Mion. Mion in turn nodded and began to speak. Very well. We'll accept the second condition. Let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. We'll only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You weren't allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning right after we find her. We have no problem with that. You must contact us immediately after she's found. Well, as soon as we can. Kane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust. So please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Kane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and noisy, but he had as much guts as his superior did. Oishi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended, and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed it to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what was offered him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. We're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regard to the family head, Ryoyu-san. The officers left after bowing to Mion. For making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why didn't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly. Your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey, Kasai, have a waitress bring me a beer. But when you can let the grunts in and give them something cold to drink too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. I guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little embarrassed. By the way, I'm very impressed with Reina-chan for making a fool out of Oishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We can go see a play together or something. Kasai, whenever you see her next time, let her know I said that. Don't tell her any more creepy stories, alright? Of course, I'm well aware of that. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't grow any larger. The only remaining problem was Reina. Where could she be hiding? Hold on for a minute to get something real quick. I'll be right back.
Emotional damage.
Can I put my balls in your jaw?
It's a trap.
Balls in your jaw.
And the crowd goes wild.
Balls in your jaw. Balls in your jaw. Balls in your jaw.
You don't want to be like this. This is
I'm thinking it's a mistake.
If I could kill it, but I legally can't.
So I went up to him, and I stabbed him 37 times in the chest.
Sharing adventures and smiles. It's
Can't fight over every egg. Can't hurt me, Jack.
No point. And they got it.
I go away to get some milk because of because my stomach acid is being a jerk. I'll see about this.
Sending all my stupid friends to oblivion. You and the dark one could tuck it, bitches.
Well, you need to entertain yourself somehow with for since I didn't put on the be right back screen. So that's on me. Okay. Okay, wait. Be okay. I had Mexican for, and this also is probably a bit too on the spicy side for my stomach, so that I should be fine. My stomach had was just like a little bit. Anyway, back to the thing. Now severely overstated, I shall now go pee. Oh. I'm sorry. Sorry for the blurshness that is my redeems. I don't know, not blurs, they're just curt. Be honest. Ahem. Anyway. Before I went to bed, I headed to my window to close the curtain. I saw the shadow of a person near the porch. Could it be so late? Oh wait, we're back to Keiichi. Just regular voice. Okay. I didn't have to guess who it was. Only one person I knew who might come to me so late. I opened the window and looked more carefully this time. I was right. It was Reina. Was just standing there under the light. She was just standing there. There you go, you could, there's that clip contest, so, the last, that means the last day to put in is Sunday. Okay, the 30th. I wonder how long she'd been there for. It didn't look like she was going to ring the doorbell. Just standing there. She seemed to be asking herself whether to ring the doorbell or not. For how long had she been hesitating in front of my door? Looked like even standing was giving her a hard time. She looked very tired. I ran down the stairs, put my sandals on, and rushed out of the house. Reina looked surprised to see me even though I came out after making a lot of noise. Reina. Is that you? Reina. She looked relieved to see me for a moment. Then she soon glanced downward and looked sad again. How long have you been standing here? Don't know. Maybe since the sun set. Reina must have been staying somewhere outside for the last 2 days at the very least. Wasn't like she'd been camping for fun. In a state of high tension the whole time, believing that someone was trying to kill her. Reina looked utterly exhausted. Seemed to have taken care of the deep scratch she made on her neck the other day with some large band-aids. The band-aids had cute pictures that only made the wound on her neck look more painful. I saw some band-aids soaked with blood on her arms and body too.
I could tell she made them herself. She had more scars than she had last night. Anyway, let's go inside. You haven't eaten anything for 2 days, have you? When I tried to take her in the house, she refused with a vague expression on her face. It wasn't that she didn't want to go into the house. It was more like she had to refuse because she thought she didn't deserve it. Can't take it anymore. This moment, maggots are moving through my body. It's just really badly, and it feels like they're about to come out from everywhere. No. I think you have some kind of disease. Why don't you get some rest here? We'll go to the clinic first thing in the morning. We understand your delicate situation, so we'll see you in private. Oh no. I know it. I know exactly how Tomitake-san died. Trying not to do what he did for as long as possible. Reina believed she was given some kind of suspicious drug. Made her claw at her neck to death, just like Tomitake-san did. It convinced herself that it was going to happen. She wouldn't hear anything else right now. She really wanted somebody to help her. She wanted help. Someone tried to give her a hand. It looked like the hand of the devil. This was some kind of disease. Horribly depressing disease it was. I don't know how I'm going to die. I don't think I have much time. Not going to happen. Member of Unbeatable Club, Reina Ryugu. You're not going to die so easily. Thanks. Well, I wanted to say sorry before I die. Sorry? For what? Yesterday I said terrible things to you and I hurt your feelings. Must be talking about last night. She trusted me. When Oishi-san told her about my past, she felt betrayed. After that, everything I did out of goodwill seemed like the opposite to her. I know what it's like. Once felt the same way about you, Reina. Before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. Oh wait, that's her. Like before I moved here, I did many horrible things too. A lot, actually. I didn't know. I did is beyond comparison. Just shot someone with a toy gun. I hit somebody's head really hard with a metal baseball bat. We got hurt really badly. I also broke the windows in my school and... No, I know. I don't care about any of that. You did that before you moved here. That's why you stopped being Reina Ryugu and became Reina after you moved here, right? You're my best friend who's very kind, thoughtful, and fun. That's the most important thing. I don't care who you were before. Oh, was way worse than you were. No right to say you're not my friend. I felt the same way, too. I was afraid of you because I heard about your past. You knew. Reina laughed sadly. She seemed shocked to find out that I knew about her history when she thought I didn't. It was like, so what? Eh? Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Doesn't matter how bad you were before you moved here. You've been through ups and downs with tears and laughter. Since you moved to Hinamizawa, you've been living a proud life. The important thing is that you regret what you did. That's all that matters. You've grown up to be a respectable person. I don't care about your past. I should have noticed it earlier. Reina is Reina. That's why she's Reina Ryugu. I couldn't understand that simple thing when she said she wasn't Reina. Heard about my past too, right? Bad as well. Such a brat. I regret the stupid things I did. I thought moving here was a good opportunity for me to start over. I believe I've been the person I wanted to be since I moved to Hinamizawa. Isn't that the same with you, Reina? Doesn't matter how you lived in Ibaraki. The important thing is that you're Reina Ryugu. You wanted to be in Hinamizawa, so I don't care about whoever Reina Ryugu is. Yeah, you're right. We can start our life over as many times as we want. We might make a lot of mistakes and hurt ourselves. But that lets us become the people we want to be. Fall once or twice in your life, but that's life. We can't let that beat us down. We have to keep growing. So, I was such an asshole for getting scared of you because of your past. Doesn't matter how many times you fall. You go through a lot of pain, you can be kinder to others. I don't need to know your past. And even if I knew, it shouldn't have changed the way I treated you. Fools. We couldn't understand that until we went through things like this ourselves. Mion knew that from the beginning. We're such fools. We hurt each other and we made each other cry. So Reina Ryugu is and always will be my best friend forever. When you go through a hard time, I'll help you no matter what. Trust me on that. Thank you. I trust you, Keiichi-kun. It's very tragic. What she said isn't true. She probably didn't mean to lie, but I knew she didn't trust me from the bottom of her heart. My words didn't reach her. I knew that because Reina kept telling me to trust her that time. Kept saying those words, while I kept hitting her with the bat. They still didn't reach me. I don't think I have much time left. I'll try my best to save Hinamizawa, because wonderful people like you live here. Reina. I'm not going to let them take over this village. I'll fight so we can gain the peaceful days we had. Defeat their conspiracy. She said that she trusted me. She didn't understand anything I was saying. And if I kept telling her that the conspiracy was Takano-san's delusion, I wouldn't reach her. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Thank you for forgiving me. I do. Forgive you. Please forgive me for what I did to you. I'm going to save Hinamizawa, I promise. Keiichi-kun, will you help me? I trust you, only you, Keiichi-kun. We can save Hinamizawa together. Reina. Reina! I know how bad of a corner Reina was driven into. If I was her, I'd be walking around with a baseball bat, thinking every single person around me was my enemy. Reina cared about me so much. I saw her as my worst enemy. Reina, still trust me even when you're driven in this bad of a corner. Couldn't understand what you were saying. Beat you to death until you kept telling me to trust you. You're different. You still trust me. You're so... Why are you crying? Sorry, I'm sorry. Never betray you. I trust you, Reina, so please forgive me. I don't know what you're talking about. Always believed in me, Keiichi-kun. So I trust you too. I can trust you, right? The only one who trusts me, right? Tears fell from my eyes. I sobbed and nodded again and again to answer her. Tears welled up in Reina's eyes too. I knew it, putting our forehead together with tears in our eyes. I found a way to end this battle. Really? Yeah. Might not stand a chance, but this is the best and only resistance I can think of. Reina, I don't know what you're going to do, but if you do that, we can regain our happy days, right? Can't we? We have to. I'm not going to let you go anywhere. Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. I'm going to come from behind Victor and we'll regain our happy days for sure. We don't know what she had on her mind. It began with a delusion. It ended with a delusion. If I encouraged her too much, she twisted into an attack on her. I was like that at that time. I took Reina's goodwill as the complete opposite thing. I stopped denying her story. This was Reina's battle. It was her lonely battle she had to fight against her own delusion. The more we tried to help her, the more we drove her into a corner. I would always be there for her. Whenever she needed help, she could reach me. I wanted to let her know that if I just said one thing, I'm on your side until the very last moment. No matter what, I'm on your side. Even if I told her to trust me, I knew she couldn't right now. I knew that. I told her those words anyway. Even if she couldn't believe them, and if she tried to smash my head in, I'd say those words. I'd keep saying them until I die. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Everything will be over tomorrow. We'll win for sure. Then we can play around in the club together again. With everyone. Return to our happiest times. Although she wished to regain our happy times so badly, I couldn't get rid of the darkness that controlled her mind. I have to go now. I have to get ready for tomorrow. To tell the truth, I didn't want to let her go. I wanted to stop her even if I had to grab her arm. But I couldn't stop her like that. If I grabbed her arm, she wouldn't trust me anymore. Wait, Reina. What do you have to do to get ready for tomorrow? It's a secret. I might ask you for help later. You'll help me when I do, right? Of course. I nodded strongly so she could tell that I was still on her side. But I didn't know what her come from behind victory meant at this point. First thing I could think of was that she was going to invade the house of the Sonozaki family, which she thought was her enemy. So I called Mion to warn her after Reina left. Reina laughed bitterly and said, why does everybody want us to be the bad guys so much? She understood the situation. It'd be easier if we really did act like the bad guys. It might be better if we tied her down and took her to hospital. If it comes to that, I guess we have no choice. I want to believe her. For the last second. She still had the strong heart to trust me no matter how badly she'd been driven into a corner. It's not like me. Sure, she can defeat her delusion. It's hard for this old man to understand what you and Rika-chan have been talking about these days. Anything serious happened lately? I can say it happened lately in a way. I killed Mion a couple days after the festival. Sorry I've been talking crazy lately. Anyway, please don't lose confidence in Reina, alright? Hello, welcome on in, the real Satake. Hope you're doing well. No, I won't. Anyone can catch a cold of the heart sometimes. Just happened to Reina this time, and that's all. She has a relatively high fever, but I'm sure she'll get better soon, and we can laugh about this later. Not as bad as you think, Kei-chan. That silly Uishi admitted his mistake. He doesn't even know about you-know-what. But we'll just say Reina overreacted a little. This will be over. Really? You really think you can do that? Did you forget I'm the next head of the Sonozaki family? I have both the skill and the power to do that. This old man had a meeting with the Uishi at the restaurant today. We cleared up all the misunderstandings. Uishi was shaken in fear the whole time. Yeah, I'm pretty good, don't you think? How long have you been streaming? Streaming for? How long have I been streaming Higurashi? Let's see. Well, tonight we've been going 4.5 hours, actually. Then, as far as going through the Higurashi series, I started that back in October. So, we've been doing one volume and then something in between, a break, and then another volume. So we are currently on volume/chapter 6. If you're wondering how long I've been streaming, just period, I've been, I had, my 1 year streaming anniversary back in January, the 13th. Anyway. How many volumes are there? There's 9. There's 8 proper, but then the 9th one is honestly kind of like some bonus extra arcs. So, obviously we'll do the 9th one. Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. Oh, though, I do have all the VODs of all the stuff of Higurashi on YouTube, so if you do !YouTube, it'll link to my YouTube. I also have all the readings that I've done up on there. Well, all on convenient playlists. Anyway, Mion bragged about her achievement, laughing loudly. I could tell she was exaggerating a little. Is Avatar an anime? No, it's, you know, it's done in kind of like a little bit as far as like just artistic style or whatever, but that doesn't mean it's the studio is you know, it's a Western studio, specifically like an American one. It's so it meets the criteria if you're wondering. Yeah, so that stuff would be fine. Because there's quite a few series that have like kind of adopted like a similar, that have taken inspiration from kind of the anime aesthetic, but they're still, you know, they're still not made in Japan or whatever. So they would still, for that tier list stuff incoming. Anyway, compared to the sense of impending doom Reina seemed to be feeling, the others seemed to be taking it rather easy. It was all up to Reina now if she understood everything, to go back to the peaceful world she wished for. We were waiting for her to reach out to us. Just like we did by the abandoned car at the garbage dump that day. Reina, I couldn't win, but I know you can. Because you're the one who told me to have faith until the end. So I know you can win. That didn't mean that she could literally win the last battle she was talking about earlier. But Reina would win. She'd win and she'd regain her peaceful life. We have received 2 tips last night. Tomorrow is the day. Mean the day we die? Oh, is this Rika? And point in the same way. This time, just like the last time. I don't know about that. Very similar to the last one, but there are some things that were different too. Ichi remembered what happened. It's impossible. No way he could remember. There's no way he could know. The more you say that, it's absolutely impossible. The more it makes me feel like this is a real miracle. There's nothing we can do. It's going to end up the same way again. Not sure about that. Yes, it will. Everything will be over. And the Higurashi cry. And there's the title, everyone. Yay! It all going to end anyway? The more often you throw a die, the closer the total will get to the average. When you throw a die 100 times, even if a miracle happens and you get a 6 twice or get a 6 twice or 3 times in a row, the total will average out in the end. It's a fact of statistics. When you throw a die 100 times, the total number ranges from 100 to 600. The more you throw, the greater the likelihood that the number will converge on the average. But the truth is, the more you throw, the more possible outcomes you create. There are 500 different futures you can create by throwing a die 100 times. There are 5,000 different futures you can create by throwing a die 1,000 times. There might be one future among them that enables you to actually finish this never-ending game of dice. Ichi showed me a miracle. It taught me it's not a waste of effort to keep throwing the die. Don't give in to something like an average. You think we'll never have a different ending, don't you? I can tell because it's written all over your face. I think so too. I think we're going to have the same ending this time again. But I'm not going to give up hope until I throw the die for the last time. Ichi taught me that. Something is going to be different this time. I'll try to believe in that. Rika, you're a very strong person. Yeah, I know. Because I'm a lot younger than you. Oh, Rika? Meep. Why are you still awake? God, it's not good to stay up so late. I'm sorry. Couldn't sleep, so I was just looking at the stars. Going to bed now. Please do. Good night, Rika. Good night, Satoko. I'm gonna guess that we're probably gonna learn who she's been talking, who's the what entity or whatever she's been talking to. The next volume. Okay. So this one's gonna be last subchapter for this volume. Let's go. Let's see how this dice lands. Please not sucky ending. Please not sucky ending. Not this time. Please give us a break. Walking with only Mion to school made me miss Reina a lot. What's wrong, Kei-chan? Why are you looking around? What? Oh, nothing. The same old path to school, but I felt nervous for some reason. I wondered what Reina meant when she said she was going to win a come-from-behind victory last night. I couldn't stop feeling like something dangerous was going to happen. Reina thought Mion was one of her enemies. She could be lying in wait to attack Mion with a knife. Don't worry. Reina isn't going to do something as rash as that. And if she does, I can protect myself. Mion said it brightly, as if trying to tell me she wasn't afraid of anything. But I couldn't be optimistic like her. I knew exactly what Reina was going through. Reina must be determined by now, and she probably wouldn't mind dying fighting against Mion if she wasn't going to win anyway. Of course, that didn't mean she was definitely going to take a violent action, but I couldn't deny the possibility either. This old man is more concerned about the reason why Reina went crazy all of a sudden. Is there any reason? I remembered the tragedy. I couldn't remember what made the world go crazy, but I remember we got lost in that awfully scary world. It started with small things. Those small things continued to pile up one after another. If you thought about it calmly, you'd laugh, because it was really a stupid thing. Once those little tiny stupid things started to bother you, you couldn't ignore them. It was that kind of disease, if you could call it one. There must have been a reason. There must have been a reason that made the world go crazy. It must be such a small thing that you couldn't even notice. Unfortunately, the reason was very difficult to understand, and you wouldn't be able to figure it out until you died. I have a relative who is a doctor. He said that if you have a tumor in specific parts of your brain, it can change your personality, make you a totally different person. People who suffered from this disease used to be considered haunted by devils or possessed by foxes, but people dramatized it like it was something occult. You mean, Reina is suffering from a physical disease in her brain? In our case, it might be better to say that it's a mental disease. Reina was upset and mentally unstable because of the murder of Rina and Teppei. At a time like that stupid Oishi told her about what happened to Tomitake-san in an exaggerated way. I think Oishi-san and Takano-san's scrapbooks have many things in common. Really? Like what? Well, he believes in the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa. But that's a delusion, isn't it? I mean, something actually did happen for 5 years in a row. But I think there's no series of murders in the first place. It was true that the mysterious incidents happened 5 years in a row. They were each solved individually. It was the same as a past you didn't need to talk about. We thought of them as a series of mysterious deaths, which is why we thought something was going to happen this year too. It led us to think that there was a conspiracy, that the Sonozaki family was behind it. We connected those things to this series of mysterious deaths, but we shouldn't do that in the first place. Just like I tried to keep my distance from Reina when I found out about her dark past. Isn't everybody trying to keep their distance from the dark past of Hinamizawa? Kano-san's scrapbooks are a good example. She dramatized both recent incidents and old cruel history. And she made feasible stories out of them, saying that the Sonozaki family was behind it all. Uishi-san did the same thing, too. He was so convinced that the Sonozaki family was behind it all that it was making him interpret things the wrong way. In that sense, we could say Uishi-san believed in the same delusion as Reina. Pardon me. I think the Sonozaki family is partially accountable for that because you guys act like you're behind it every time something happens. In this village, people think it's the doing of the Sonozaki family whenever something strange happens. It's like a magic word that makes everything settle down. Like those people who say they can explain all phenomena in this world with plasma. Thank you so much for gifting for the gifted sub Tao. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your you enjoy the emote shooty. Yeah. 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 Oh, thank you for the fluid check. Oh, and what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying all of this is the Sonozaki family's fault? Exactly, it's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. Enjoy the emotes. Exactly, it's all your fault. So I'll call you Plasma Mion from now on. Sounds like a wrestler's name. Oh wait, that was Keiichi who said that. Oh my gosh. Well, I like professional wrestlers. Hey, Kei-chan, do you know what abdominal stretching is? Stop, I don't want to wrestle with you in this freaking hot weather. No, that hurts. Stop. Did he just get suplexed by Mion? That's honestly a distinct possibility. There's something. Good morning, Keiichi-san. Good morning. Toko and Rika-chan looked a little sad when they saw only the two of us. If the three of us came to school together like always, they would have been really happy. But our classmates were as noisy as usual. Nobody seemed to make a big deal about Reina's absence. Chie-sensei was going to be here soon, and she'd start morning homeroom, there we go. Everyone was fooling around as if they didn't want to miss a second of the time until then. Hey, something stinks today. Close the windows. Silly, it'd be hotter in here if we do that. Smelled like gasoline or something, and it really stank. Someone from the forestry service must have been putting gasoline in the construction equipment or something. Anyone gonna do it? Okay, I guess it's up to me. That was not what... It just not... It just is dramatic newt tie. Some students near the window were making a fuss because they wanted to close the windows to shut out the smell. Our school wasn't a normal school compared to others. We were using a part of the forestry service building. Unusual things like this happen sometimes. This is nothing. I remember they once brought a few big piles of juniper branches. That was awful. It had this distinct irritating odor that gave us all headaches. What's a juniper? That sounds like it would smell nice, honestly. Although I guess if it was like too concentrated it would be, but I mean, from branches, I didn't think that it would. Anyway. Meep. That's the name of a vegetable. You sometimes put it in curry. Time you were pushed off our bread. Lamau, who hasn't been there? What? Look for it next time you go grocery shopping. Huh? I know little about vegetables, but it sounds like it would be better to make Rika and Keiichi-san taste it first, just in case. What? Our ball is missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Haojo? Boys seem to be looking for their ball for a while, and they yelled at Satoko. Why would I hide such a stupid thing? If I was going to hide anything, I'd hide something better than that. Hey, Chie-sensei is coming. Everybody take a seat. Hello, everyone. Get to your seats. I kept thinking about Reina the whole time during class. I thought about what she said last night. I wonder what our come from behind victory means. According to Takano-san's delusion, the masterminds behind the bioterrorism were the three families and a group of fanatical believers that controlled those three. In other words, the Sonozaki family. What could Reina do alone against them? Mion lived with her grandmother, the leader of the Sonozaki family. There were only two of them in the house. It was possible that Reina would try to break in their house with a knife. But I'd already come up with that possibility last night. That's why I called Mion and warned her. On the way to school this morning, Mion told me that some bodyguards from the Corps had been at her house since this morning. She told me she'd be guarded herself, too. There was a black car parked near the school gate. They must have been the bodyguards. But, according to Takano's parasite theory, the battle wouldn't end just by attacking the leader of the Sonozaki family. According to the illusion she believes in, the conditions of her victory were more complicated than that. She needed to expose the group of fanatics who were behind the Sonozaki family, and she needed to destroy their research on the parasite. Plus, Reina didn't have much time left thanks to that suspicious poison she mentioned. How exactly could she win a come-from-behind victory under circumstances like that? She might interpret that the town council are the group of fanatics. If so, she might attack them the next time they have a meeting at the shrine. The town council meets once a month at most. It'd be hard to believe that they were holding a meeting today. She probably thought the place researching the parasite is the Irie Clinic. Reina suspected that there was something fishy about the clinic from the beginning, and that suspicion must have changed to certainty in her head by now. That meant she was going to attack the clinic? This wasn't like an action movie. What could she do all by herself? Was she going to start a fire? No, that would be pointless. Or to expose the conspiracy, she'd have to get proof that they were actually studying the parasite. Was she going to break into the clinic and get questionable weird samples? The last problem of all was how much time she had left. She believed she didn't have much time left, especially under desperate, disadvantageous conditions. She might try to stab whoever she thought of as an enemy. But Reina sounded like she really believed she would regain her happy and peaceful days after everything was over. Reina probably meant she was going to stay alive and win. There's something like an antidote? It didn't have to be real. As long as it was an antidote to Reina's delusion, it didn't matter what it was. It could even be the water you washed your vegetables with. If she thought she could get the antidote so easily, she would have been so desperate about the time she has left. The antidote must be difficult for her to get. The easiest place for that, in her delusion, was that it was hidden somewhere in the clinic. Thinking all together like that, felt like Irie and his clinic were in danger. Now that I thought about it, the elderly people in the village, including the members of the town council, hung out in the waiting room of the clinic all the time. If most of the board members happened to gather there, for her it'd be the perfect place to attack. Told Mion about that during lunch break. If this were a normal situation, I'd say she wouldn't do such a stupid thing, but I can't actually deny the possibility. I'm going to call my house. I'll make sure they send some people to the clinic. Mion didn't object to my crazy idea. She put down her chopsticks and went to the teacher's office to make a phone call. Sounds so dangerous. I can hardly believe Renaissance going to do such a scary thing. You sure she's going to attack the clinic? Maybe she will. Maybe she won't. But if that happens, we're screwed. We need to prevent that disaster from happening. I hope nothing happens at all. Okay. I'll send 2 of our subordinates to the clinic. I don't think she'll do it. You'll never know what's going to happen. We capture her by force if she does? Honestly, I don't want to do that. What do you think we should do? We made an agreement with the cops that we're going to give Reina Ryugu to them right after we find her. So even if we use force to capture her, we won't get in trouble. I'm not worried about losing face, I just feel sorry for Reina. I really want to settle this calmly if possible. Well, she's still young, so as long as she didn't kill someone or something, all she has to do is apologize and everything will be fine. Well then, she might be out of our hands. Oh, I mean, you know, as long as they don't find out about it, she'll be safe. She'll definitely be safe. Nobody really cares about the disappearance of those 2 anyway. People think they ran away somewhere because they did something wrong. Those things happen all the time. But she's fine, don't worry about it. She's out, she's safe. What, are we playing baseball now? Anyway, please just be careful. Will do. It's okay to capture her by force, right? Don't make any mistakes. You have to get her. Please don't make it like a chase scene or anything like that. Oh, we're from Mion's perspective now, okay. I couldn't help but have a silly chat with Kasaya-san. When I put the phone down, I sensed Chie-sensei was looking at me. No wonder if she'd been able to hear the conversation clearly in this tiny room. Chie-sensei put her spoon down, and with a sad look on her face, she asked the following. Are you talking about Ryugo-san? Yeah. Onozaki-san, you know why Ryugo-san ran away from home? You're close, aren't you? Hard for anyone to understand Reina's situation except for me and Kei-chan. But most of them thought that Reina just ran away from home. But after she did, the cops made too much of a fuss over it. Luishi stupidly believed that the scrapbooks were the big scoop, and he overreacted in trying to find Reina. He had patrol cars run around everywhere in the village. He even used the town council's phone directory to find her. The people in the village thought that Reina did something wrong and was trying to run away from the cops. What was going to be difficult for me, more than finding her, was to make up a story to retrieve Reina's honor after they detain her. What about this? Reina went for a walk, fell down and hit her head on the edge of some tofu and lost her memory. Luishi misunderstood something big time and he thought she was a criminal. It was too easy. You know, we did make it clear that Oishi was the one who misunderstood everything at the meeting the other day. I had to make the best use of his name while he was feeling down for once. What I'd have to do was to not make a big deal about this situation, create an environment that allowed Reina to forget everything that happened, in order to get her life back together as soon as possible. Everything's gonna be fine, Chie-sensei. Reina's a little sick right now, that's all. A fat cop somehow made a lovely mistake and got things twisted around. You don't believe that Reina did something wrong and that she's trying to run from the police, do you? Of course not. Making her family worry by running away from home isn't a good thing to do either. She had a fight with her father and she ran away from home for a little while. She acted childish and that's all. Maybe that'd be the best story to go with. I wonder if she had some problems she couldn't talk to anyone about. I must be a bad teacher because I never realized it. I wish I could have sat down and talked with Ryuga-san before all this happened. Jay-sensei, you're taking it too seriously. You need to relax. Normal for young kids nowadays to run away from home for a while. No, what am I going to do if Ryuga-san becomes one of those bad kids and starts doing really bad things? Ryuga-san becomes a bad kid. He does something bad and gets arrested by the police. It's her teacher's responsibility. I'll be dishonorably discharged. I can't eat curry anymore. Wait. I can't eat curry anymore. I'm dead. Oh no. Oh wait, was that the teacher's trying to plot it? He's still Yeah. No. Chie-sensei seemed comically upset by her own imagination. It looked funny, so I decided to leave her alone. I made to leave the teacher's office to go back to the classroom, but right then the phone rang. Hello? Hello, this is the Hinamizawa Branch School. Since I answered the phone all day today because the principal was on a business trip. I exited the hallway. Then I heard the tone of her voice change. What? Where are you right now? What? What? I yelled and looked back at her. It's probably Reina. Called the school. Tried to go back inside the teacher's office, but Chie-sensei gestured at me not to come in. Chie-sensei acknowledged what Reina was saying several times, and then she looked up at the clock. Okay, I'll be there. I'm your teacher, you promised me, alright? He said only that, put the phone down and got her purse out of her locker. As president, I have an emergency to take care of. I'm going out for a while, so please have everybody study by themselves while I'm gone. She took her car key out from her purse. It was obvious that she was going to see Reina somewhere. Chie-sensei, was it Reina? That's all. You're in charge of the class, okay? Chie-sensei completely ignored me and she ran out into the hallway. He ran to the schoolyard and got into her car. The moment her car left through the gate, I ran out to the schoolyard myself. I headed for the black car parked near the gate and knocked on the window. How are you doing, milady? Everything is quiet so far. I know, but I need you to follow that car that just left. I think she's going to meet Reina. Understood. Reina is very paranoid, so you need to be careful. Bring her to my house right after you catch her. After that, follow Kasai's orders. She's my friend. You better not get her hurt. Reina must have told Chie-sensei that she wanted to talk to her alone. I could tell that easily from the way she ignored my question. I did feel a little bad for ruining their promise. Very important that we caught her before she did something wrong. You could still make an excuse that she was just wandering around because she had a fight with her father and ran away from home. But if she set fire to the clinic or something, there would be nothing I could do. The car made a rough U-turn on the gravel road and it chased after Chie-sensei's car at full speed. I watched the car until it was gone. All I could do now was to pray that this would be settled calmly. Hey, pay attention everyone. We need to study by ourselves for the rest of the class today. So get back to your desk and study quietly. Self-studying. Mion ran up to me and spoke quietly. Reina just called. What? Really? Yeah, she just called the teacher's office. I think Chie-sensei went to meet with Reina. Reina, I wonder what she's going to do. I have no idea. I told my bodyguards to follow Chie-sensei's car. I feel bad for Reina, but we're going to capture her by force. I hope it works. They're used to doing this kind of stuff. I'm sure they'll do fine. So, if they catch her, is everything going to be over? Yeah. We'll send her to a hospital. If the doctor sees her, I'm sure he'll find a typical kind of disease or something. It'll be like obsessive psychosomatic disorder or whatever. While we were spending our afternoon studying peacefully, the members of the Sonozaki family would capture Reina, who was waiting for Chie-sensei somewhere. The problem would be solved. It wasn't going to be easy after that, but I was sure Mion would take good care of her. And in the end, everybody would understand that Reina just ran away from home because of a silly fight with her father. A happy ending. Problem solved, right? Mion winked at me. He looked like she already thought everything was over. That just didn't sound right to me. I couldn't see any connection between Reina and Chie-sensei. Hard to explain, but there was something wrong. I wasn't saying that they didn't get along. Reina was a good student, so Chie-sensei had a good relationship with her. I just didn't understand what Reina wanted from Chie-sensei. While I was thinking about it, the door opened and one of our classmates came back from the bathroom with Reina. Okay, so no one's gonna redeem. Okay. Reina. Everybody stand up. Move to the center of the room. Everyone gasped in surprise. Even Chie-sensei couldn't make everybody go so quiet all of a sudden. Reina was gripping the shoulder of the student who came back from the bathroom. In the other hand, she had a big, scary-looking hatchet. It was the same one she had the other night. Yep, there we go. Everyone immediately understood that Reina had taken a hostage. Are you all deaf? Move to the center of the room. Push the desk to the sides. Nobody grasped what she was asking us to do. We all froze. Reina was the only one who was smiling. It was terrifying. Michan, you're the class president. Tell everyone to move to the center. Reina, what are you doing? Bam. Loud noise washed out of Mion's voice. Reina hit the teacher's desk really hard with her hatchet. She pulled out the hatchet, making an obvious ripping noise. There was now a line of violence carved plainly into the desk. Uh-oh. She broke it. Sensei is going to get mad when she comes back. No, that wasn't it. What the hell? I knew I couldn't trust you, Michan. I'm going to ask Keiichi-kun then. You're my only friend, right, Keiichi-kun? So I can trust you, can't I? Reina, your eyes, you look so scary. I've never seen eyes like that in my life. Your eyes are full of insanity. Why are people afraid of insanity? Insanity means that a person doesn't share the same values and common sense as us. For example, say a thief breaks into your house and he ties you up. Get scared and wonder if he's going to stab you before he leaves. But you hope that the thief has feelings too and he's not going to kill you for no reason. No matter how bad the person is, we tend to believe as goodwill as long as we share the same values, the same common sense and the same morals as him. We can't expect goodwill from somebody who doesn't have those things. We can't expect goodwill from a person who can't communicate with us. When a burglar has a knife and you beg him not to hurt you, you expect him to listen to you and to show you mercy. In other words, you can still communicate with him. But if he doesn't have the ability to communicate, it's just like a monster that's trying to attack you, or like the blade of a guillotine that's falling down on you. You fear him because you can't communicate with him. That's insanity. It was the same fear we were feeling towards Reina at that very moment. She looked like a human just like us. There was no room for her to communicate with us like a normal person would do. Everybody understood that fear instinctively. Keiichi-kun, make them move the desk to make room in the middle. Okay. Everybody, let's do as Reina says. Reina was like a barrel of gunpowder at that moment. She seemed really calm and quiet. She could explode at any minute. When she did, I doubt she'd show us any mercy. She probably wouldn't hesitate to use that hatchet on us. That's right. Just like how I didn't feel guilty or hesitate to kill Reina and Mion. Everybody went all quiet while pushing the desk against the wall to make a space where Reina wanted it. Reina, saying that we're moving too slow, hit the blackboard with the hatchet, making a horrible noise. Every time she did that, she left an equally horrible scar on the blackboard, the thing that we looked at most in school. Keiichi-kun, you get the jump ropes out from the lockers? Use them to tie our classmates up. I'm not good at tying knots. I probably can't tie them up very well. I'll check one by one if you tie them up well enough. If I find the ropes loose, I'll kill the person, so you better tie them up really well. We're still kids. We saw the word kill all the time. It was used a lot in comic books and cartoons after all. So normally you'd assume we'd be used to hearing the word kill. When Reina said she'd kill us, it sounded so frightening. I'd never heard something like that before in my life. To Reina, our lives were like cards she could use for negotiation. You get rid of one card every time somebody refused her request. Get rid of? Damn it. Why'd we use such scary words like get rid of for simple things like playing cards? Anyway, we're about 20 students in the class. That was a little bit too many for Reina to handle. You might get rid of one or two just to set an example. I decided to do what Reina said because I didn't want her to lose her temper. I got out everybody's jump ropes from their lockers. All of you, get on the floor. Keiichi-kun, and start tying their hands behind their backs. Tie them really tightly. You're on my side, aren't you? Wouldn't tie them loosely on purpose, would you? Mion tried to make eye contact with me. If everybody was tied down, we wouldn't be able to stop her from occupying the school. There are more than 20 students in this class. Half of them were boys, but most of them were smaller than Reina. But there were enough people here to overpower her. But if we did that, Reina would probably hit her hostage with a hatchet, and she'd use the hatchet to attack the rest of us without hesitation. Be a bloody battle. Sure, somebody would get hurt if we tried to overpower her. The hostage would be seriously injured, or maybe even die. If that happened, it was over. No matter how hard we tried to cover her up, we'd never be able to live peacefully like before. Mion seemed to understand that too. I could tell from Reina's eyes that she wasn't going to go easy on us. Somebody showed defiance, she'd break the hostage's head open immediately. Of course, Reina had done that before. She'd probably do it again with no hesitation. But as long as we did what she said, we would prevent that bloody tragedy. We could somehow solve this situation without shedding any blood. With Mion's influence, we might still be able to pretend that this never happened. At least, we had to make sure she didn't kill anyone. Let's do as Reina says. Hey-chan. Mion tried to think of ways to overpower Reina, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas to save the hostage. That's how easy it would be for Reina to kill them. The best thing to do at that time was to wait for a chance without agitating her further. Mion lay down on the floor and everyone else followed suit, sluggish with terror. And I was left alone, standing rooted to the spot with jump ropes in my hand. All my classmates were lying face down on the floor, while Reina was pointing the hatchet at the hostage, watching our every move from behind the teacher's desk. I just stood frozen in the middle of it all. Ichi-kun, there are many things I want you to help me with, so hurry up. If you take too long, some of them might have to die. Some of the little kids started crying when they heard the word die. It's alright, everyone. Ichi-kun will save you, but nobody is going to die. Damn it. A bold threat. She said I was her friend, but she was just playing with the meaning of the word. I was the last person who could still fight against Reina under these circumstances. It wasn't going to be easy to overpower her by myself. I wasn't sure if I could do that. Even if I tried to act tough, once Reina pointed the hatchet at somebody's neck, it was over. I couldn't fight against her for now. I should just wait for a chance. As long as Reina was alone, there would be a chance. She made me tie them up because she couldn't do that herself. There was a limit to what she could do because she was by herself. We could cover up this before Chie-sensei come back. We'd still be able to pretend like we were kidding around. I finally realized something. I realized why Reina called Chie-sensei to meet with her. In order for Reina to take over the classroom, she needed to get rid of Chie-sensei. Chie-sensei had a very strong sense of justice. Even if Reina had a gun, he wouldn't hesitate to overpower her. She was the kind of teacher who would risk her life for her students. Reina needed to figure out how to get rid of Chie-sensei. That was the key to her plan. Reina probably thought about attacking her from behind at first. There was risk there, as Chie-sensei was a grown-up woman. She probably thought that attacking her directly wasn't a wise choice. So naturally, the next option was to lure her out somewhere. Reina called Chie-sensei and told her she wanted to talk in private, or to lure her out to some place far from here. Most people, including Chie-sensei, thought Reina was just running away from home. But Chie-sensei must have thought Reina had some problems she wanted to talk to her about. It was too easy to deceive her. Where did she make the phone call from? She probably used the phone in the school. Well, not in the school to be exact. She probably used the phone on the second floor of the school, the one belonging to the forestry service. The school was using part of the forestry service building. This particular location was more of a branch office. It's not like somebody was here all the time. Reina knew that, and she'd probably been hiding there for a while. She called the phone on the first floor from the second floor. She made Chie-sensei leave the school. I didn't think it was a coincidence that the principal was on a business trip today. He probably snuck into the school yesterday. She saw the principal's schedule, learned how to call the phone on the first floor from the second, and carried out her plan. She planned it perfectly. Yeah, I knew it. Reina was insane, but I knew she was also actually really calm. She was possessed by her delusion, but she was also unbelievably calm about it. So she could still think fast. I knew that very well because I'd been through the same thing before. What's worse is that Mion's bodyguards were gone. Mion told them to follow Chie-sensei because she thought Chie-sensei was going to meet with Reina. Damn it. Everything seemed to be working out in her favor. I'm done. I tied up the last person I looked in Reina's direction. If I didn't tie them up really tight, Reina would kill them. When I tied them too tightly, they suffered in pain. Their pain cries made me feel useless. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. I don't mean to doubt you, Keiichi-kun, but I'll make sure just in case. Please put your hands on your head and lie face down on the floor. I'm saying this to everybody. If you stand up without my permission, I'll kill you. I'll kill whoever stood up, and one more person randomly to set an example. Not nice to be chosen randomly, huh? Oh, there's a good idea. Kill the person who didn't listen to me. Add 10 to his or her student number, and kill that person too. For example, let's say that Okamura-kun didn't listen to me. I'd kill him and Watanabe-kun, because his student number is 11. Get it? I'll always be killing 2 of you at the same time. You better remember that you involve another person's life besides your own when you attempt to stand against me. How awful. You totally understood how to threaten people. Normally you'd stand against an attacker at your own risk. If you fail, you're going to die. If you're responsible for someone else, then you couldn't try to resist. You can't risk somebody's life with your own decisions. Okay, everybody is tied up nice and tight. You said you weren't good at tying knots, but you did very well, Keiichi-kun. You should be proud of yourself. Well, you can stand up now. It was too late to fight back. I followed her orders. I just had to wait for a chance. We could still turn this into some kind of bad joke. I had to do something. Wait, what are you planning to do, Reina? Don't tell me this is the come-from-behind victory you were talking about. Okinomiya SP to all vehicles. Okinomiya SP to all vehicles. Hostage situation is broken out at the Hinamizawa Forestry Service building. There are reportedly multiple hostages.
Nuts. Ha! Got him.
No, they did not say D's nuts on the call. There are reportedly multiple hostages. All vehicles are head to the Forestry Service building immediately. Kuma-chan. Sorry I'm late. What's going on? Hello, sir. Today around 1 p.m., the Hinamizawa Branch School's classroom was taken over. All 25 students have been taken hostage. The suspect's initial demand was to prohibit all entry to the branch's school property, to secure a hotline to us. They're willing to negotiate with us from the start. What's going on? Also, the suspect is asking for you, Uishi-san. It's Reina Ryugu. Ryugu-san? Very well. You seem to be inseparable, huh? I'll be dealing with her until the end. It was that at moment Uishi knew how deeply he had fucked up. Uishi gave a crooked smile. We don't know if she has any accomplices. Curtains are closed, so we can't confirm the situation. You asked whoever told us about this. No. Reina Ryugu declared it herself. Therefore, we don't know what's going on inside. Their teacher received a call from Reina Ryugu as she left the classroom before the incident took place. This has been well planned, huh? Anyone from the forestry service been taken hostage? Nobody from the service was there today. All 25 hostages are students. That number matches with the attendance the teacher took this morning. That's the suspect, right? You seen anyone else suspicious other than Reina Ryugu? No. We've seen someone peeking out from behind the curtains, but it was the suspect herself. We're guessing there must be at least 1 or 2 more of them, though. Well, she really is doing it by herself. Reina Ryugu was a true believer in Mio Takano's scrapbooks. According to those scrapbooks, the entire village was Reina Ryugu's enemy. She didn't have to have anyone she can trust. However, Uishi had also believed in Mio Takano's delusion. Possible that someone who was influenced in the same way was following Reina Ryugu. Uishi-san, the principal and the teacher are here. Hello, Chie-sensei. Are you okay? Uishi ran up to Chie-sensei, who was crying with a handkerchief held to her face. Reina-chan is a good girl. For her to do something like this, there must be some mistake. If I were to do this by the book, I would ask you about Ryugu's recent behavior. When it comes to Ryugu-san, I probably know better than you do. Please don't worry. I'll take care of this as peacefully as possible. Chie-sensei was huddled over, and Uishi didn't think he could say anything else to her. On the contrary, the principal was staying strong, trying to figure out how to take care of the situation. Mr. Uishi. No, wait, it would be Oishi. Okay, yeah. Mr. Oishi, please. If possible, I would like to request to be a hostage myself. I will take the place of the children. Let me do that instead. It's all my fault. Please don't blame yourselves. I have things I want to ask you, so I'd appreciate if you cooperated. Wanji-kun, please show them the blueprints. Excuse me, sir. Section Chief Asugi is on the radio. Hello? This is Uishi. Uishi-san, how goes things? Kumagai informed me of the situation. The suspect is underage, huh? Please keep strict control of the press. I understand. Also, the suspect is requesting me as negotiator. Is that okay with you? You've known Reina Ryugu since the parasite incident from the other day. Bet she still thinks you're our ally. Only you can do the job. Good luck. I really don't want to. Since I caused so much trouble, I guess I'll have to do this to make up for it. Oishi-san. Reina Ryugu's on the car phone. It's faster than expected. I'll go get it. Thank you. Oh, this is Oishi. Oishi-san? This is Ryugu. Hello. This is Oishi. Is the signal weak on your car phone? Kind of hard to hear. Just like me, it's getting old. Oishi and I exchanged friendly words. A long cord trailed through the hallway from the teacher's office. That cord extended further to the phone on the podium in the classroom. Let's get down to business. I'll check to see if you're qualified to negotiate for me. Okay, shoot. You are my ally, aren't you, Oishi-san? Of course. Let's expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family together. You and me. Oishi answered without hesitation. Is he still my ally? Or this sly detective just saying what I wanted to hear? By the way, I only had Oishi to depend on. If I couldn't trust him, I was stuck. There'd be nothing else I could do. You didn't believe me for a while, did you? You didn't believe me for a while either, did you, Keiichi-kun? You do now, right? Keiichi-kun was sitting on the floor, facing away from me, with his head resting in his hands. Comrades now, huh? Yeah, that's right. Reina Ryugu asked Keiichi Maibara if he was a comrade, but I couldn't hear his voice. Was she trying to tell me that Keiichi was still alive? Or that he was being forced to obey her because of the hostages? Maibara-san is your ally too, huh? That's nice. Weren't you suspicious of Maibara-san for a while? Yep. When I heard about the BB gun incident, I couldn't believe it. We can't let the past fool us. We have to learn from the past in order to grow. That's very good. Absolutely right about that. That was why we forgave each other. I don't doubt Keiichi-kun anymore. Keiichi is my comrade. Understand. Therefore, Keiichi is my ally too, isn't he? Please say hello to him for me. Sure, I will. Actually, I'd like to say hello to him myself. Can he come to the phone? Conversation stopped suddenly. That made me nervous. Did I say something wrong? Sure. Here he is. Keiichi, Oishi wants to talk to you. Heard some rattling and rustling on the other side of the phone. Hello? This is Maibara. He sounded monotone. Unable to disobey, Keiichi Maibara must have been pretending to follow Reina Ryugu's orders. Hello, Maibara-san. This is Oishi from the Okinomiya police station. Thank you for coming to the phone. Let's do this together. Yes, let's do this together. What is Ryugu doing right now? She's walking around the classroom. Maibara-san, please say yes if your answer is yes, and yeah if your answer is no. Do you know what Ryugu-san wants? Yeah. That answer told me for sure. Keiichi Maibara wasn't Reina Ryugu's accomplice. There's no way Reina wouldn't tell her accomplice what she wanted after planning a hostage situation like this. She could have told everyone after each other, it's like, okay, here's what I hope to, by taking you all hostage, here's what I hope to accomplish. Now that you are all tied up. Once again, wonderful logic from Oishi. How would he help someone he wouldn't even tell him what she wanted? I'll ask you directly. You Reina Ryugu's ally. No, let me change my question. Are you being threatened by Reina Ryugu? Yes. There you go. The other guys in the car listening in our conversation raised their fists in victory. Is Reina Ryugu the only suspect? Yes. It was the only suspect. We could respond appropriately. I guess nobody else believed in Takano's scrapbooks. If so, my being fooled was even more embarrassing. As I thought about my next question, I heard the phone being taken away from Keiichi. Reina came back on the line. See? Keiichi-kun is my ally, isn't he? Yeah, you were right. Very promising. And now it's your turn to talk. Okay, now it's your turn to talk, Oishi-san. How are the simultaneous raids on the Sonozaki family going, remember? You promised me when we talked on the phone before. You found the secret research facility yet? I had to decide on what to say. Did I tell her we conducted raids or no? Maybe she already knew we didn't raid. Maybe she was just testing me. We're trying to come up with a plan for the simultaneous raids as we speak. We're talking to the prefectural police as well as the public safety division. We're talking about the entire city. We need a little more time to prepare for it. We're taking too long. Oishi-san, don't you realize what kind of emergency situation Shishibone City is in right now? What are you doing? Oishi-san, you do believe me, don't you? You're my ally, right? Right? Please answer me. Of course I am. The police department is a little more complicated than you think. I'm doing my best, I really am. Thing is, this is on a really big scale. Oishi-san, they poisoned me recently. The parasites that killed Tomatake-san poisoned me with them. Been itching like crazy since yesterday. I'm all bloody from scratching at my throat. I might cloud my throat and die at any moment. You're telling me you're still preparing? I knew it. Oishi didn't realize how dire the situation was. He understood there was some kind of conspiracy in Himizawa. He didn't realize how soon their plan was going to be executed. Besides, I was already feeling itchy all over my body and was bound to soon die the same way as Tomatake. I'm sorry, I'm really doing my best. Everybody asks me if I have proof. Proof? Do you need proof? Mio-san's scrapbooks. That was what I needed to convince the police. Afraid someone would destroy the evidence, I handed them over to Oishi-san, so I kept them with me. I didn't have much longer to live. I might not even make it until tomorrow morning. That's right. I might be dead before tomorrow. Die tonight. Okay, I'll give you Mio-san's scrapbooks. Please use them to convince the other policemen. That should help. Please do give me the scrapbooks. I looked through my backpack, which was lying by my feet. Mio-san's scrapbooks were in there. This is our last resort. Oishi-san, do your best. No. You must take care of it, please. Of course. Trust me. Expose their conspiracy. I knew the police would take too long to get things moving. They're an organization, after all. That's why I'm doing this, to make them understand. You have an excuse now. Please use this chance wisely. Thank you. You can count on me. So, how should we do this? Do you want me to come get it? I knew she wouldn't let me into the classroom. She was still cautious. I could guess where Reina Ryuga was going to take this thing, so I tried to stay ahead of her. I handed him a memo with my instructions on it to a colleague. I can't really leave the classroom, so I'll have Keiichi-kun deliver them to you. Maybe that's better. If you left the building, something might happen. What do you mean? Well, I'm sure the Sonozaki family already knows about what's going on here. I'm sure they didn't expect you to do something like this, so they might come to shut you up. To shut me up? Do you mean by shooting you? A hitman from the Sonozaki family might try to stop to this by sniping you. That's why you shouldn't come outside. Don't even go near the windows. I saw you picking out a window, but you shouldn't do that. They may fire at any time. Wait a minute. Are there policemen around? You stop that from happening? We would if we could. It's so open around here. A well-trained sniper can easily shoot as far as 400 meters. As you know, attack units from the Sonozaki family have gone through military training, and they specialize in assassination techniques. Don't underestimate them. I need you to help me expose the conspiracy of the Sonozaki family. I understand. Thank you for your warning. And if my life is to end tomorrow, I can't die now. That's right. Under no circumstances should you peek out the windows, okay? Be very careful. Phone conversation ended. Reina Ryuga was going to let Keiichi Mabaro deliver the scrapbooks. You get what I wrote on the memo already? Yeah, we got it. You think it'll work? I scared her, but I don't think she'll peek out the windows. I'm sure she'll still have her eyes open, though. I'll work around it. I've roughly understood what was going on from the phone conversation. Hey, Keiichi-kun. They're the scrapbooks. Their contents are very important. They're proof for the Sonozaki family's conspiracy, and the police can use them as evidence to conduct a raid. Please, take this to Oishi-san, okay? And when you give it to him, come right back. I'm watching you. If you do something you aren't supposed to, I'll be angry. Reina took out a couple of old scrapbooks from her backpack and gave them to me. Then she cast a sidelong glance at me on. I'll tell you about these later, Mi-chan. I'll tell you all about what the scary conspiracy your family is planning. Or maybe you already know, huh? Haha. Anyway, go on, Keiichi-kun. Let's go halfway out in the schoolyard. Don't say anything. Just delivering the scrapbooks. Don't talk, okay? If you do, if it was Chie-sensei, he'd slap you with a ruler, but what should I use instead? Right, alright. Won't even say a word. Come on, put that hatchet down. I'm your ally, right? Trust me. Okay? Yeah, you're right. I trust you. Please don't betray me, okay? Reina's eyes were telling me clearly. Were telling me she didn't trust me. But even in this state, she also knew she shouldn't trust her friend. She also knew she shouldn't distrust her friends. Therefore, although she couldn't just trust me, was pretending to. That was why she didn't tie me up. Okay, I'll be going. I'll be right back. Okay. Walked past my friends who were lying down on the floor and headed to the exit. I saw some of their faces as I passed. Some were fearful. Some were sure that I'd use the opportunity to run. Some were scared that they'd die if I did. Don't worry, guys. I won't let her even touch any of you. Reina tries to do something. I'll stop her even if I have to risk my own life. Anyway, I'll do whatever it took to ensure that nobody died. I had to make sure Reina didn't get angry. I'd just wait for the right moment. Went down to the school entrance and changed my shoes, then unlocked the door and stepped outside. I felt the fresh air on my skin. I saw the lights from the school cars. I could feel all the policemen looking at me. Soon as I went in the schoolyard, a little voice tried to tempt me. I was free from Reina now. If I ran off the school grounds, I'd be free. What's I thinking? If I did something like that, Reina would go crazy, and who knows what else she'd do. The important thing here wasn't my safety. It was to make sure that Reina didn't kill anyone. I saw a big man coming towards me from the school gate. That was probably Oishi-san. Are you Keiichi Maibara-san? Oh, I'm Oishi. From Okunomiya Station. You can call me Kura-chan. Sorry. Raina told me not to talk to and just give these to you. Please, just take them in silence. Understand. They're the scrapbooks, huh? I'll take them. Tried to hand the scrapbooks to Oishi, but he stepped aside a little. Confused as to what he was doing, I changed my position and handed them to him again. He took them that time. At that point, Oishi put something that was under his jacket into my pocket. Don't worry. If Riga-san was watching, the building is behind you. Couldn't have seen that. This. Possibly look into my pocket, because I didn't want him to suspect anything. But whatever it was, pretty heavy for its size. I have a memo for you too. On the way back to the classroom, please read it without Ryugu-san noticing. Go on now. He'll get suspicious. Just followed his directions. I was worried Reina had begun to suspect something. When I looked at the classroom, the curtains were closed. That didn't mean she wasn't peeking out. Back to the entrance and locked the door. Reina checked and found the door unlocked. It could cause more trouble. Reina was in the classroom. There was no way she'd come down this way. She was alone. If she left the classroom, everyone would get up and run. She couldn't run because Reina was there. But they were all waiting for their chance. The entrance then was Reina's blind spot. As I changed my shoes, I quickly removed what Ishi-san had put into my pocket. There was a radio with earpiece. Something else that looked like a short police baton. There was also a folded piece of paper. I opened the piece of paper and saw a note written in small print. Dear Maibara, please hide the bug in your pocket. Picks up even a low voice so you can use it to get in touch with me. By using the earphone, you can hear me in return. There's also a spray for self-protection. Sprays as far as 1 meter. Make sure you aim for the face. This must be the spray. Is it safe to try it here? Then the button and gas sprayed out from the nozzle. Compared to Reina's hatchet, this required some caution. Small enough to fit inside my hand. Reassuring that I could hide it so easily. In other words, now possible for me to stop Reina. As I realized all my classmates' face rested on my shoulders, I felt sweat form on my face. The memo continued. Spray is just for self-defensive purposes. Pepper spray only impairs eyesight, while it causes your enemy powerless due to extreme pain and coughing for at least 30 minutes. It's not powerful enough to render them unconscious. Therefore, please don't forget there is a possibility that your enemy may fight back desperately in panic. This spray is your last resort. Please don't depend on it. But if you need to, make sure to use it. Oishi. Is he telling me to use it or not? Probably one of those grown-up issues. The cops entrusted me solely with the fate of hostages, and I failed, they'd be held liable. While he gave me a weapon, he made me consider its use.
Nuts. Ha! Got him.
I hid the bug and the spray in my pockets, and went back to the classroom. I felt a little dizzy, maybe because I was nervous. I was simply following Reina's orders because I had no other choice. That was why I wasn't scared. But things were different from before. I had a weapon. I was in far better position. But my heart was pounding. Humans are so strange. Shit, what am I going to do? What should I do, Keiichi? Should I fight with Reina? I want to fight with Reina? The memo said the spray only reaches as far as 1 meter. 1 meter? It's basically a hand-to-hand battle. That meant I only had one opportunity. I didn't have a second chance. The memo also said I need to aim for her face. That wasn't going to be easy. Shit. Besides, Reina was cautious. How could I stand directly in front of her within 1 meter? That's what I'd have to do if I was to have any chance of winning. Reina would do anything to reach her goal. Wouldn't even hesitate to kill. Just like how I didn't. Of course, things were already extremely serious. An apology definitely wouldn't be enough. At least there hadn't been any casualties. The more time passed, the more irritated Reina would get. She might demand something again, and she might kill someone that time to show how serious she was. Bad things had already taken place, but a tragedy hadn't occurred yet. It was almost here. It wasn't very far at all. When I closed my eyes, I could easily picture Reina killing one classmate after another. After I killed Reina and Mion, my room was covered in blood. She killed 20 people, the classroom would be a pool of it. If that happened, Reina would... She still wouldn't realize she was being delusional. She would rip out her own throat and die. That would be too big a cross for her to carry. One day she would remember, be saddened. I didn't need to go through that. I didn't want Reina to go through what I had to go through. Shit, I felt dizzy. It was a very long hallway. I didn't know the classroom was so far. With each step, I took my determination to fight Reina became stronger. Reina would be shocked to realize I betrayed her. She couldn't wake up from the nightmare on her own. Someone else would have to wake her up. Her friends needed to be the ones to do that. Welcome back, Keiichi-kun. Did Oishi-san say anything? What is this smell? And as I stepped into the classroom, I smelled something. Everyone had moved to one corner of the classroom. The smell reminded me of a gas station. Was it gasoline? I saw a red gasoline container by Reina's feet. The cap was open. It was seemingly sturdy and made of metal. It said gasoline on the side, written in felt marker. He must have spread it across the entire classroom. The smell was almost giving me a headache. No, it wasn't just in the classroom. Classmates were soaked in gasoline too. Could she? I see. This was just like a hijacker holding a bomb. If the police were to rush in, she would burn the hostages. I didn't know where she got it, but she had a lighter in her left hand. Reina, what do you think you're doing? Of course I won't actually do it. This is just insurance. Don't want to barbecue everyone either. Hey. To barbecue something, you have to cook something with smoke. You do not use actual direct heat, so it would not be a barbecue. It would be closer to a grill, but it would have to be on a metal surface for the... Anyway. I don't want to barbecue everyone either, so I hope this will all just end as a joke. Reina showed off the lighter. Obviously, she was trying to threaten me. I've heard about people committing suicide by setting themselves on fire. They pour gasoline on themselves and light it ablaze. You might think if it was extinguished right away, it wouldn't be that bad. But human skin is supposedly very delicate. You're welcome. Listen. I was born in Texas, so barbecue is very important culturally to us. How do you think my yeehaw voice is so... If you're wondering, no, I cannot understand completely the character Boomhauer from King of the Hill. I can catch bits and pieces. Or some. But not completely. But human skin is supposedly very delicate. They say that even if 30% of a person's skin gets burned, it's enough to be fatal. Was your entire body, it would result in death for sure. I've been put into a disadvantageous position. My weapon might take Reina's sight, but I couldn't stop her from using the lighter. She'd probably use it the moment she's attacked. I didn't know if she's realized it, but the kind of lighter she had would keep burning until the lid was closed. Therefore, all she'd have to do was light it and drop it onto the floor. In other words, my spray can wouldn't make Reina powerless at all. The last resort Oishi gave me had already lost all its power. What do you mean, insurance? Those scrapbooks, so Oishi-san will convince the rest of the police. That their investigation will expose the conspiracy, right? You really think those scrapbooks are enough? I know government people don't move nearly quick enough. Reina was thinking that if she didn't see any progress with the scrapbook, she'd pressure the police by letting them know about the gasoline. Let's just trust Oishi-san for now. We should just wait to hear from him, okay? Yeah, that's right. Okay, then let me pick up where I left off. Anyway, most parasites become harmless with the passage of time. Some people didn't like that. Those people are the 3 families of Hinamizawa. Therefore, they are. Reina was simply telling everyone what she heard from Takano-san. I started mumbling so I could let Oishi know what was going on. Smell. Carrying a whole portable tank of gasoline. Pretending to mumble to myself so I could only say it very quickly. I wish I could say it louder. It was probably impossible. I wasn't sure if Oishi-san could hear me. Thought of an idea to find out whether or not he could hear me. Nice if I heard a hard car honk. Kuma-chan, honk the horn. Kuma guy honked once quickly. Gasoline, huh? Shit. That explains the smell. I'm sure she's intending to use it to get what she wants. Kuma-chan, people usually mean an 18-liter tank when they say portable tank of gasoline, right? Well, probably, but I'm not sure. Tomiyama-kun, there's still someone from the Forestry Service here. Did you get him? See, those cans have gasoline written on them. Plastic kerosene tanks of kerosene written on them? Yeah. You don't want to mix them up. All the fuel containers have labels. Not too many people know this, but regular portable tanks can't hold gasoline. Gasoline, while common, is extremely flammable, and it can be lit even with static electricity. Therefore, gasoline must be kept in special metal containers. Those are called carrying cans. So what Maibara called gasoline really is gasoline. Are there different size carrying cans? 18-liter and 5-liter, I think. 5-liter ones are rather flat in shape, aren't they? Yeah, red and flat with a handle. Ichi called it a portable tank. You think it's the 18-liter type? Maybe he called it a portable tank because he wasn't familiar with the shape. But either way, if it's really gasoline, it's really dangerous. Gasoline burns when lit. Thank you, Captain Obvious. That's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline. What's an even bigger threat than liquid gasoline are the fumes. Gasoline fumes are lit on fire, they explode. Also, gasoline evaporates easily. Even at freezing temperatures, it evaporates. So in other words, inside the closed classroom, the fumes would fill the entire space. The classroom would then become a bomb itself. Kuma, you know anything about Class 4 hazardous materials? No, I know gasoline fumes are dangerous, but I don't know any more than that. Prepare for the worst case scenario. I want to find out the difference in scale between the 18-liter and the 5-liter. I know, I'll ask the old guy. Excuse me, you call the station and see if the old guy from the forensics department is still there. Oh, I've heard what's going on. Muro requested you, huh? Kaboom. Richi Apatsuron. Guradora on top of that, too. This isn't a laughing matter anymore. Anyway, you know about 4th class hazardous materials? 4th class, huh? We had everyone here. We know everything about hazardous materials. Did the suspect spread gasoline or something? Yeah, that's exactly what's happening here. We bugged one of the hostages. Supposedly, the suspect spread gasoline throughout the classroom. We don't know if it's from an 18-liter can or a 5-liter can. Can you tell me the worst-case scenario for both of them? How big is the classroom? Let's see, approximately 50 square meters. The classroom is closed, huh? More than likely. I'm sure the smell must be horrible. It's not good, Oishi. I had a feeling. The classroom will blow up. Everyone in the classroom will be dead for sure. You mean in the case of the 18-liter? Well, I'm talking about the 5-liter one. If I remember correctly, 4 liters is plenty enough to blow up an 8x8 meter room. The policeman listening to their conversation on the side went pale. 8x8 meters meant a room that was 64 square meters. Only 4 liters are needed to blow that up. At least 5 liters were scattered in a 50 square meter room. In other words, the room has more than enough gasoline, huh? That's not good. I'd rather not hear this, but what would happen if it was an 18-liter can? Let's see, to put it in your words, Oishi. The dealer's hand is Richi Ipatsu Pinfu Tanya Aka Aka and Dora Dora. What do you mean? My man from the dealer? 24,000 points. Base distribution 25,000 points, so there'll be 1,000 point stick list. Is this really the time to do mahjong analogies, bro? Something like that. There may be one pillar left if you're lucky. My gosh, I don't want that kind of Richie. Call the fire department and get a chemical unit ready. We'll need to have them deal with it after the incident is taken care of. Shit. This is through the bug. So if a fire engine shows up, the suspect will find out. I guess I'll have them get ready where she can't see them. That's a good idea. You mentioned a bug, didn't you? Yeah. I had a chance to come into contact with one of the hostages. It means a risk of static, doesn't it? I gave him a bug. That's how I found out about the gasoline. That's not good. There have been incidents where the sparks from electronic devices set gasoline on fire. You know, gasoline's flash point is about 300 degrees. Even static electricity can easily cause an explosion. You gotta be kidding me. Such a dangerous liquid Why is such a dangerous liquid available to just about anybody? How the heck should I know? Tell that to the fire laws and automobile companies. Since it's June, the air isn't that dry. Just to be on the safe side, tell him to turn the listening device off. Oishi-san, according to what I can hear through the bug, the suspect has a lighter. That means even if my Bara-san used the pepper spray to stop her, it wouldn't be able to prevent her from igniting the gasoline. We can't even use the bug anymore? Damn it. Oishi, the lighter is really, really bad. Don't even let her play with it. The suspect may not know how dangerous gasoline is. From hearing how much he spread, I don't think she knows anything about it. His back was covered with a cold sweat. Way to go, Oishi. Wait, you mean I gave something to this person that can set off the situation? And I gave them a weapon that wouldn't even work? Da 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 da. I don't know if you've seen that meme where it's the clip of like the anime lady or whatever going the Eto, and she bonks her head going bleh. Obviously being told off for some mistake. That's Oishi right now. Bleh. It's basically oopsie daisy. Heh, oopsie daisy. Didn't know how dangerous gasoline was. Didn't know because he never heard of cars exploding in car accidents. He knew it was dangerous, but he didn't know what it was capable of. Gasoline is more dangerous once it evaporates. Therefore, a burning car in an accident and gasoline fumes being ignited are at completely different levels. It's quite simple to understand if you think about how car engines work. I like the one where she accidentally said something. Exactly. Good, someone knows what I'm talking about. Cars vaporize gasoline in the carburetor and let it explode in the engine cylinders. In other words, the explosion in the engine is what gives cars the power to move. Therefore, if you wanted more power, an engine needs to be bigger to create a bigger explosion. So if an engine cylinder was the size of a classroom, how much power would it create? Anyone with knowledge of engines would know. But a lot of people don't consider how dangerous evaporated gasoline is, because it's too familiar. 25 hostages and 1 hostage taker. All 26 people are basically stuck in a huge bomb. La 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 bomba. La 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 bomb da 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 ba da 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 da. Alright, bad joke. Not the time for that. Furthermore, the suspect might accidentally set it off. If we were to pretend to light the lighter as a threat, that would be the end. All of people around Oishi had gone pale. The classroom might explode at any moment. How could they save all the hostages? Especially when the criminal was living in their own delusion and their requests were something so unreal. Excuse me. I found a letter in the scrapbook. The policeman brought over a folded piece of paper. Oishi opened it while the others watched. Saw girlish handwriting on the paper. Tell this was written before she invaded the school. Dear Oishi-sama, if you're reading this letter, that means I'm at the final stage. Must have seized the school and held the students as hostages. I'm planning to appoint you as a negotiator. Please pretend to be threatened by me and become my contact with the outside. The first thing I want to tell you is that my enemy is the Sonosaki family, and also the aliens, who are pretending to be parasites that control the Sonosaki family. Aliens? I didn't think you'd believe me if I brought up the aliens, so I didn't tell you about them until now. When you read these scrapbooks, you'll understand. The aliens came to Earth in UFOs in ancient times. They landed on Onokafuchi Swamp. They used this village as their breeding grounds, and through that selective breeding, they widened their domain. They were successful, and now they're trying to invade the Earth. What the heck is this? All the other policemen frowned at the letter. No, not surprising. I read Takano's other scrapbooks, and they were full of even stranger stories. Personally, I like the one about Aussie the best. Sonosaki, the authorities have been brainwashed by the aliens. The villagers' attempts to revive the cult of Oyashiro are actually part of the alien strategy to invade the Earth. The aliens are very clever. Wait, hold on. Maybe I could pull this off. Ah, wrong one. They don't let people realize they're being controlled. The Irie Clinic must be their research center. Please conduct an investigation and expose their secret. Also, please check out the bottom of the swamp. The UFO might still be there. Also, capture all the relatives of the three families and take x-rays of their brains. You'll find hideous parasites of them. But please be careful. The aliens eliminate those who ever find out about them by replacing their hosts with a look-alike. That's how they've been controlling the village. Therefore, there may already be some aliens among the villagers. It's possible they will try to interfere with your investigation. As a matter of fact, there have been look-alikes to Mio Takano, Rika Furude, and me, Reina Ryugu. If you see any of these three, capture them immediately. That will be proof. That will be the proof of aliens existing among us. Among us. Mio Takano. Why does she think that? Because I may have told her something. I know. I told her over the phone that according to the results of the autopsy conducted by the lab over in Gifu Prefecture, the day of her death doesn't match up. Are you talking about the mistake on our autopsy reports? I told her I didn't know why Mio Takano was witness on the day of the festival when she died the night before. Never thought she'd take it like this. It was at that moment he knew he fucked up. Again. Maybe I joked around a little too much. Please, cut his pension. Please do that. Seriously. I feel like this is flat out negligence at this point. Or something. Do you see why I do not like this guy at all? Seriously. If you've been watching the whole thing, it's basically everywhere this goes, things, everything he touches dies. And he just goes, that I may have caused someone's death. Basically. Interesting that she included herself. Did she look in a mirror or something? The policeman spoke up. He was one of the pair who searched the garbage dump that night. I can understand that. Remember, the night we looked for Reina Ryugu? Somebody said she was seen in Gogura. That must be it. And it's probably a bluff from the villagers. She might have heard it somewhere and assumed there was another version of her walking around. Damn. Nostradamus, was it? This is just like that. No matter what happens to her, everything sounds like it was predetermined. Reina Ryuga would blame aliens if she was to trip and fall down now. Or maybe she's coming up with all this crazy stuff so that once she's caught, she can use the insanity defense in court. Well, this isn't about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. Listen, your boy there believed it. Y'all can't say crap. Well, maybe she's just making it up. She's making it up. This guy is making it up too. That's all I'm saying. And he's in on it because he's an alien too. No, wait. He was the only alien the whole time. Dun, dun, dun. Maybe the real aliens were the friends we made along the way. Okay, I'll shut up and continue. Seriously, we needed this. It's gone over 6 hours. It's not about that. She really does believe in this crazy stuff. She does from the bottom of her heart. I know that for sure. She truly believes in these stupid scrapbooks. There's another letter. Let's see. Yes, I was poisoned yesterday with the same stuff that killed Tomatake. Been scratching my throat since then. Probably have clawed my throat open by tomorrow. You can find the antidote when you investigate the Iria clinic. Please bring it to me. It sure is something. Yeah. She believes in alien stories. Maybe we can trick her with an antidote. You may not find the antidote. Maybe it'll be too late by the time you do. Therefore, during the time I have left, I will set 7 p.m. tonight as the deadline. If an investigation doesn't take place, and the antidote doesn't arrive by 7 p.m., I will choose to die with all the hostages by lighting the gasoline instead. 7 p.m.? What time is it now? It's a little before 6. Days are long nowadays. Doesn't get dark even in the evenings. Probably start to get dark around 7 p.m. Only half an hour. Well, it might explode even before that. Shit. What can we do? The heck is she talking about? An alien invasion? Trying to take the hostages with her? That's just crazy. Yeah. That's absolutely crazy. We can't negotiate with her normally now. Especially when she thinks she's absolutely sane. I see. What comes next? Huh? What? Planning to spread gasoline throughout the classroom. Sure you realize how dangerous that is. No one suggests storming into the room. Please tell them exactly how bad an idea that would be. Also, the hostages are anchored down with U-shaped bike locks. Even if those alien policemen rushed in and killed me, they'd have to cut each lock. But if you tried cutting them, you might create sparks. Therefore, you need to completely ventilate the room first. In other words, take an extremely long time to rescue all the hostages from the classroom. Actually, I have a different explosive system set up other than the gasoline I spread. It's a very simple time bomb using gasoline and a kitchen timer. The kitchen timer provides electricity at a set time. I rip the tip off its plug. We'll create enough sparks to ignite the gasoline. I've already set the timer to 7 p.m. Even if I'm not around, there will be an explosion at that time. If the classroom isn't ventilated by that time, it'll explode too. Sorry to ask you like this, Oishi. Please, help me so we can avoid a tragedy. Please, let the 3 families know that Mion Sonozaki, the successor to the head of the Sonozaki family, Enrique Furude, the mascot for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, are in this classroom. And when the 3 families help you, I'm sure their conspiracy will be exposed by tonight. The alien invasion is going to happen very soon. Please, get going quickly. To my ally, Oishi-san, Reina Ryugu. Smash. Oishi threw the scrapbooks to the ground. Damn it. How could she call me her ally? Is a kitchen timer like an alarm clock? Old appliances didn't have timers. Kitchen timer is a device that turns on appliances at a given time. When you plug it in, it provides electricity at a set time so the appliance will come on when you want it to. Oh, that's convenient. Probably use that to make a time bomb, using a kitchen timer. Sure is something a girl would come up with. And we called the electric company and turned the electricity off. If there's no power, the timer can't go off. That won't work. The classroom became dark, she'd probably light her lighter. We can give her a sleeping pill as an antidote. It would have to take effect slowly. Sure, she'll have a hostage try it first. Very careful. Understood. I'll get one ready. Need to talk to my Bara one more time. I have to tell him not to let Reina Ryugi play with the lighter. So to tell him to turn the bug off. How about that, by the way? You heard anything interesting? Suspect seems to be abusing a hostage. Shit. I think it's Mion Sonozaki. Stop it, Reina. Reina kept hitting Mion with her hands tied behind her back. Reina wasn't using her fists, but instead the handle of her hatchet. Keiichi-kun, you promised me you wouldn't move. If you do, I'll be angry. Reina's gaze intimidated me. Her eyes were full of madness. I could feel Reina's emotions boiling over on the inside. If I opposed her, she would easily cut Mion's arm off. What I can't forgive is that you dug up the corpses and turned them into the police. I trusted you. I trusted you. Reina hit Mion's face over and over. It wasn't just Mion's hands that were tied behind her. Her neck was also tied to a window frame with a bike lock. There was no way that Mion could protect her face. I don't know if her forehead was cut or if her nose was bleeding. Her face was covered in blood. Her blood got on the handles of the hatchet, and every time she got hit with it, more blood was smeared on her face. The handle of the hatchet could easily smash her forehead. Because of her position in the Sonozaki family, Mion couldn't say that she had hit the bodies, so all she could do was endure. However, Reina continued to attack her. Reina no longer had any restraint. She might even continue until Mion's front teeth were broken. Stop it, Reina. But you've done enough. I'll tell you the truth, so Reina, please stop hitting her. The truth? What is it, Keiichi-kun? Can't. Kei-chan. Everyone, please don't listen to what I'm about to say. I may say some disturbing stuff, but it isn't anything wrong. So please don't listen. Even if you hear, forget what that you did, please. What are you going to tell me? Go on, Keiichi-kun. Not a complicated story. It's for your sake. Found it afterwards that the place you buried the bodies was going to be clear-cut this summer. So we thought we had to do something about it, and Mion hid them in a safer place. You told me that same story the other night. Didn't I tell you that was something Mi-chan made up? Why would she lie? She wanted to help her friend. Mion did it to help you. That's a lie. I won't believe it. Why did you do that without talking to me then? Why did Mion even have to tell her? Mion was trying to be delicate. Mion did her best to try to hide what Reina did. Mion knew Reina was at her wit's end, and that was why she did it in secret. Reina didn't want to believe her. Not so, Keiichi-kun. How contemptible of you, Mi-chan, to even deceive him. I won't say anything about your tricks during the club activities, but this, I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. I can't forgive you. Stop it. Hit Mion. Mion didn't do anything. I never knew having your hands tied behind your back was that scary. Mion got hit repeatedly. The handle of the hatchet. Could only endure. Couldn't even protect herself with her hands. Hey, is it true, Mi-chan? Oh, why didn't you tell me? You understand Mion's position. He has to follow certain rules as a member of the Sonozaki family. Shouldn't you be grateful for what she's done for you? I may have said it too aggressively. Reina turned around and glared at me. That's right, Keiichi. Mi-chan sold me out to the police because of the circumstances surrounding the Sonozaki family. She sold out her friend. I was her friend. I really liked her. That was mean, Mi-chan. I really did like you so much. Why? How could you? This was senseless. Reina cries as if being bullied, but she was the one doing the bullying. Normally this would be so odd as to be impossible. I had seen this scene before. I liked you, I trusted you. I cried, I beat her to death. Reina repeated, begged me to trust her, yet I beat her. I know what it's like to be the one doing the beating. Stop, Reina. Realize what you're doing? Hurting your friend with your own hands. I understand what you're feeling. I know you're sad because your friend betrayed you, right? That's a misunderstanding. He didn't betray you. Been thinking about you all this time, but just couldn't see that. Even if she died, Reina probably wouldn't realize she made a terrible mistake. But someday, you'll realize. Even an insensitive guy like me realized, so Reina would realize it for sure. And that's when you'll feel even sadder, Reina. You'll remember this bloody Mion one day. Then you'll realize that you were the one who made her bloody. You will regret what you did. But I was the only one who could understand that because I remembered. There's no way for Reina to understand or realize that. I wondered if I was suffering the most of all. There's no way to avoid a tragedy. This was exactly the same tragedy with different actors. The main character was Reina instead of me. The same thing. Was I? I was in the audience now. Knew how the story ended, but I couldn't come onto the stage. Stop, Reina. Stop. Crying? What's wrong, Keiichi-kun? I stood slowly and walked towards Reina. Just like what Reina did for me with my arms open. Please stop. Stop this, Reina. May not know why now. May not know why you have to stop now. But if you don't, you'll regret it someday. So please stop. Keiichi-kun, I'll be mad if you don't move back to the wall. Reina's eyes went cold and she lifted the hatchet in her right hand. Don't, Kei-chan. I'm okay. Mion told me with such a bloody face, how could she be? Going to hit me with that hatchet? If you come any closer, I will. Without hesitation. I don't need you anymore, Keiichi. I want to be with you until the end. Now please don't make me mad, okay? Okay? She sounded gentle, but her expression was telling me there really would be no hesitation. Reina would crack my head open with the hatchet immediately. Cares. If you were in my shoes, what would you think you would do? Haha, of course I don't want to die. I wouldn't oppose my opponent. If they had a weapon, I would be scared. That's a lie. I know. I know you're strong enough to give up on your own life for the sake of your friend. My turn now. My turn to be strong. Just like you, I won't hesitate to give up my own life for my friends. If you want, I'll give that life to you. So stop this. If you trust your friend, stop hurting her. The same pain will attack you later, so stop. Nobody is trying to scare you. We're all thinking about you. Don't doubt that. Please believe it. Trust me. You can come to trust me by smashing my head in. Go ahead and crush my head with that hatchet. I won't try to protect myself. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll light this place up. Reina lifted the lighter overhead. Fool, how long you're going to dream about such crazy things? You already know that yourself, don't you? It's all just a bad dream. You want somebody to wake you up. I'm here. I'm here to wake you up from your nightmares. The one who has to wake up, Keiichi. Can't you believe those aliens are trying to invade the village? You believed me back then. You're doubting me again? Can't you trust me? Reina opened the lid of the lighter. I could tell her thumb was about to light it. Reina was prepared to die along with everyone else. Reina would die without knowing the truth. Die, believing it was the world that was crazy. She would die cursing everything in this world. That was the storyline of this tragedy, wasn't it? This was a theater from hell. An interesting script. Who wrote it? A devil? Dev really throwing shade at himself like that, right? Shit. I won't let this happen. Don't underestimate me, don't underestimate Keiichi, the original main character. Don't think the same storyline will work again. I'll be taking over the script this time, and I'm going to destroy it. I won't let this bad ending take place. I'm going to destroy their expectations. You're the one who doesn't trust me, Reina. Just trust me, shut up and trust me. This is all for your own sake. It's the main character of the previous tragedy, I'm telling you this. You just shut up and listen to me. What are you talking about, Keiichi? Shut up and trust you? You're the one who doesn't trust me, Keiichi. Why don't you believe me? Shut up. I know you're wrong. I know how you'll end up, so I know you're going to regret it in the future. I don't want you to finish your life without realizing what you've done. But you just don't know how sad that is yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. You okay, Keiichi? Yeah, I bet. I bet you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll tell you. I'll tell you the story of a pathetic guy. Once upon a time, there was a pathetic guy named Keiichi Maibara. He had no complaints about his life, and he spent every day having fun with his friends. One day, he started to doubt them. After a while, he started to doubt everything. He didn't notice how worried his friends were, and he hurt them, repeatedly. How sorrowful. They trusted each other, but they couldn't let each other know. Do you believe something as stupid as that actually happened? Then I beat you and Mion. The metal bat to the point of death. You begged me to trust you until your final moments. You didn't even try to protect your head. You trusted me until your final moments, reaching your hands out to me. I didn't realize what you were doing and beat you to death anyway. You know how sinful that was? I bet you have no idea. That's why. I have to make up for what I've done. I'm going to stop you, Reina. If you come any closer, I'll light the lighter. Just as you try to save me with your life, I'm going to save you, Reina. I still remember how magnificent you were when you died. You weren't even afraid of it. These words will reach him, she thought. These next words will make Keiichi-kun realize. Trust me, Reina. That was when Reina hit my head with the hatchet. I crumbled down to the floor. She hit me with the handle, but my head was probably cut open. I felt the blood on my face. Poor Keiichi, not of your own will. Parasites that are living in your brain are controlling you. Oishi will find the medicine for it. When it comes, I'll let you take the medicine first. Then you'll be free. Return to the Keiichi I loved. Just hang in there for a little while longer, okay? I heard a phone ringing in the teacher's office. Reina listened to the phone ring for a while, then realized it was for her. She tried to answer the phone in the classroom, but she couldn't figure out how to transfer the call, so she decided to answer it in the teacher's office instead. I'm going to the office for a bit. Don't run away, okay? If any of you are missing, something terrible will happen to me, Chan, okay? Reina glared at everyone in the classroom, intimidating them, and then left. That was when I heard a honk from the outside. Remember the signal from earlier. Oishi want to get in touch with me? Bent down and put the receiver earphone in my ear. You hear me? It's Kumagai from Okonomiya Station. Please cough if you can hear me. Cough. Very good. Please listen carefully. Gasoline the suspect spread everywhere was very dangerous. The classroom is filled with vaporized gasoline right now. It's like a bomb. Please don't aggravate Ryugu and don't ever let her play with the lighter. Please don't provoke her anymore like you just did, okay? This bug is awful. Possible for gasoline fumes to ignite at the slightest spark. Therefore, please turn the bug off after this communication. That's just to be on the safe side. Also, one last thing. According to the suspect's note, he set a time bomb. Time bomb? Used a kitchen timer to make a simple time bomb. The classroom will explode if it goes off. We're trying to get some sleeping pills ready to give her as an antidote. But we don't have much time left. According to her note, the timer is set for 7 p.m. I looked at the wall clock. It was 6:45 p.m. There's only 15 minutes left. Could hear Reina screaming into the phone. No, the time has already been set. Hurry up, Oishi-san. I won't wait for even a second longer. As you can see, Reina Ryugu is refusing to reset the timer. She is going to kill herself in 15 minutes. I remember thinking the same way as Reina. If I killed Reina and Mion, I knew the police would come. I thought somebody would solve the mystery after I was dead. That's what Reina was thinking, and she had been planning to kill herself from the beginning. What do you want me to do? Sleeping pill should arrive soon. If an explosion took place before we could negotiate, there would be no point. I want you to find the time bomb and disassemble it. I mean, getting red and blue cords like in the movies? It's probably simpler than that. According to the suspect, she used a kitchen timer. Not a battery-operated one. One of the ones you plug in. Looks like an alarm clock. You see anything in an outlet in the classroom? There was one outlet in the back and another at the front of the classroom. I checked, but I didn't see anything that was plugged in. Oh, I don't see anything. An ignition was taking place somewhere. It shouldn't work. Must be somewhere in the classroom. I think so. Word coming from the hallway is the one for Reina's phone. Possible for the kitchen timer to be battery operated? It's the type that's powered by electricity. Be possibly in another room. There's a different room where she spread gasoline, then the timer could be in there. I mean to check the whole school? 15 minutes? Injured here, you know. If I stayed here, I'd die in 15 minutes. Wasn't a time to be pessimistic. This was probably my last chance to stop this tragedy from taking place. She spread the gasoline while I went out to deliver the scrapbooks, so she must have done it in a fairly short time. Really didn't think she had enough time to spread it anywhere else other than the classroom. Where was the time bomb? Doing everything we can here, but please help us. That's all. If you don't have any questions, I'll end the communication. Is there anything else? Really? I do have one thing to say. What is it? Please tell Oishi. He should never have told Reina about my past. If I come out of this alive, I'll punch him, so we better be prepared. Wait, 2 punches. One for telling Reina about me, and another for telling me about Reina. I understand. Oishi-san is disappointed in himself for letting Reina Ryugu fool him. I'm sure he'll be happy to let you throw a punch or two. Is that it now? Yeah. Already wasted a few minutes here. Yeah. Safe. Click. Reina was still on the phone. Oishi-san was definitely trying to stall her. When I could hear, it sounded like he's telling her that they investigated the main Sonozaki residence, found something awful in their secret basement or something like that. He went too far. Reina would believe everything again. Mion was going to get hit again for lying. Heiichi. Rika-chan and Satoko crawled up to me. Did you hear? Traps are my specialty. I can't let Reina-san do this to me. Toko realized how serious the situation was as well. The lives of the hostages, including her own, were about to be taken. She tried to remain strong. Toko, and if you die, please don't hate Reina. Reina is sick. Was just unfortunate enough to get at this tragic disease. Remember? So much fun together. Satoko, I believe both you and Reina are my wonderful friends. How can you still say that she is your friend for what she has done to Mion-san? Can't you understand, Satoko? Once a demon starts to act up inside, no matter how tragic the outcome, you just can't stop it. Satoko quietly hung her head. I didn't understand what Rika-chan was trying to say to Satoko. Maybe. I believe in Reina-san. Here you go, Satoko. I hugged Satoko's head. Rika-chan's arms were tied so she couldn't embrace Satoko. She put her forehead closer to her in praise. Hey then, I'm asking the world's best trap expert. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Count on me. The device has to be connected to an outlet, huh? That's right. It could be somewhere else other than this room. It's possible that she spread gasoline all over a different room and set the device there. No, I don't think she had enough time to do that. She had gasoline hidden close by and only spread it here. It was about all the time she had. Remember now. Reina told me last night that she had to prepare something for today. That means she had things ready since then, at least. Those are all the hints I get, eh? What a cruel mind-sweeping game. You can find it, Satoko. Can't, there's no way I can. Wagering all my trust in you. You can do it, Satoko. Or to save Reina, please find it. In that case, very well. I shall prove that's Reina-san's trap is child's play compared to one of my own. I'm going to ask you one more time. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? YouTube's gonna love this video when I set it up. Thank goodness I can't monetize any of my content. I am far from ever being able to monetize my content, so I don't have to worry about it. Take that, YouTube. Can't demonetize me if I'm already cannot be monetized. Those are saying this is going up on YouTube, so many of the things we have said are words that trigger YouTube, like demonetized. It'll be funny if somehow a warning label or something posts up on my video. So, someone please tell me if it does, so I can laugh about it. Something about self-harm or something. Anyway. If you were to blow up this room, where would you set a time bomb? Otoko grinned and then closed her eyes to concentrate. Who are you people? Move over. Who's in charge here? Several cars had arrived, producing several men. They weren't from the Okonomiya station. One of the men was wearing a suit despite the hot weather. He approached me gently, pushing Kumagai aside. Hey, look who's here. Good to see you again. Otaka-kun from the prefectural headquarters? Watch your mouth. I'm ranked much higher than you now, so don't address me so casually. Can I help you something, Otaka-kun? I'm rather busy at the moment. Can't possibly be thinking about taking over this case. Or prove that exactly. I did, Oishi-kun. Chief? Takasugi has informed me of the situation. He has told me that you started all this. You can go now. The troops will take over. Troops? Aren't going to storm the building, are you? I understand the risk. We don't have any time left before the bomb goes off. You've taken too long. We're here to take care of the mess you left behind. Just step back for a minute. I couldn't talk back while the chief and a guy from the prefectural headquarters gave me an order. Gee, who the heck is he? That's Otaka-kun. A long time ago he was showing off even though he was bad at Mahjong. I taught him a lesson. Or maybe he's still holding a grudge for when I knocked him unconscious in that kendo tournament. Obviously we didn't get along. Be the latest update, Oishi-kun. Curious about the storming the school? We're about to settle things peacefully with some sleeping pills. What are you trying to accomplish here? Too late for that. If we had another hour, that would be possible. Instead, a special unit from the prefectural police department will move in. Your unit will be their backup. Chief, you know what's going on, don't you? That classroom itself has turned into a huge bomb. Even the classroom isn't the bomb we're scared of. The suspect, Reina Ryugu, finally calmed her down and found a way to settle this peacefully, and we're about to start that operation. I know we only have 10 minutes. I'll make sure this works. I'll continue negotiating. If it doesn't work, I'll be blown up, and you can sit back and say I told you so, okay? Oishi-kun, special unit from the prefectural police department, isn't just any old unit. You've heard about the second company, haven't you? That Oishi-san. The second company that well known? Remember about 5 years ago? When the JRA hijacked that airplane? Flight 472? I've heard that special counter-terrorist units were put together in Tokyo and Osaka after that incident. But they really do exist. Why would a special unit from Osaka be here? Oshitaka smiled proudly. He just happened to be holding a training session with your prefectural police unit. Requested their help. You haven't changed, have you? You have a bad tendency to escalate matters quickly. Company members exited the vehicles one after another and took position. They didn't move like policemen. Taka-kun, you're really going to have a gunfight here? One shot is all it takes to trigger an explosion. Don't worry, they won't use firearms. They're using riot shields and riot guns. These guns send out tear gas at high pressures. There'll be no issue with explosions. Wow. I've never heard of such convenient water guns. By the way, can that toy reach the classroom from across the schoolyard? No need to worry about that. Just move over and let us do our job. I lifted my arms exaggeratedly. One elbow accidentally touched the car horn, which honked. Of course, I did it on purpose. Trying to get Maibara's attention? Of course. Just hope he heard it. You're going to tell him now. Probably thinking about breaking one of the windows with a grenade and then shooting tear gas into the room. They have no idea how serious Reina Ryugu is. Deadly serious. Even the noise of a window breaking could drive her over the edge. You're saying the special unit can't suppress her? Of course not. That's why we've been so careful. Reina Ryugu has been intending to kill herself this whole time. Her raid doesn't work on people who don't care about dying. We only have Maibara now. Oishi-san, here he is. This is Oishi. You can hear me, please cough. Cough. It's an emergency. Please listen. I have a feeling it's not good news. Fortunately, you're right. Prefectural police are getting involved. They're going to ruin everything we've worked for so far. Anyway. There's a special unit about to break in. The reason I haven't used my pepper spray is because that won't stop her from igniting the gas. A raid won't work. Prefectural police don't understand that Ryugu-san is prepared to die. We're assuming the lighter is just a threat, and she isn't really going to ignite the gas. They'll break in within 5 minutes or so. Please, take the lighter from Reina Ryuga before they move in. That in addition to your order to do something about the time bomb? Yeah, that's right. Got to be kidding me. You want me to take the lighter from Reina and do something about the time bomb too, all within 5 minutes? Come on. You're the only one we can count on. I'm begging you. How is it, Satoko? Can you think of something? I just have to check the hallway on the first floor. To check whether it is there or not. Knowing Reina's patterns, if it was on the first floor, it would be there. If it was on the second floor, it would be there. I just have to check to see if there's a cord in the hallway on the first floor, right? It should be there. If Reina was normal state of mind, I would know for certain. With her being like this, I really cannot figure out her thought pattern right now. Okay, I'll do something. I don't even have time to think about it. I'll look into those two options myself. I don't want another tragedy. Demons down in hell. I bet you're just waiting for an amusing ending to unfold while eating some popcorn. I won't let that happen. I'm going to change everything. Then I'm going to make you pick up your popcorn off the floor. I feel like that was directed at us. Since we will be the audience in this. Spoke to Reina as she continued on with her story about aliens. Eh? What is it? What's the matter, Keiichi-kun? You hear something just now? Reina went quiet and looked around. Reina had become totally paranoid about everything. When she became worried, she couldn't ignore it. Really? You sure, Keiichi-kun? Yeah, I'm sure I heard something. I knew she'd want to check it herself. She really couldn't leave the room for something like that. In this case, she'd have to ask me to check for her. Reina must have been thinking the same thing. Keiichi-kun, you go check? Reina gave me an order with a fake smile on her lips. Okay. Reina watched me go out into the hallway. As I did, she spoke to me. Don't make me angry, okay? Trust me, I'm your friend. Yeah, I trust you. I trust you, so don't betray me, okay? Waiting for a read from Reina, I looked for a cord in a hurry. I don't even have 5 minutes. The office probably had more outlets than anywhere else. I headed for the teacher's office. Shit, where are the outlets? Like light switches, outlets couldn't always be found near entrances. Damn it, why did the clock in the teacher's office have to make such a loud ticking noise? Don't worry. Don't worry, Keiichi will find it. Reina-san would... If I were Reina-san. Reina-san was even more mistrusting than usual. Or would she shut the trap? Trapper like myself ought to be able to discern that. What's this? I saw a plug inserted in the unit under the principal's desk. I saw a cord extending under the door to the reception room. There shouldn't have been any reason why a cord had to be extended into that room. The reception room had an outlet of its own. I tipped over to the receptionist's room and opened the door. Squeak. The door squeaked as I cracked it open a little. My head inside the reception room. I saw the suspicious cord crossing the room and extending under the door to the hallway. I followed the cord to the reception room. I opened the door to the hallway and the cord was extending into the storage closet. The storage closet was used to hold cleaning chemicals. I could smell them from there. The cord was extending into there. Carefully opened the door and turned the light on. The cord was attached to another extension cord. It was an alarm clock that didn't belong in there. I found it. Time bomb. All I had to do was unplug the cord. Picked up the alarm clock. Looked at it like a normal alarm clock. Actually, it was a normal alarm clock. Calling it a kitchen timer. And it was a bit like an alarm clock. It wasn't a bit like an alarm clock. It was an alarm clock. Wait, did an alarm clock use batteries? This alarm clock was a battery-operated one, too. I looked at the extension cord. There was nothing plugged into it. Eh? What was this extension cord for? Why was this extending all the way from the teacher's office? No, Keiichi-san. Run! Toko. It's the wrong place. You've been tricked. A black shadow was covering me. I felt my body freeze. It was so frozen that I felt it was about to crack. I turned around slowly and saw someone holding a hatchet above their head. Dropped the alarm clock. Made a noise as it hit the ground. Why did you follow the extension cord? Why did you have the alarm clock in your hands? Why did you? All the cells in my body were frozen. Yeah, we're gonna finish this. We're gonna finish this thing. Whatever. So, I don't have to get like up or anything or whatever. So, I'll be honest. I'm normally awake this late anyway. Listen, y'all are getting a massive, and I am very thankful I am actually recording it straight to my. Because otherwise it would take forever to upload to YouTube. All the cells in my body were frozen. This was Reina's trap. Reina was suspicious of everyone, including me. This whole time she thought there was someone connected to the people outside. This was a trap to lure that person out. Only the people outside knew about the time bomb. I was told about the whole thing, so I followed the extension cord. And picked up the alarm clock. Stupid of me. Wait, Reina. I trusted you, Keiichi-kun. How could you? Reina hit me with the backside of the hatchet earlier. Painful, but it didn't kill me. This time she was holding the hatchet the right way. Wouldn't just crack my forehead. It would split my entire head open. Reina lifted the hatchet mercilessly. She slowed down as if everything was in slow motion. She looked almost divine. Maybe it really was holy. I was praying after all. Praying. What was I praying for? Praying for my life. Wow. So sudden I couldn't tell what happened. Rika-chan had jumped onto Reina from behind. I didn't know what kind of Reina Rika-chan used, but Reina started moaning, clearly hurt. That brought me back to reality. Oh, the humanity! Oh, there goes gravity! Couldn't just watch them. I had to get the lighter from Reina. What? I don't think you can win with mere force. Reina knew I was after the lighter. She closed her fingers around it tightly. Rika-chan was grabbing onto the arm Reina was holding the hatchet in. She wanted to tell her to run, but thanks to Rika-chan, I could use both of my hands to get at the lighter. Lighter flew out of Reina's hand. It hit the hallway wall and dropped down to the floor. I picked it up. The same moment I did, Reina managed to shake off Rika-chan. Ichi-san, I know now, I figured it out. I heard Satoko scream from the classroom. Satoko had figured out where Reina had hit the time bomb. Wanted to catch Reina, but I didn't have time for that. I had to do something about the time bomb instead. Ichi, hurry up and go back to Satoko. Rika-chan had spread her arms, blocking Reina's path forward. What are you doing? Just run! Ichi, this isn't the first time I've done this for you. Don't you remember? Eh? If I tried a little harder the previous time, you could have made it. So this time you're going to make it. Just go! I don't know what Rika-chan was talking about. There was one thing I did know. Just like Reina and Mion were prepared to give up their lives for their friends, I was willing to give up mine. Rika-chan was prepared for that too. Therefore, telling Rika-chan to run was like telling her she wasn't my friend. I'll depend on my friend Rika-chan. Thank you, Rika-chan. Ichi, we're running out of time. Leaving it to Rika-chan, I dashed for the classroom. As soon as Rika heard Keiichi's footsteps, reached the classroom door, she sighed in relief. As she did, Reina's black shadow came even closer. Haha. That's great. Just great. This isn't a club activity, you know. You'll be killed for real. You'll be killed by an angry Reina. You're not afraid of me, are you? You're amazing, Rika-chan. Rika grabbed a mop as she ran from the storage closet. She picked it up, and it held it upside down like a spear. Rika's stance told Reina that she was ready to fight. Rika didn't look like a little girl anymore. She looked so brave that Reina was even startled by it. Boy, you really are amazing. Weren't afraid of being killed at all, huh? Eh. Rika smiled cynically. Rika usually never smiled this way. Do you really think I would be afraid of death? I've experienced several hundred deaths up until now. Why should I be afraid of it all of a sudden? You aren't Rika-chan, are you? You're the one I met that night. Show yourself, alien. Where's the real Rika-chan? The real Rika? He's right here. Meep-meepa! Wait, you're looking down on me. That really is like Rika-chan. I get it. Oyashiro-sama is an alien. The Furude family's descended from him, and therefore you are a descendant of aliens. I'll crack open your head and drag out all the parasites in your brain. Reina raised her hatchet, charged at Rika with a scream. Ka! One swing is all I need to smash your head open. Reina looked like a beast charging toward its prey. Rika took a step backwards and lowered her body, preparing to counterattack. She did that with no hesitation. Even a minute is plenty. I'll play with you. Come on, Hatchet Girl. Thank you. That was not the initial intent, but I became dead set at finishing this volume, so became that. I coughed on water. But thank you, Locke, for coming back. Okay, I can get through this as long as I don't choke on water again. Not get it, Keiichi-san. All the hints were already in place this morning. Calm down, Satoko. Explain more slowly so I can understand. What are you trying to say? Simple if you just remember. Come on, it's quite obvious when you do. Something stinks today. Close the windows. Really, it'll be hotter here if we close the windows. We've been smelling gasoline coming from outdoors. There were no forestry service people in the office, so they weren't doing any work today. The smell wasn't coming from anything they were doing. In other words, it was the smell of Reina's gasoline. Reina hid the gasoline near the classroom. She had it in a plastic container. You can't smell gasoline that's in a plastic container. So in other words, she had more gasoline ready than just in the container she used to spread around the classroom. Oh. That's what the smell was. Where the smell was coming from. Is it coming from outside? Vaporized gasoline is heavier than air. It stinks. There's another hint other than that. Juniper! What? The ball is missing. You hit it again, didn't you, Haojo? But I hide such a stupid thing. If I'm going to hide something, I'd hide something better than that. Kids who love to play with their ball never lose it. It should have been in the same place it always was. It was gone. That must mean that Reina used it for something. Gasoline was coming from above. A ball was missing, so maybe it was stuffed somewhere. Reina-san blocked the drain with the ball and poured gasoline in the drain canal. Where? On the roof of the second floor. The drain canal extended along the roof of the second floor and then came straight down to the ground. It was plugged and filled with gasoline. It was like a huge Molotov cocktail that extended from the ground to the roof of the floor. Thank you for the fluid checks. Furthermore, the drain canal ran by the classroom windows. If the canal exploded, the classroom would explode too. Therefore, time bomb must be. Bet she ran an extension cord out the second floor window. It's on the rooftop. I picked up a pair of scissors and cut Satoko's bonds. Wait, how did Rika-chan free herself from the rope? I apologize for not being thin enough to slip out myself. I rubbed Satoko's head. Take care of the rest here. I'm going up to the roof. As I jumped out of the classroom, Satoko stopped me. Keiichi-san here. What is it? Something silver sailed through the air. I caught it. It was a metal bat. That's Nini's. Make sure you give it back to me, okay? Sure thing. Thanks, Satoko. The metal bat fit right in my palm. Didn't even feel its weight. Really eased my mind. The name Satoshi was written on the handle. This was the bat that belonged to Satoko's brother Satoshi. He was the victim of last year's tragedy. You and I, we're the same. I won't let another tragedy take place. I'll treat this as a gift from you, who is waiting in the wings. Let's rip apart the script of this demonic tragedy together. Let's go, Satoshi. As I tried to run up the stairs, I heard a loud noise coming from the hallway by the teacher's office. I saw Rika-chan rolling on the floor. Damn, Rika-chan. You held out as long as you could. Damn it. My body were 5 years older. You're next, Keiichi. Shit, I have to go. I have to go to the rooftop. How did you figure out? How did you? Well, I won't let you get up there. Rena's face looked unbelievably scary. She was ready to rip me apart if she caught me. In that case, just try me. I jumped up the stairs, skipping every other step. I turned on the bug in my pocket. Didn't have time to put in the earphones. Rena flew up the stairs. Her foot got caught on a jump rope. She tripped, and then 3 buckets fell on her head. The result of Satoko's trap. Ow, ow, ow. Was Satoko-chan, huh? Satoko leaned against the wall and waved her index finger in a mocking gesture. You were pretty good, but you are about 300 million light years too early to go up against a trap expert like me. Satoko-chan, light years are a unit of distance, not time. Smash. The 4th bucket hit Satoko on the head. I continued up to the rooftop. Reina ignored Satoko and ran after me. Oishi-san, I did it. I got the lighter. I know where the time bomb is. It's on the rooftop in the drain canal. I'm headed up there right now. Oishi-san, is that it? Oishi grabbed a pair of binoculars from Kumagai and looked at the rain gutter on the rooftop. There was something like an alarm clock sitting there. The cord from the clock was extending into the 2nd floor window. So obvious, but they didn't even notice until just then. I need 10 million light years away from facing Brock. Toko was working hard to remove her classmates' restraints, but she couldn't do anything about the bike lock on Mion's neck. Just run, everyone. Forget about me. That doesn't sound like Mion-san. Why not act like our club president, even in a situation like this? All you have to do as our president is to give me an order to undo this lock, okay? Satoko reached for the back of her collar and produced a bent hairpin. Satoko opened the window, climbed onto the windowsill, and faced the bike lock that was restraining Mion. Everyone, open the curtains and windows, then run. Class press, what about my Bara-san? The police will help Kei-chan. Y'all need to run as soon as possible. Huh? You unlock it already? To me, this type of lock is child's play. Once again, Satoko is scary. Actually, in generally, all the members of that club are scary. The binoculars were trained in the classroom. All the curtains were open, as well as the windows. The children, in turn, were all running out into the schoolyard. Oishi put Taka aside, then grabbed his radio and yelled into it. All units, go! Go, go! Secure the hostages. The suspect is going up to the 2nd floor, running after one of them. What are you doing? Taka tried to grab the radio from Oishi, but Kumagai stepped in. Oishi. Give me back the radio. Ah! There was a dull noise and Otaka crumbled to the floor, convulsing. Sorry. I guess my knee happened to hit your balls. Dadgum. Classroom is still filled with gasoline. Be very careful. Forbidden from using any gas bombs or flares. Again, do not use gas bombs or flares. The whole place will blow up. Fort Unit HQ, you secured 24 hostages. 1 is injured. The assault unit, trying to get control of the 1st floor. We've got a problem. The electrical room is locked. We can't get in. Can't get in? You break it down the door. Located directly opposite the classroom. The smell of gasoline is strong here. We might ignite the gas when breaking down the door. We'll await further orders. Shit. Could have just turned the power off. Get the electrical room. Go secure the second floor. Assault unit, roger that. Go, go, go. Otaka-kun, what are you going to do if you fail to secure the electrical room? That's what the special unit was for. This is the problem with rich boys. Just have to secure the clock's outlet now. Sniper unit to HQ. Can see a male hostage on the rooftop of the first floor. Oishi-san, that's my bara. Give me the speaker. My bara-san, the clock is plugged into the back room on the second floor. I shook my head repeatedly. I couldn't do that. Reina was coming after me, so I couldn't head that way. What else could I do? The only way is to go up to the roof of the second floor and get the clock from there. My bara-san, and you up to the roof of the second floor. I'll direct you from there. Oishi-san was telling me to go further up. Satoko only told me it was on the rooftop of the second floor, and he didn't tell me where exactly. He only said it was in the drain canal. Maybe Oishi found it with his binoculars. I put my foot on the railing of the veranda and ran up to the rooftop. I had never felt so light. I felt like I could lift myself with just 2 or 3 fingers. That's it. Keep going. It's at the furthest end of the drain pipe. You only have 30 seconds. 30 seconds would be plenty of time. I could get there in half that. Over there. Is that it? Was. Sniper unit to HQ. You can see the suspect on the rooftop of the first floor. Wish you could fire, but you're using live ammo, aren't you? Not tear gas or anything, is it? No, it's live ammunition. Use those in the military. Japanese police don't need anything like that. Ambara-san. She's after you. Hurry up. She'll be there soon. How many more seconds did I have? Who cares? Whoa. Slid down the roof and grabbed the kitchen timer that was sitting on the drain pipe, which was filled with gasoline. There was a cord with a copper wire attached to it. It was supposed to create sparks and start an explosion. The hand on the clock kept moving with the second hand trying to reach the minute hand. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. He threw it to the ground. A moment later, I heard the noise of something breaking. Did I do it? Assault Unit HQ. Time bomb has been stopped. Yes. Oishi-san, we did it. We did it. Yeah. Ibara, good job. Ishi certainly made me nervous. Getting so close isn't elegant, you know? Only policemen, but the children who were on their way to the ambulances raised their voices in cheer. Oishi-san, there's a message from the fire department. The scene is still dangerous. To order all units to retreat immediately. Is the time bomb gone, though? Though the ignition device is gone, it's still extremely dangerous. The lives of the assault unit might be at stake. Damn. What about my bar up there? Can he jump off? Oishi-san, according to a map, there's a flower bed by the school building. We'll tell him to jump there. Oishi to all units. Stop the operation. Fall back immediately. Fall back. Alpha here. Roger that. Beta here. Roger that. Fall back. Fall back. Can you hear me, Maibara? Yuga-san too. It's too dangerous to stay there. It might explode at any minute. There's a flower bed by the school building. Jump down there. Flower bed? I can't see it from here. It didn't sound like I had enough time to be looking for it. I noticed a white hand at the edge of the roof, followed by Reina's head. Reina slowly crawled up to the rooftop. I waited for her there. I never thought you would find it. It was all for nothing. Reina scratched at her throat. The band-aids peeled off and her throat started to bleed. Game over. It's game over, Reina. We're confronting each other on the rooftop of the second floor. This wasn't a club activity, but a real battle. Reina was glaring at me with hatred at first. Maybe because she had already given up, she started smiling wickedly. I heard the chorus of the Higurashi in the background, as if to cool us down from the heat of battle. Didn't think we needed their service yet, though. Yeah. If it was a board game, you'd have reached a goal and won. But this isn't a game. But this isn't a goal. It's a dead end. Shit, you don't give up, do you? Reina, you really are strong. You never give up. You fight until the bitter end. Keep believing until that point, too. Praise like that won't make me happy now. You ruined everything that I risked my life for, Keiji-kun. I was simply trying to protect our species from the aliens. You ruined it. If humans go extinct, it's all your fault, Keiichi-kun. It will be recorded in history. Didn't mean to laugh, but I couldn't help it. My name would be written down in the history books of the aliens as the one who destroyed the human species. Somehow that sounded kinda cool. Reina, no matter what you have to say, I've won this game. I've already won and you just don't want to admit it, that's all. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's not how it works. The game doesn't end when there's a winner. It ends when there's a loser. That means for me isn't enough. What do you mean? I tapped my shoulder with the metal bat, gesturing for Reina to come at me. I'm going to make you understand that you lost. Won't run or hide. You know why? According to the rules of our club, we don't run from our enemies. I'll prove to you that you've already lost, Reina. Are you ready? Parasites and aliens? How stupid. Who would believe in things like that these days? I can only laugh. You never believed me in the first place, yet you pretended that you did. How dare you deceive me? I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I don't care if you believe in those things, but I would never believe in anything that stupid. If I did have to believe in anything like that, I'd rather believe in the buried treasures of the Tokugawa shogunate. But if you still want me to believe, don't you remember our club's rules? Whoever conceived victory's the correct one. There you go. Reina and I grinned at each other, and as we went around in circles at the rooftop, we both checked the distance between us. If you can take me down, I'll believe in your alien stories. I'll perform a mysterious dance every morning and night to call for UFOs to come and beam up livestock. But Reina, if I take you down, then I want you to be ready. I don't think you even need to think further than that. I don't think you do. You will never defeat me. Reina came at me with a heavy strike. See, now would be the time to use this.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg. Why won't you die? Can't hurt me, Jack. Die, you piece of shit!
Okay, Reina came at me with a heavy strike. I caught it easily with the metal bat. It looked like there were some sparks. This was finally getting interesting. Hey, maybe you shouldn't say that yet. You might be wrong, you know. When I went through a whole lot of battles in our club, I learned something. I learned about myself. Now I know what I need to bring out my ultimate power. Really? I wonder what it is. I wonder. Reina, your hatchet can be a powerful weapon. My metal bat is as powerful as your hatchet. Sure, it doesn't have a blade, but it reaches farther and it's easier to handle. I won't be going for a defensive battle. I'm going to fight you face to face. I'm going to defeat you. I'm sure I'm stronger than you physically. You're better at drawing out your true potential, Reina. In other words, we're equally matched. This is great. I won't need to hold back at all. So what are you going to do after you beat me? Take that, that, and that. I think I might have the upper hand. Huh. I'm just warming up. Just you wait and see. Wait and see what I do after I take you down. We both put a lot of chips on the pile. Prepare yourself for having to make a big payout. Aren't you counting your chickens before they're hatched? Your bluffing is just pathetic. You don't get it, do you? My strength increases in proportion to my reward, don't you know? Let's see. You'll be my personal maid. Starting from the moment I wake up until I go to sleep at night, you'll serve me all day, every day. With Coach's help, you'll be wearing a different costume every day. Wait until I go to sleep at night? What if I make it so that you won't let me sleep instead? How about that? Woo-woo. That's so like you, Keiichi-kun. No, thank you. Actually, I'll win and make you my servant. Both laughed like crazy people as we struck each other. Strange how much fun it was becoming. Rain and I were trying to kill each other, and yet it was a blast. Sparks were flying. We could get seriously injured. If we fell off the rooftop, we'd break our bones, yet this was so much fun. I'd been mourning and crying all day today, while Reina terrified me. How did all that turn into this? The two of us can't be serious even if we try. Even with sparks flying, we can only goof around. Too bad. That's not me. I like being elegant and graceful. Have fun goofing around by yourself, Keiichi-kun. Reina's neck stripe came at a strange angle, but I managed to deflect it. Oh. That's too weak. You're done. Finally, I'm all warmed up. This is just a warm-up, right? Huh? Stupid, this isn't even a warm-up. It's like taking a walk. You're all sweaty. Instead of sweat, you'll be covered in your own blood. Ara-san, jump off. Come on, jump. He isn't even listening to us. He's so into it that he can't even hear anything. Oishi-san. Sorry. What is it? What do you mean, what is it? We have to figure out a way to rescue him. Oishi couldn't figure out why he was distracted, considering the seriousness of the situation. He was engrossed in watching the two of them fight with the sunset behind them. Oishi wasn't the only one. Everyone watching was captivated by their battle on the rooftop. That moment, a sudden loud voice broke through the silence. Bara-san, hang in there. Careful, don't fall. The students who were about to climb onto the ambulance were cheering him on. Mion was being loaded onto a stretcher with bandages around her head. Even she sat up, captivated as she was by Reina and Keiichi's duel. Her once happy days were supposed to have shattered due to a series of misunderstandings. They were supposed to be irretrievable. Huh. Why? Why did I feel this way? This was such a close game. It wouldn't be fun to stay in a stalemate forever. Reina and I kicked at each other with perfect timing and increased the distance between us. Hey, this is a blast. What do you think, Reina? Isn't this just the best? I've been having fun since the very beginning. It'll be even more fun to split your head open, Keiichi-kun. Split it open. Oh, that's dangerous. Over here. Come back over here. Let's use more space. Something like this doesn't happen too often. Enjoy it as much as we can. Would make a great picture. Look, there's a beautiful moon behind us. The breeze feels great. It's such a fantastical scene. Two people were fighting on the rooftop of a school building, with the moon behind them. It was almost unbelievable. All the policemen and children looked at the mysterious and fantastical scene from a distance, completely entranced. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Nobody said anything. Why does it look like they're having fun? Being up all fired up in a breeze this cool reminds me of the Watanagashi festival. I don't really like to just sit back and enjoy the cool of the evening in silence. When the moon comes up, I turn into an animal. All club members went crazy on the night of Watanagashi. The mayor scolded us by the end of it. We laughed at each other and promised to do the same thing again next year. Going crazy under the moon, huh? Sounds cool, doesn't it? Maybe we're already crazy. Yeah, I feel the same. We're having fun trying to kill each other. We must be mad already. This must be what insanity is like. Some people say the moon has the power to arouse passions in people. Maybe that's true and maybe it's not. One thing that's for sure is that even if it were a new moon tonight, we'd still feel the same way. Their surroundings got darker. Sparks we created with each hit started to look like fireflies. Hey now, isn't there gasoline in the drain pipe nearby? Who cares? If explosion happens, it happens. Hey, what are you doing? You're getting too sweaty to hold the bat? Why don't you take a break and dry your hands off? Let your head open while you do that, though. That's a good one. Isn't your skirt clinging to your legs? You can take it off if you want. I'll just watch you instead of attacking. Really? Then I'll give you a good blow to the head while you're charmed by my legs. This really is so much fun, isn't it, Reina? Yep, it sure is. We flew, we danced. We struck, we laughed. We stepped back once in a while to catch a breath, then charged at each other and let the sparks fly. We aimed at each other as we went around in circles on the rooftop of the school, our special stage. Reina and I were all sweaty, but we weren't exhausted yet. Beads of sweat rolling down my body just tickled me. We exchanged furious blows one after the other. Neither of us was at an advantage or disadvantage. Neither of exulted in victory or raged in defeat. Battle with Reina in itself was fun. It was like a dance. A dance I couldn't dance by myself. It was a dance I could only dance with someone with whom I was equally matched. Didn't you think the same thing I did when we did that club activity with the whole class? The day we dueled with water guns? Yeah, I did. We wanted to fight like this again. We thought that when the rooftop, our classmates down below must have thought the same. Our fight was so pure and passionate that everyone thought the same thing. Want to join them. It was the same back then, using water guns, but we did the same thing. This is far more fun. I don't have to worry about how much water I have left in my gun. And we can create sparks with water guns. Or we can't create sparks with water guns. Couldn't strike at each other like this either. We both were breathing hard, waiting for the right timing to take a step forward. In the midst of that, we grinned at each other. This is exactly what I said then, but I'm going to say it again. Okay, then I'll respond just the same. We both smiled wickedly in the same moment. So much fun. I don't even want to end this. Don't hate me if you lose. No, I won't. I'd hate myself for ending this game. But I know I wouldn't be the one to cry in the end. I don't know about that. Your feet are getting weak as if they're made out of straw. Get up. Whoa. Everyone was captivated by our fight. We were swept up in our fight. We both had weapons. Weapons deadly enough to seriously hurt one another. We were both perfectly matched. Neither of us had hit the other yet. Did they look so happy? This was just ridiculous. All the people below were just watching this fight on the rooftop with the beautiful moon as a backdrop. Not even the police could stop them. This was impossible. This battle was absurd and absolutely impossible. Keiichi-san, try to stay in the middle of the roof. Use the height to your advantage. The Tokens of her classmates cheered Keiichi on. There were some who were cheering for Reina too. To them, this was no longer a fight to the death, but just the second round of their water gun battle. club activity is a club activity, and a game is a game. This was just the second round, so nobody would die. Even though they had real weapons, nobody thought they would get hurt. Rika wasn't cheering. She was just looking up at the rooftop. I've never seen anything like this before, Rika thought to herself. She thought Keiichi could win, not just against Reina. Rika thought Keiichi could even destroy the walls of the maze of tragedies that had no exit. What are the snipers doing? Suspect is trying to harm the hostage. Fire immediately. So Taka yelled into the radio, me on screen for him to stop. No, no! Don't shoot Reina. Reina isn't crazy anymore. She isn't who she was earlier. That's a different Reina. So please, don't shoot her. What do you mean she's different? Look, she's swinging around that weapon. She's trying to kill him. Unless we shoot her down, the hostage is in danger. No, no. Don't shoot at Reina. If you shoot Reina, Kei-chan will kill you for sure. I can guarantee it. Why would he kill me? They aren't trying to kill each other. They're just having fun creating sparks. Can't you see? Kei-chan is talking to her too. He's telling her that they're equal. That means she can trust him more than anyone. Kei-chan will wake Reina up. No, he's already waking her up. Reina's nightmare is almost over. Keiichi-kun, you're the best. I don't even want to kill you anymore. A world without you would be so boring. Heh, thanks for the compliment, I appreciate it. So what's going to happen to the world, huh? Aren't aliens trying to invade it? Haha. You know, I don't even think I even care about aliens or parasites anymore. The world is going to perish. Go ahead and perish. Who cares about the conspiracy of the three families anyway? That's right. Even if a meteor hits the Earth tomorrow. Nothing could be more fun than this moment. Oh, just a wholesome fight between two friends right now. Hey, aren't you supposed to die tonight due to some poison? Sure don't like you only have a few hours left to live. Haha. That's right. I completely forgot about that. I'm supposed to claw out my throat and die tonight. Hey, that's a scenario you came up with, don't forget. Come on, scratch your throat once in a while at least. Hey, I know. Hey, I know, it doesn't itch anymore, does it? Definitely doesn't. This is more fun than scratching your throat could ever be. Yes, this dance of ours really is way more fun. I wished it would never end. My body was screaming. I was breathing hard and felt dizzy from lack of oxygen. My upper body felt as light as a piece of paper. This even a slight breeze could take me away. It really had been a blast, but I needed to end it soon. I felt the same sadness as in that water gun fight. Back then it had been declared a draw. Wonder what will happen this time. Who knows? One thing is for certain. What? I love doing this with you. Me too. I jumped backwards and slammed the roof with my bat. The sound was as intense as a huge drum. The noise woke up the people who were captivated by our fight. Silence returned and the chorus of Higurashi filled the air. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Sure. Let's end this with one more strike. We started to move slowly, increase the distance between us. Everyone realized it. This fight was ending very soon. This is it. I'm going to ask you one more time. What is it? You're betting something on this, right? Isn't that why we're fighting? I did? Ah, sorry, I forgot. You're hopeless. Okay, listen carefully. If I win, become my personal maid and serve me every day. It interests me to others as your master. Haha, my uniform better be cute. Of course it will. Be a variety of uniforms ranging from old-fashioned ones that are a little dangerous. They'll be custom-made so they'll fit you perfectly. How about that? My goodness. I didn't intend to lose, but that could be fun somehow. You win, Reina. I paused for a moment. You win, I'll believe your stories. Reina was happy until just a moment ago. That expression was suddenly wiped from her face. Aliens are invading the Earth, and we have parasites in our brains. So Nozaki family is pulling the streams. They're researching the parasites in secret, and aliens will be in control of the world starting tomorrow. We'll believe in that. Also, since you're dying tonight, I'll make sure you go peacefully, so don't worry. Not fun if I win, is it? Your reward sounds a lot more fun, Keiichi-kun. New background music I'm hearing. What can I do? I did all this because of what I just said, right? Yeah, I guess. Sorry, I almost forgot. Reina smiled sadly for a moment. Soon that expression was wiped off her face too. Going to win no matter what. I want my personal maid. Boo, boo. Not fun if I win. Then do you want to change it? What do you want? Finally, Reina smiled happily again. Freeze dried our sweat. The good feeling. No longer went crazy even with the moon out. Could finally enjoy the coolness of the evening. It'd be so nice if we could just lie down on our backs and gaze at the moon. Still smiling a little, Reina spoke. I want the same reward as yours, Keiichi-kun. What? You want me to be your maid? That's something. You don't have to be my maid. The rest is the same. I want you to say good morning to me every morning, and good night every night. I want you to treat me well, and let me play around all the time. Yes, no matter who wins, always be together. Be together. The one who gets the special treatment is different. Am I fighting with someone I like so much? Oh no. Are we on the rooftop? Couldn't come here in the first place. I don't know. I forgot. We were both airheads. We floated up here. Yep, we're airhead buddies. Buddies, alright. Well then, shall we get started? Don't want to cool down too much. Alright. Better finish up before it gets too cold. We readied our weapons and took our stances. I'm going to suggest we stop this. I really was. I shook my head slowly. No. We have to finish this. Otherwise it won't end. Our fight won't end. We can't quit. We have to bring it to an end. This isn't right. It's possible that no matter who wins or loses, there'll be no reward. And if that happens, we shouldn't hate each other. I'm going to tell you this now. What? It was fun. Yeah, feel the same way. Reina, even if one of us dies, we'll see the other again. When we do, we'll have fun in a normal way. We'll laugh together in a normal way. And we'll fall in love in a normal way. We will? We won't doubt each other. Trust each other. And we'll meet again. Right? For sure, right? Yeah, for sure. Tears appeared in Reina's eyes. I noticed I was about to break down too. Okay. Are you ready? There was no signal. We stepped forward at the same time. Our shadows jumped in the moonlight, fighting so viciously earlier, but now it's like we were moving very slowly. We must have looked like a shadow play. Everyone was watching the shadows dance. Reina's shadow hit my metal bat violently. As a result, I let go of it. The metal bat bounced once on the roof, then rolled down to the schoolyard. I'd lost my weapon. There was Reina's chance. Of course, she wouldn't miss it. I was lying flat on the roof, and Reina got on top of me. Reina's knees were holding down my arms, and there was no way for me to fight back. The moon was divided into two. The shadow of Reina's hatchet had split the moon right down the middle. The fluid check. This was the end. Shit, that was good. Can't even pull my arms away. Keiichi-kun, it's over, right? Not yet. Not over until you swing down your hatchet. Don't wanna. Huh? Don't want to. Want to. His arms were still raised, but tears were pouring from her eyes. What happened? What went wrong? And what went wrong? I loved everyone and I trusted everyone. Did I start to doubt them? I don't know why I'm doing this to you. I don't know. Why? I doing this to people? Love so much. You realized it. You realized it in this world. I believe myself. Today was so much fun. I didn't have any complaints. Didn't worry about anything. I'd have to destroy everything with my own 2 hands. Reina, you're incredible. Where I killed you and Mion. Didn't realize I had done anything wrong. I left a note. Called Oishi-san. I believed that someone else was at fault. Even after I was dead. Didn't even notice I had sinned. I said it was to kill my friends because of a little misunderstanding. Even when they were trying to help me. How painful it was not to realize it was a sin. Therefore, you're amazing, Reina. You didn't kill any of your friends. Came to your senses before you committed a sin. You're incredible, Reina. It's incredible. Totally different from me. Reina stood up slowly and lowered her hatchet. Hurt my friend. I hurt Michan. Just apologize to her. Personally, I appreciate the wounds will help me tell the twins apart. Already killed, huh? No, you haven't. Who did you kill? Rinamami and Tepe Haucho. Oh, those 2. I thought it was right to kill him. But the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy. That mean it was wrong? Kill them? I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best thing you could have done. What do you mean the best thing? Don't you know? I grabbed his head and embraced her. Then I told her something so simple that anyone could think of it. Reina didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then. You're in danger. You feel like doubting others. Something sad happened. So simple. You should talk to your friends. That's right. Right. Reina cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. Stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it? I was wrong. Why didn't I talk about it? No one trusted me, so why didn't I trust them? I was the same way before. That's why I won't laugh at you. You realized it. You realized it a lot sooner than I did. We will trust each other. We will never doubt our friends. We will rely on each other. We'll talk to each other and help each other out. That's why friends are always happy. Why we can endure anything together. Okay, Reina. Why don't we respond to the curtain call? This really is the end of everything. What do you mean by the curtain call? What do you mean? Well, I was just talking to myself. Come on. We stood up together holding hands. The moon was hanging behind us. When I nodded, Reina threw away her hatchet. It disappeared into the darkness below. Then I spoke to the audience in hell, the demons who weren't expecting this ending. I was proclaiming victory. That's all for tonight. We overcame this tragedy. We'll never doubt each other again. We'll be united forever, no matter what disaster might befall us. Don't think we'll ever yield. Who cares about tragedy? Who cares about disaster? Even if the script is written by demons, we'll tear the whole thing to pieces. Oh, okay, gotta read this. The incident at the Forest Service field office in Himizawa. Date of event: midday, June 25th, the 58th year of the Showa era. Location: Himizawa, Shishibone City. Inside the Forest Service field office. Summary: on June 25th, the suspect, Ryugu Reina, broke into the Forest Service field office in Himizawa. She forced her way into the classroom at the local school housed within that office complex, proceeded to take 25 people hostage. The suspect scattered around a large quantity of kerosene and held the school hostage for over 7 hours. The situation remained in a deadlock for some time. At 1845, several hostages resisted and fled from the building. At the same time, a special unit from Osaka Police Department Second to arrive at the scene, 24 of the hostages were safely rescued. The remaining hostage fled to the roof. After a brief pursuit, the suspect engaged in close combat. At 1910, she agreed to disarm and surrender, freeing the final hostage. Casualties, 4. All minor injuries. Details follow. Sonozaki Mion. He was captured by the suspect around noon that day, escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the flight. Furude Rika. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. The suspect inflicted minor injuries on her during the flight. Haojo Satoko. She was captured by the suspect around noon that day. She escaped at 1845 and was taken to safety. He fell and suffered minor injuries during escape. Maibara Keiichi. He was captured by the suspect around noon that day. He was released by the suspect in 1910. He received minor injuries when he engaged in combat with the suspect. Regarding the arrest, Ryugu Reina. He disarmed and surrendered to the police at 1910 and was subsequently arrested. She was taken to the Okonomiya police station and questioned. He admitted to the outline given above. There has been some dispute about the accountability of the suspect during the crime, but after subjecting her to a psychiatric examination, the prosecution determined the suspect is fully accountable for her crimes, for her actions. Oh, bullshit. The defense is in direct opposition to this and has submitted their own psychiatric examination report denying the suspect's accountability. The trial is currently in session. Do 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 do. Do 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 boo. Scabba bop bop a deep bop boo. Dibba bop bop a dibba boo. Do 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 do. Nice background music. Scoopa da bop bop a deep bop boo. Higurashi when they cry, kai. Do 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 do. 7th expansion is the dev, maker of the game. Trying to scat sing to da ba. Something gonna happen now. Okay, the scenario jump mode has been unlocked. Something. The end of the game. Let's see. Staff room has been unlocked. It's a thank you message for purchasing the game. Okay, so we have our little extra palette cleanser. Okay, and a tip, apparently. So almost. It would be... Couldn't forgive myself if we didn't do... Okay. Okay. Demon script. 17th year of the Heisei era. Early summer. 2005. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Tao. Thank you so much. Everyone who got emotes, I hope... Everyone who got this gift sub, I hope you enjoy your emotes. Okay. This one takes in 2005. Car began to rattle as the road turned from asphalt to gravel. Cried the cicadas seeped through the tightly shut windows. Most people would open their car windows and let the natural air in along with the sounds of the cicadas. People are also spoiled. He'd rather keep himself cool with the air conditioning turned to max than listen to the sounds of nature. Usually it was the raining season at this time of the year. This June, the summer had already come without any rain. Oh, thank you very much for the fluid check. Why did I shrink so much? Just checking.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you!
I didn't do anything wrong. What? Just like how the weather was on that day 20 years ago. The air around this area is just as clear as I remember it. Yeah, winds are cool and the sunshine is bright. The place could have become a World Heritage Site like the villages in Gifu. Waste. You're awake much later than I'm crashing. I'm sorry, I obviously I don't really go, and I wasn't expecting even if I ended up doing the... It ended up taking 2 hours longer than I agree. But thank you for all of, stuck with it. I much appreciate it as well. You're all troopers. Long Thanks to that, there are no irritating tourists around here. And that makes it much better. The tourists forget about pedestrian traffic laws when they're in rural areas. Aw, thank you. I walk in the middle of the road, you know? Kasaka-senpai, do you still do stuff outdoors? For a 12-hour stream close to 3. Pass out. Yeah, you go get some sleep or whatever. Like, just like tail in, like, whatever, probably like 10 minutes or whatever of just extra stuff. Of course, I'll be up. You have a good one. I am not going for 12 hours. No. No. Not much as I used to. My job doesn't give me much free time. Same here. Hey, there he is. The other man noticed and waved his hand before anyone in the car could honk the horn. The man was a young fellow on a motorcycle with a big backpack on his shoulders. It looked like he was ready to go camping. No, I said I am not doing 12 hours. No. Thanks again, Tao. You have a good one. You have a good sleeps. Nakasaka and his partner stepped out of the car and shook hands with the young man. Captain, it's good to see you again. Yo, you've been doing lately? Well, I hope. Take it easy today. This is Akasaka-senpai. He took care of me back in college. Oh, my name is Akasaka. Oishi was supposed to come today. He had to go for a medical checkup at the last minute. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor, sir. So Akasaka-senpai, where shall we go first? His name was Mamoru Akasaka. He was a veteran detective from the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. Despite the fact he was close to his retirement, he hadn't lost his clear instinct and sharp eyes at all. Those eyes showed the confidence he'd built through many risky experiences. He had a well-built muscular body and a fearless aura. He must have fought against many violent criminals. His connection to Hinamizawa went back almost 30 years, all the way to 1978. It was in the Public Safety Division in the Metropolitan Police Department. He came to Hinamizawa to investigate the kidnapping case of the grandson of Inugai, the then Minister of Construction. There he met Oishi and Rika Furude. Rika Furude predicted her own death. Kasaka regretted for the rest of his life that he couldn't save that little girl from her fate. He saw the news of the great Hinamizawa disaster on TV and met up again with Oishi, pledged to uncover the mystery of both the cruel fate that fell upon the little girl and the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Okay, well I guess this is, going to like a different timeline world or whatever, from like one of the previous ones. I think from the one in chapter 3, I think. Fortunately, Hinamizawa was sealed off for a long time. Result: all Akasaka and Oishi could do for the past 20 years was publish the little information they gathered, and ask for their readers to send their tips and clues. But recently, the seal on Hinamizawa had finally been lifted. However, they couldn't come to Hinamizawa until today due to Akasaka's busy work schedule and Oishi's poor health. In fact, Oishi was supposed to come with Akasaka, but was called in for an emergency health checkup. The other two who came along were Akasaka's juniors from university. One worked at the ground SDF, and the other was his subordinate. They were assigned the mission of sealing off Hinamizawa. They were quite knowledgeable about the village. Akasaka took out a scrapbook from his bag. Corners of the scrapbook were all tinted, making it look very old. Akasaka flipped through the pages, thought for a second, then let them know his first destination. All right, please take me to the Onagafuchi swamp. No problem. Right this way, sir. The young man got on his bike and waited for the others to get back to their car. They honked at each other to signal they were ready, and the young man led the car to the swamp. Heading through the forest, they came to an open area where the ground was covered by concrete. There wasn't even a single drop of water in sight. All the water of the swamp had been replaced by concrete. That was what Onagafuchi swamp looked like now. There isn't even a single drop of water, let alone a swamp. I was told that they sealed the swamp right after the disaster. This place was already encased in concrete by the time I arrived here for my mission. Let's go down there and take a closer look. Akasaka got out of the car and walked to the center of the concrete swamp. It wasn't a parking lot or a heliport, just a huge empty concrete space right in the middle of the forest. This is the place people say was a landing spot for UFOs. Really? I've never heard of that. That's what they write on occult websites. They say that this is the place where our government met with aliens. Can't blame them for such rumors. Oh, because an empty concrete space in the middle of a forest sure does look weird. Volcanic gases erupted from this swamp in June 1983. Deadly mixture of hydrogen sulfide and carbon dioxide engulfed and destroyed Hinamizawa in a single night. The village was sealed off and the SDF covered the swamp with concrete. But the people who write those rumors on the internet actually do have a point. Any geologist could tell you that covering a source of volcanic gas with concrete is absolutely useless. It's true. Never heard of anyone trying to prevent a volcano from erupting by pouring concrete into its crater. On the other hand, our country is known for its wasteful construction using the taxpayers' money. Lately, people who love things like supernatural phenomena and UFOs write on the internet about the great Hinamizawa disaster. Known by now about the cause of the disaster, an eruption of deadly volcanic gas from a magma chamber. In 1986, a similar natural disaster occurred at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa. Though people easily believed that such a rare natural disaster could occur anywhere on Earth, and that was what happened at Hinamizawa as well. However, a rumor about another possible explanation had begun to fly around on the internet recently. They say that disaster was a cover-up by the government, that it was actually a biochemical terrorist attack by aliens. Had such a rumor begun to spread now? They claim to back up their theory with a secret document known as File Number 34. Someone online named it File Number 34 for descriptive purposes. But the name spread and stuck since then because it sounded like a government conspiracy. People loved it. Unknown how or from where they obtained those documents, but they posted scans and pictures which were all ridiculous. Plus, more fake evidence was produced over time, but now even the existence of such documents are in doubt. File number 34 deserves a bit more explanation. It was Takano's note scrapbook, wasn't it? However, since it started on the internet, truths and lies were all mixed together. It has become more like an urban legend. This is what believed to be mostly true. File number 34 was a notebook written by a nurse named Mio Takano who worked at a local clinic in Hinamizawa. File number 3 was most likely named after her. This woman was a researcher who studied the demon myth of Hinamizawa and tried to solve what it meant. The contents of this notebook state that she prophesied the great Hinamizawa disaster of 1983. According to her research, a UFO crash landed in Hinamizawa a long time ago and sunk into Onagafuchi swamp. The UFO carried parasitic bacteria from space. They began to infect the locals. The infected villagers began to become extremely violent, so much so that they were fit for the word demon. Takano insisted that this was the explanation for the myth about demons pouring out of the swamp. An alien who survived the crash realized that the Earthlings had gone crazy because of the bacteria he brought in, decided to show himself to the villagers to help them out. This is how Oyashiro was born. The alien was able to cure the villagers with highly advanced technology, but couldn't eradicate the bacteria completely. Since the villagers looked up to the alien as some sort of deity, the alien utilized its status to hand down specific rules to the villagers in order to stabilize the disease. The bacteria took a liking to Hinamizawa's habitat. When the carrier of the disease left Hinamizawa, their symptoms would re-emerge. Therefore, the alien made it a rule not to leave the village. This leads to the legend of the transcendence of Onagafuchi. The weird practices and miracles that the villagers performed were realized by means of the advanced technology that they received from the alien. Those maniacs do indeed have a colorful perspective on things, don't they? Remember Nostradamus' prophecies? People said that the world was going to end in 1999, but nothing happened in July. People acted like they didn't even know about it. Most TV shows made people as scared as they could be and then ignored the fact that it didn't happen. But Mio Takano did predict the great Hinamizawa disaster. It's not a lie. Look at this page in this scrapbook. Must be joking. Kasaka-senpai, is this for real? Time passed. The bacteria stabilized in human bodies and became harmless. The alien and the bacteria began to fade away from people's minds. However, the alien has lived on for hundreds of years, the protection of the freed families. Still lives on as the spirit of a deity in the secret temple of Furude Shrine. The alien manipulated the bacteria living inside of the villagers and maintained control over them for hundreds of years. The alien wanted to regain its power and started researching how to bring back the lost powers of the bacteria, etc., etc. Things get much stranger from there. We'll say that the disaster was actually part of the alien's plan to conquer the entire Earth by spreading the reawakened bacteria. The Japanese government has a secret division that fights against alien invasions. And they trained at Area 51 in the US, etc., etc. They moved in to stop the invasion by sealing off the entire village. They killed all of the residents by using toxic. Hey, there's a movie that's just like that. Some black guy's the lead character. What was the title? Am I something? Yeah, I know. Too crazy to be real. The writer of this bunch of bull, Mio Takano, mysteriously murdered in June 1983. Right before her death, he gave this scrapbook to a girl as if she knew she was going to die very soon. That girl is known as Girl A. Some guy who investigated the case was able to track down to a girl named Reina Ryugu. So now it's known as the Reina Ryugu theory on the internet. Oh shit. So the thing still happens. The gas attack still happens. Reina Ryugu inherited Miyos Takano's will by means of the scrapbooks. He tried to fight against the planned invasion by holding a school hostage, demanding the local police uncover the alien's plot. Of course, no one believed her and they assumed she was in a state of paranoia. Back then, people assumed that Reina Ryugu took Mio Takano's delusions seriously and was motivated to commit a poorly executed crime. He held the school hostage. Reina Ryugu told local police that the alien was controlling the three families, that it was plotting bioterrorism on a massive scale. The very next day, the great Hinamizawa disaster occurred. Gotta be kidding. Can it be just a coincidence? I don't know. According to the people who believe it's not just a coincidence, there are many inconsistencies in the SDF's immediate sealing off operation. Filling the swamp with concrete is one example. Several of the SDF soldiers on duty at the time testified that some people were conducting. But I'm about to sleep. Yeah, you go to sleep. Don't worry. Yeah. Thank you for standing by, Avian. It's gonna be on vid on YouTube or in 2 parts. I'll put all on one vid on YouTube. You have a great one. Thank you very much. You have a great sleep, Avian. Filling the swamp with concrete is one example. Several of the SDF soldiers on duty at the time testified that some people were conducting secret investigations outside the usual geographic survey, but before the area was closed off. course, those who think it's just a coincidence say that the researchers simply took precautionary measures to keep unauthorized people out of the area. I'd have to agree with the latter people. People also question why they sealed off the village for such a long time. First volcanic gas eruption, Miyake Island was only sealed off for 4 to 5 years. What happened in Himizawa was an exceptionally rare natural disaster. It was sealed for over 20 years. I heard that the residents of Miyake Island returned to their homes island faster than was originally intended, because they had requested it so strongly. In the case of Hinamizawa, there were no residents alive who wished to return in the first place. Perhaps the government took their time until they were absolutely certain that it was safe. How about this one? The SDF members who were on the mission to seal off Hinamizawa, their blood samples taken periodically. Some of them were discharged from the mission without any explanation after results came back. Some believe that they were using the members of the SDF as human test. For those who don't know, the SDF stands for the Self-Defense Force, which is the name of Japan's army. Or military, I should say. Human tests to see if they got infected or not. I think they were just checking up on the members' health condition. They were in the area where the gas disaster occurred. Besides, normal businessmen also take annual physical checkups. They have their blood samples taken there as well. I understand your point too. I have another interesting theory. Some people believe that there was no gas emitted during the so-called Great Hinamizawa disaster. A volcanic gas? What does that mean? Basically, what they're saying is that there was no volcanic gas. It's a sort of government cover-up. Like in the Spielberg movie, you know, the one where humans make contact with UFOs. And that's exactly how maniacs always explain things. What kind of basis do they have to say that there was no volcanic gas emission? Well, a bunch of those maniacs came to Hinamizawa as soon as the seal was lifted. According to them, the hydrogen sulfide in the volcanic gas could have caused some corrosion to metallic objects and major damage to the wildlife. However, they found no signs of disruption. This led them to claim that there was no volcanic gas to begin with. This village was abandoned for 20 years. I doubt they could find anything anyway. But that's the thing with the internet. You can't believe everything you read on it. Isaka-senpai, please don't tell me you're buying these stories. First I didn't, but lately I'm beginning to think that there might be some truth to them. You believe in UFOs? Oh, come on. Well, what if this scrapbook is the real file number 34? Huh? The scrapbook is the one that Ryugu possessed when she took the school hostage on June 25th, 1983. It was assumed to be lost during the confusion of the disaster. Oishi-san's old friend was able to locate it in an evidence storage at the prefectural police headquarters. Back then, Oishi thought Reina Ryugu was delusional, but after reading this again after the Great Hinamizawa disasters, some of the contents seemed to hold vital clues. It's not the alien part that he was interested, but her theory that an endemic disease of parasitic microbes in Hinamizawa was responsible for the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Of course, there's no proof that such microbes existed, so it still remains at a theoretical level. Oishi says the three families might have been researching how to bring back the original, deadlier microbe in order to revive the religious devotion the villagers used to have. The Great Hinamizawa disaster could have been an experiment that went wrong. The theory is based also on the theories and myths he found on the internet. The village clinic's chief doctor died mysteriously right before the Great Hinamizawa disaster. So Irie died too. And then the girl Rika Furuta was brutally murdered on the night Reina took the school hostage. But she still died. There could have been an underground research lab beneath the clinic. Dr. Irie could have been forced to do microbiological research. He couldn't live with those sins and committed suicide. Rika Furuta could have been brutally murdered in a sacrifice for some sort of ritual ceremony in the name of Oyashiro-sama's revival. However, their experiments went wrong. Instead of the microbe being parasitic in the villagers, it became a killer virus. They exterminated the entire village in one night. It's obvious that it wasn't a simple gas disaster. You cannot ignore the fact that one girl predicted a bioterrorist attack right before the disaster, that several villagers died mysteriously, including Mio Takano herself, who wrote about all that in the scrapbook. It doesn't right sound to say that the Great Hinamizawa disaster was an unpredicted and coincidental natural disaster. When you read this file number 34, it's obvious. You're saying that the Great Hinamizawa disaster wasn't a rare natural disaster. It was in fact an act of bioterrorism by some cultists. In the modern era, everyone in Japan knows about the shocking incident where a doomsday cult created nerve gas sarin and unleashed it for the purposes of mass murder. But in the 80s, the idea of a single cult being able to carry out such an act of terrorism didn't even cross our minds. Some also whisper that the SDF kept the area sealed for so long they could study some lethal virus, but I'm not convinced. At least the story sounds more convincing than the one with aliens and UFOs. The idea of cultists and domestic terrorism sounds more rational. Maybe there really was a UFO that crash-landed when Reina Ryugu took the school hostage. One of her demands was due to the police was to have them pull out the wreckage of the UFO from the Onakafuchi swamp. It's ridiculous. Well, even if I wanted to make sure if it's ridiculous or not, look at it. The swamp is filled with concrete several meters thick, and there's no way we can check. This is all because of that ridiculous construction that doesn't even do anything to prevent the volcanic gas. The only way to prove Akasaka Senpai's theory would be to find a survivor of Hinamizawa. Try to find that microbe in him or her. Sadly, that's almost impossible. With the Great Hinamizawa, some survivors were subjects to a witch hunt. So, even if there are any survivors, they won't tell you that they're from this area. Right after the disaster, some people who were from Hinamizawa started displaying erratic behavior. They started dying mysteriously and committing suicide in strange ways. People got scared of them and chased them out of their neighborhoods. The government was practically useless in protecting the privacy at the time. The former residents of Hinamizawa lied about where they were from, kept it that way since. In that case, it's a dead end. My duty as a cop to keep trying. Enough circumstantial evidence to say that the Great Hinamizawa disaster wasn't a natural design. If I could grab a hold of one piece of concrete proof, I think I could start reeling in the truth behind all of this. It's been over 20 years. Truth might be lying somewhere very deep in the darkness. True, I might not find any answers. It's already the 21st century. It happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983. The only factual evidence that I had was that Mio Takano seriously died and left her scrapbook predicting a bioterrorist attack. A young girl took a school hostage to make people listen to this prediction, but no one took it seriously. The chief doctor of the village committed suicide. People believed the little girl, Ikafurude, was a reincarnation of Oishiro-sama. She was brutally murdered. Was the truth behind this scrapbook? Was it written to reveal a huge conspiracy? Or was it just a bunch of delusions written by an occult maniac? The contents of this scrapbook were true. Disaster could have been avoided if we heeded the warnings of one girl. They weren't true. Who created the disaster to follow the scenario of the scrapbook? For the sarin nerve gas incident, the words mind control came into the spotlight. In contrast to brainwashing, can easily force a person to commit certain acts in the short term. Mind control takes a long time to gradually make a person believe that what he or she must do is the right thing to do, to act upon it as if it were his or her own idea. A form of character alteration, which is far more serious than brainwashing. The cult behind the sarin gas incident induced fear and anxiety into its members through its revolutions of doomsday. At the time, they ordered them to do certain things as a means of salvation and had them do so voluntarily. And the formula was quite similar to how Reina Ryugu became a puppet of file number 34. But does that mean that Reina Ryugu was mind-controlled by someone? That mean the cult that mind-controlled her and tried to cause the end of the world in order to increase the credibility of their teachings, just like the other cult did? That make file number 34 some sort of religious textbook for them? I lose my grip on what's true and what's not. It sometimes makes me feel that someone might be laughing in amusement at this disaster. Scrapbook was like a script. It was a script for a tragedy that takes the lives of thousands of villagers in one night. The script for demons who laugh at that loss of human life. Someone who wrote the script. Someone performed it. Someone watched the show and laughed. The hell happened in Hinamizawa in June 1983. Meaning that was the real thing. Alright. Going to the staff room. Please be short. Hello, my name is Ryokushi 07. Hope you enjoyed playing Higurashi When They Cry How, Chapter 6, Tsumihoroboshi. There are several themes I want to write in this chapter, but I'd like to talk about one of them here. About the denial of murder. This is something I had to write sooner or later, since this novel is a novel about serial murders. There are two means that youngsters in particular use these days to solve problems, which are murder and suicide. To feel stress, we choose to either get rid of the source of the stress or to get away from it. Say you're bullied by a kid at school. You have two ways to solve the problem. You can choose to either to get rid of the kid from your current environment, or to get away from the environment itself. Usually bullies are stronger and have their underlings. You don't stand a chance alone to get rid of them. It's also not easy to switch classes or to quit school. You can't easily get away from the situation. As a result, the situation gets worse day by day, and your stress urges you to solve the problem immediately. Come up with murder or suicide as easy solutions. If suicide is considered defeat, you'd want to consider murder. I feel like there are many people who think that way. However, if you actually committed a murder, it wouldn't be easy to pay for the sin. I believe murderers know that well too. But you really hate the bully who pushed you to the limit. Ryo had no choice but to kill him. With a determination that turns your entire life upside down, you commit murder. You have such strong determination. There have to be more ways to take than opting for murder, which should be the last resort. You can talk to your friends. That doesn't work, you can talk to your family. That doesn't work, you can talk to your teacher. That doesn't work, then what? There have to be more ways. You have the determination to give up on your life by committing murder. There have to be more ways. Our modern era is better than any era before it. There are many hotlines that you can call to talk to someone. And if you don't have any friends or family, there are many places you can go for help. The people who will answer the phone aren't amateurs. They're volunteers, but they're also veterans who have worked as social workers or juvenile counselors for a long time. I can assure you they have more social experience and passion than your parents do. People who work to help people for free can't be bad people. If you feel like you have no choice but to kill the bully or commit suicide, please try to call those hotlines. People think it's useless to try to talk to others, usually haven't really talked to anyone. Have the courage to call. There'll be somebody you can completely rely on at the other end of the line. Don't keep it to yourself. Talk to somebody. Yokishi 07 wrote such a long story just to tell you this. He must be a very poor writer. So Ryokushi 7 wants to talk to you all rather than worrying all by himself. Can I write even more entertaining stories? Get her laugh. 07th expansion. Ryokushi 07. Good lesson, but I feel like it doesn't quite fit to the initial scenario that Reina found herself in with the. I mean, somewhat, but it's not quite a very good thing or whatever. I don't know. The writing in the story seems to be better. But I still, obviously, call someone or whatever if you're the hotline if you feel you can't talk to friends or family and if that doesn't work. For sure. The hotline. Which I'm sure we'll be posting or whatever on YouTube. If I put on that, assuming they have bots that actually register that. Anyway, I am very sure again. Gosh, it is now 8 hours. Except for the YouTube thing, slightly just. Oh my gosh. Anyway, I'm going to keep it short or whatever. I have announcements on Discord or whatever. About the movie night next Wednesday. There's the tier list of the cartoon ladies. I have an announcement on my Discord on that and also Twitter. And there is the clip content, which is still going on. Have your entries in, submit a clip, get a chance, can submit multiple. To submit them on the last day to submit is on the 30th. I'll be telling you May the 1st. Winner gets a copy of that they can obviously keep themselves or give to someone of Death Stranding Director's Cut. And it's a PC copy that requires a Steam account. A free Steam account. Anyway, it. Those watching from YouTube, I hope you have a good one, and thank you for sticking around so long. We'll be continuing on with this later. Bye-bye.